be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing CrossFire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to get the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice for us and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
As soon as you think you've spotted one, there's another right on top of you there, Spoxy.
When HPV is just doing what he's doing.
Has to get at least one. Good for one, good for two. Green's good for three.
But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HPV!
Hello everybody and welcome back for day 6 of the CrossFire West League. It's hard to believe we're already almost to that halfway point in Season 2. My name is ZZXQ. Joining me of course is Pandoxin. How are you feeling today, man?
I'm feeling great. I'm lucky to be here once again, and yeah, we got a lot of great matches coming our way today.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really excited to be jumping back in after some pretty crazy matches to kick off the weekend yesterday. Honestly, the most impressive team for me in this season so far has been Lazarus. I thought this was a team that was going to come in and kind of sit in the bottom 4 all season long. Then they have a win against unKnights. They split the series yesterday against LCK, and they're kind of playing above the standard I would have expected for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, tying against LCK yesterday was insane. I didn't expect that at all. I mean, no one really did. But yeah, Lazarus, they really proved that they are absolutely capable of beating LCK. And I'm really looking forward for them to, you know, go head on against GV today. But before we do that, we have a lot more coming our way.
Yeah, honestly, some really important matches today. The first one going to be Anubis versus TBI. A pretty interesting head-to-head, I think, just considering there's been a lot of trading of players between these two teams across the last couple of seasons. You've got unKnights versus 3BL, what should be, in theory, a top 4 matchup, but unKnights, they've got a lot to prove, I think, in that one. Lazarus GV, which, as we said, might be one of the closer matches of the day. And, of course, Swamp Gaming going to be ending the day against LCK, and that's a tough one, I think, Pandoxin, because Swamp Gaming, I was really hopeful for NA, but they've had a very rough season so far.
Yeah, it's kind of unlucky for them. I mean, they really tried their best. They had some, you know, difficulties with the servers, I believe. But yeah, I mean, overall, Swamp Gaming, I had so much hope for them. But right now, you know, they're not sitting at a good place. And I don't see them moving from that one either. But LCK today won't even make things better for them. Not at all, actually. I think LCK, you know, they're going to have a good day today.
Yeah, I think so as well. And for LCK, it's a really good opportunity to get a 2-0 on the board, especially after that split against Lazarus. They're not really as close against 3BL as they wanted to be at this point in the season. 3BL kind of starting to pull ahead a little bit. And it's just that consistent team again we're seeing out of 3BL. And I'm hopeful they can continue that forward because they're a team that I think really could pull back-to-back wins here in the season. But as we dive deep into this one, it's Anubis and TBI and Pandoxin. I'm excited for this one just because I feel like there's a little bit of bad blood between some of these players. There's been a lot of back and forth who's really the best roster between these two, and honestly, I think we're in for a very close match here.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you, and I'm glad you bring that up. I mean, looking at CBI, I'm always looking at Dirty and King because, you know, King, I said this yesterday already, but I feel like King is the top team motivational coach, right? He's always like, you know, talking, arguing, like moving his hands like like a lot of crazy guys do. But yeah, I'm looking forward to him. He's, you know, he's really the guy that we need to look at, and of course Anubis, you know. Gotta look at Dipsy and Master. They are so good when it comes to Crossfire.
Yeah, honestly, Master has been a really strong addition to Anubis Gaming. He was one of the better players last season for TBI as well, and I'm sure he knows a lot of what he's up against for his team in this one, just being a former member of TBI along with Design. So I think it does give Anubis a little bit of an advantage, I would say, going to this one. I would give them maybe a slight edge, even though I think it will be a strong potential for a 1-1 series here. But the maps are going to be Black Widow going into Compound, TBI picking that first map of Black Widow, and I think it's a strong choice because I think both of these teams, I would put Black Widow towards the top for pretty much both teams here.
Yeah, well, seeing Black Widow and Compound again, I mean, not a surprise. We have seen this map so many times already, and you know, I hope you see different maps coming today, but who knows? I mean, again, Black Widow and Compound are like the most standard maps nowadays, but yeah, like you said, I feel like today, you know, Black Widow is probably good for either team, but Compound is a different story, you know. I feel like maybe, just maybe, Anubis has a better idea on this map.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think Anubis historically looks really strong on Compound, especially players like Master and Design, I think, usually pop off on that map for them. So I think it is going to be a pretty good one for them. But this first map, I think, really could go either way. I feel like for TBI, they've shown a lot of strength on Black Widow in the past. It's been where they've been able to get some of their bigger wins historically as a team. But I just don't know if they're going to have what it takes against this new Anubis lineup, because it's been a really impressive team so far this season. They kind of came into the season in a point where I wasn't sure if they'd be a contender, but then they started disrupting a lot of the top teams, having some really competitive matches to kick off the season. And now Anubis, they're a team where I kind of see them comfortably in the fight for that third or fourth place position at the end of the season, and they could potentially do it here if they can get a 2-0 against TBI. That puts them in a really good conversation to maybe close out the first half of the season in that fourth place spot. So I'm hoping they can pull it off here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at CBI, I said this last Saturday, I believe, you know, they were looking so good, so strong, but on Sunday, you know, they weren't looking that great. And yeah, yesterday against GV, obviously a tough opponent to beat, but on the second map, they had a really good attempt. They were really trying their very best. In the end, it didn't really work out for them, but you really gotta give it to them. You know, they're learning, they're always watching those replays, watching what, you know, for example, GV does, and I'm pretty sure they do the same thing with Anubis today, and, you know, who knows? Maybe, just maybe, they're able to beat them today.
Yeah, I think the one benefit I'd give TBI coming into this one is it's an opponent they know very, very well, so I don't think they'll be quite as anxious or nervous as they tend to be against some of the other strong opponents in this group, especially when you see this team up against a team like a 3BL or an LCK. They seem to be a little bit more nervous, but Anubis, it's a really familiar territory they're going to walk into on this first map of Black Widow, and they're going to be starting it off on the BL side as well, which for TBI usually seems to be their better side on a lot of these maps. And a lot of that comes down to just this entry fragging power this team has. You can see Beva and King ready to lead the charge here very quickly into box room. You can see the rotation starting to happen already from Anubis. Gainer on the lurk, though, might be able to get some valuable info pushing up the catwalk, but Master, he's already set up the trap here with Jaguar on the back of the B-bomb side.
It's always cool to see that, you know, TBI, usually they start a lot slower, but this time around, you know, they already have this box room position secured, and Anubis, you know, they're too careful about it feels like. I mean, obviously, they're not having a stack coming through, but still, they're a little bit cautious about this one, and Jaguar positioning himself into the box room again is really good, because now they have control over it once again, and we can tell TBI already having this rotation coming their way, and I think it's Gainer, Deep, and Cat there, and this is an interesting position because he gets so much info over there. And okay, Bever starting off today versus Jaguar today. I believe he peeked out of box room, didn't he?
Yeah, a little bit greedy there from Jaguar, going to be punished for doing so. Now they've got the numbers advantage. as they look their way towards the A bomb site. Doom going to be playing underneath the catwalk, but TBI thinking about pushing out of the mid double doors. It's a little bit of a risk here. There is going to be one player on the other side of it. It's going to be Master. Holds the off angle, good for one. Misses the second shot on to Gainer. Goes for the repeat, and still he's somehow alive for a little bit too long there. It's not going to matter. Design comes in to hold on, but look at Gainer here underneath. Able to find himself a nice double kill. Takes down Doom and Design. And Dipsy, now the last hope for Anubis, already finds the first. Gainer down to about half. Dipsy looking for the 1v2 to kick off the map. And Gainer, he is stuck here, knows he needs to make an aggressive play, but there's no time on the clock. Dipsy dances away to win the round.
Yeah, pretty convincing from Dipsy here. So smart to first of all kill the bomb planter and then just backs away after it. And overall, good attempt by TBI, you know, pushing mid doors. Not one of my favorites though, but overall, you gotta give it to them. Gotta give it to him because, you know, first round mid push isn't usually what you get to see. And Dipsy starting off the round here against Bever, which is a pretty good kill for them. And look at all this map control they're gonna get from there, just clearing up water, and TBI in a difficult position all of a sudden.
Yeah, not an easy start to this round. Now they've got to find a pick, but Master as well, playing a little bit more aggressive on this A staircase in this round, could catch them off guard if they go in for the peak, but it's actually Dirty who's able to counter with a nice one on to Design. You can see Master really wanted to get that follow-up pick onto Dirty, could not connect. Still, he's going to be going for it again, gets the repeat though, and Dirty goes down. Now Anubis still holding on to the numbers. This is where TBI have to find a way to carve that path. You can see there's not really any map control on their side of the field. You have King kind of sliding out into A long, but they're very nervous to take another fight.
Yeah, TBI as usual starting off pretty slow. I mean, not sure what their plan is right now, but it seems like, you know, they just want to, you know, start slow, you know, see what's going on. Maybe they can find some gaps, but right now all I see is that bodies on the floor, which is not ideal for TBI, but Anubis, I mean, Master is so convincing with that AWP, right? I mean, he did it yesterday already, and, well, Doom just getting a free kill from Gainer there. It's an interesting choice from him, but, oh yes, King. This is exactly what I was talking about as well. I mean, King is so good with just anything, right? He can play the rifle, he can play the arm, and he's just such a great leader, and right now, the push is coming through from him. He's just a lone booker, kind of taking his time over Cat there, but finally backs up his teammate, and now 25 seconds on the board. They need to make a move eventually, and Booker missing so many important shots. Now King left alone in a clutch situation, and the bomb is dropped as well, and this is just not looking ideal for him. I mean, he's now choosing the ramp position, but there's no time for him, and he needs to pick up the bomb. He still hasn't done it, and okay, this is an interesting kill for him, but now time is ticking. Is he gonna make it? I don't think. Maybe. Oh, just in time, Kyle.
Yeah, that looked like an almost impossible plant to pull off, but it's not going to matter. The nade gets the job done for Anubis, and it will be a 2-0 lead along with it to start off the map, but the rounds are still very close here. Each one has been a single 1v1 situation, so it's not to say TBI couldn't be winning these rounds, but a lot of it comes down to the entry frag power of this Anubis team. They're able to find those little advantages in the round, thanks to players like Master and Dipsy who can really open things up. And when it comes to these 1v1s, I feel like Anubis is making the better positional choices so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the nade, an interesting way to win the round, but, you know, after all, doesn't matter. Anubis taking another round for them, and I can already tell TBI, you know, trying a little bit more, you know, I would say they're trying to be more aggressive here, but as I mentioned that they're already splitting up towards Belong once again, and, you know, so far, Anubis is doing a great job. I mean, I feel like they always kind of give away the first frag here, but when it comes to that, it's also kind of back and forth, so doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, once again, TBI grouping up in front of Belong here, probably just setting up their strats, and, you know, it's always cool to see Dirty just waiting for the rotation to come in, and this is a perfect play for him.
Yeah, really good start here for TBI, but they still have to find a way to get through Dipsy And Jaguar on the B bomb site. Doom as well on the rotation, able to find Dirty on that lurk, and mid already converting this one into a 4-on-3 situation. Now TBI, they're just stuck here in the box room. There's no really clean way onto the site. Dipsy able to find one on the entries. It is going to be King who gets that assist with Booker as he finds one, but Gainer able to find another, but it's not going to matter if Dipsy and Design can hold this choke point on the bomb. Gainer looking for that opportunity to take the fight 1v1, but here comes the wide swing. Now Design knows exactly where he is on the other side of the double doors. Dipsy just kind of trying to stay alive here. Design goes for the swing, and again, even when it looks close, Anubis still find their way on top.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue here was. I mean, for some reason, TBI, it kind of seems like they're baiting each other, and okay, this is interesting. TBI not really able to prevent Anubis from getting into the barracks position here, but after all, Booker saving the day here, now putting them in a 3 versus 3 situation really early on. And, you know, back to the other round, I feel like TBI, you know, they don't go all at once. You're just going one by one, and this is kind of the issue here. And this is interesting. Now TBI deciding to make a really quick round, but Master, if he misses that shot, it's gonna be quite difficult for him to hold off the triple push here, but it's not over yet. Well, as I mentioned, that Dirty gets a nice kill on him, and now Doom has to do a lot of work just for Dipsy to come and help him from behind. And now Dipsy in a 1 versus 3 situation. Now 2 more people left. Now it's only Beva. Can he make it? Can he get a triple kill for his team and secure another round? Yes, he can.
Wow. TBI, they've got to be really disappointed after that one. They had everything they needed to get themselves a first round, but then Dipsy just takes it right back into his hands. Now Anubis, it's a 4-0 lead. This is not a GR-sided map most of the time as well, so they've got to find a round quickly for TBI if they want to bounce back into this first one. It is going to be King who's able to find one, but already Anubis right there with the reply, able to take down Gainer. King still able to find a little bit more with Booker, making this one a 2-on-4 situation, but Doom able to spot one on the drop down, looking for another through the mid doors, and this is where TBI has to be careful. They're finding the early advantages, but then they're taking a lot of unnecessary 1v1 fights once they have the advantage, and that's where Anubis, they're the type of team that can get right back in if you give them free 1v1s.
Well, overall, I would say the aggression is good for TBI. I mean, they haven't really found a round yet, and this is a good way to, you know, make it happen here. But again, overall, I like this aggression from them, and if they continue to keep that way up, I see them winning this round. And yeah, Jaguar here getting caught off guard. I mean, Beva with a good position here, you know, just everywhere basically. And finally, the first round for TBI, a long overdue one. And yeah, what can I say? I love to see it. TBI finally stepping up here, and I'm just waiting for some more rounds to come through.
Yeah, it's definitely a good start for them, getting their first round on the board, but they're going to need a lot more momentum if they want to take back this map. Otherwise, Anubis still could be able to find themselves in a pretty good position going into the second half. They're already 1 round away from securing the half if they can find this one. Master does take a lot of early damage in the round, though. He's been playing very aggressive at the start of the round to try and find these picks, but he's actually only 2-5 in this matchup, which is kind of a surprise from him, but it's been balanced out by the rest of the team here for Anubis doing a pretty good job, especially Doom and Dipsy, when it comes to finding these early kills in the round for Anubis. Gainer, though, on the other side, he had a really good round to open up the half, but he's been kind of quiet since then. Would love to see a little bit more out of him. I feel like Gainer, if he can step up just a little bit, he's one of those key entry fraggers on this team that can really offer a lot of value, but I know it's a challenge for them trying to deal with Master on this A bomb side, who's just going to be playing a little bit safer this time around.
Gotta love this triple setup by Anubis there in mid, but they eventually have to kind of make a move here as TBI. is going to attack the bomb site A here, and Master has so much work to do, can't connect the shot, and now TBI advancing towards the bomb site here. The bomb's getting planted by Booker, and oh boy, Anubis. They have to do so much work, and it's, to be fair, not very likely for them to turn this one around unless Doom can turn things around, and Booker with a great shot on Dipsy in window here, and oh boy, Jaguar and Doom have so much work to do. The timer is ticking as well, and this one, it's just not possible for them, it almost feels like. I mean, they had a nice try overall, but Dirty stepping up to the plate once again, and another round for TBI. I mean, eventually, you know, they figured it out, and now Anubis, they need to respond to that.
Yeah, right now, TBI, they're feeling good about themselves. They're going to go ahead and put that pressure onto Doom alone in the box room. Doom able to find one, does a lot of damage on the Gainer as well before going down. Master trying to find that way to support here from the B window, but look at Gainer's positioning. Master is just not ready for him to be there. Booker able to find one, Beva finds another, and just like that, the round is already over. 3 now on the board for TBI. And honestly, for Anubis, I feel like they really need Master to step up here. He's constantly being that player who's in a crucial position and not finding a single kill, and that's really uncharacteristic for him. But TBI, they're already just going to run it back to B again. This time, Doom, a lot more prepared, though, gets the triple kill, shut down the C4 along with it, and now Dirty, he's got a lot of work to do.
Oh yeah, a lot of work, but surely not, right? I mean, you gotta give it to TBI, you know, I like the idea to just, you know, do it again, but yeah, that didn't really work out. Doom this time around, super prepared with a nice triple kill all by himself, and oh boy, TBI, I mean, yeah, again, I like the idea, why not? But Anubis Gaming, you know, they're not agreeing with this. They don't like this, and I like to see them finally waking up once again. I mean, overall, they're still ahead, which is, you know, obviously the right thing to see here, but yeah, I mean, I like it. Overall, you know, this time around, we see more like a slow round coming our way, because obviously TBI, you know, 2 times in a row, surely not, and now, this time again, we're gonna see the clock running down more often, I feel like. And Kyle, what do you think about Anubis overall, you know, kind of trying to defend TBI's aggression here?
I mean, overall, I feel like they've dealt with it really well. The only exception in my eyes has been Master just having kind of an off map here. I feel like if he was playing as usual, this would probably be maybe even a 7-1 game at this point, just because the rounds they're winning for TBI have been rounds where Master has the key position, doesn't find a frag, then they control the site based off of him not being able to hold on. So if he can step it up, Anubis is going to be looking really good on this one. Otherwise, it could still be a close map going into the second half, but in my mind, this is still a somewhat blacklist-sided map, so already having 5 for Anubis is a really good sign on the GR, especially if they can find the 6th round as well. Doom going to find the opening again. This time, it's only going to be 1. Booker quickly trading it out. Design not able to get much done there from the backside of the catwalk, but Jaguar has a chance from the mid-double doors to take down Booker, gets the late trade, able to fall out of there as well. And that is a huge pick now leaning in the direction of Anubis. The flash as well, going to go right on to Gainer and Dirty. Unfortunately, it hit Design as well. And Master, again, not really going to go in for the trade here. So now there's a pretty even situation as they go in for the A push.
Oh yeah, the A push has to come around eventually. 20 seconds on the board. TBI finding Master early on. Once again, like you mentioned, Master not having a great day so far, and TBI totally taking advantage over that. But, well, if Master can't really hold, you know, his positions like he's used to, obviously TBI, you know, they see these gaps, they see the opportunity to just, you know, run down the A side or whatever, right? So really like it here. I mean, Master, I'm not sure what's wrong with him usually, especially yesterday as well. He was always kind of, you know, on point, always performing, but let's hope this is only, you know, first map. I don't know what to say, but, you know, let's just hope it's the first map only, and the second map he's gonna, you know, perform as usual on compound. And oh boy, I don't see this coming good for Anubis.
Yeah, Master really needs a good second half here to keep his team in the fight. 5 rounds on the GR, though, still not a bad first half from Anubis, especially with players like Doom stepping up to the plate. He's really doing a lot of work in this map so far. 11 and 7, the most kills in this lobby, but it's definitely not over just yet. TBI. They started this one down 4-0, and now it's just a 1-round game. But look at the trades here from Design and Doom. But King, he's got them bested on the angle. Almost gets the second, but Dipsy, he's kind of the hero in this one. Saves the day from the double kill going against them. Jaguar able to find Dirty. And now Beva, he's just stuck behind this corner box here, trying to figure out what to do next as the bomb goes down. It is going to be a 1-on-3 situation. He's already been spotted out as well. He doesn't even know that Dipsy's going to be playing pretty forward on the back of that catwalk position, and Jaguar already has spotted him from the back of the A ramp. Beva, he's just going to go for it here, gets taken down, and Anubis win the first round.
Oh yeah, well, Anubis 2 rounds ahead. It's a nice little safety space. Safety space, I would almost say, but I feel like Anubis is already playing much more aggressive than TBI on the BL side. I mean, obviously they're not just running in, right? But still, gotta like the approach here, and overall, really gotta give it to Doom. 12 and 8, really stepping up to the plate, like you just said last round, and. Yeah, Master, I'm kind of worried about him though. Like, I'm not used to this. I don't like this KD on his name. I'm not sure what to think about that, but maybe, again, he's just having an off day, but let's see Anubis trying to push A side, and wow, Dirty hasn't even had a chance to respond to that, and things are just back and forth as Gainer buys as much time as he can, but the grenades come through towards him, and oh boy, there's so much happening right now, but you know, Anubis kind of taking the time on the ramp position, but it works out for them because everyone is just peeking them. Oh boy, now King left alone in a 1 versus 3, and I'm not sure what happened here. I mean, Anubis was just holding the ramp position, and they weren't even advancing towards A anymore, and still, they were still able to, you know, get those TBI players, and King left alone in a 1 versus 3. I don't see this happening at all, especially considering his HP, and Anubis pretty convincingly taking another round.
Yeah, Doom putting up 4 as well, along with it. I don't know where this Doom has been, but I'm loving it. 16 and 8. This guy is doing so much work for this team, and it could be the only difference they need at this point, because right now it's a 7-4 lead. The BL side looking very good. And now Dipsy as well gets aggressive on towards A, able to find one before going down to Booker in a quick trade, but the rest of Anubis isn't really anywhere near that fight. They're going to be going for mid and B control instead, putting Jaguar on the lead here, pushing up the catwalk, and this is a good call. There's actually nobody holding off this catwalk push. It's only going to be Booker with 10 HP holding on to Long King, able to get into sight just in time, but it's almost a little bit too late because Jaguar and Doom are already up the catwalk. Booker also stuck in this A-long position alongside King now, and this is where it gets a little bit messy. Booker and King, they don't really have a clean way back into it. Doom gets a little bit too greedy, jumps through the window, but now Beva and Dirty, they have found the opportunity here. That flash going to be tough to get around for Design. Beva able to find himself a double. Master only good for 1 before going down, but that is going to be a really solid retake from TBI, because going into that execution, Anubis, it looked like they had everything locked down, then all of a sudden it just gets flipped on its head.
Yeah, I mean, TBI just fully stomping Anubis on that retake, and yeah, you know, I like to see that. I mean, finally some more aggression from them, and Master now for the first time, I believe, first starting with Beva on the entry here, and I like to see it. It's really good to see him finally getting some frags on the board, and maybe, just maybe, he was able to, you know, break the stride here, so you're gonna see another replay of the kill, and yeah, that's just what it's like, right? Just hold the spot, wait for them to push eventually, and you know, the over aggression will, you know, not pay out for him this time around. But yeah, it's a nice attempt overall, and now we can see Anubis slowly but surely approaching towards B long, but you can kind of tell TBI has a clue, you know, they're kind of stacked towards the B side, and Not sure if Anubis should, do this, but they decide to do it anyway, and King is fully blinded, cannot help his teammates at all, and look at this. This is just a disaster, and it's going back and forth now. Gainer and Dirty, the last man standing for TBI, and I mean, they're kinda all over the place, and Dirty now super low on HP, not able to hit the shot on Dipsy, and Gainer left alone in a 1v4. Surely not. I mean, he has a good position though. Maybe can just catch Dirty off guard if the timing is right. There it is, and now 3 more people to go. I'm not sure if he's able to do that. I mean, the timer is ticking as well. 20 seconds on the board. Now Gainer has to make a move eventually. I mean, time's not waiting for him, and look at those Anubis player all over the place, just positioning themselves perfectly to prevent Gainer from taking back this round.
Yeah, another really good round of entry frags coming in from Anubis, and then just a good solid post plant this time to close it out. Master as well, finding himself 2 kills in that round and really starting to come to life, which for Anubis could be all they need to get this one across the finish line. Dipsy as well, sniper in hand, not something you see too often, but he makes it work. Master as well takes down Dirty, and that is a huge way to start off the round. Already a 5-on-3, 20 seconds into it with Dirty and King out of the picture. TBI, they've got a lot of ground to cover with only 3 players.
Oh yeah, I mean, what a round, right? And it's not stopping there. It feels like Anubis has finally find a way that, they can just break TBI's stride here, and wow. I mean, yeah, again, Beva and Booker now left alone against pretty much everyone, and they're not even stacking together right now. I mean, this is really what they should do to make things a little bit possible for them, but now Beva has to hold against everyone here. I mean, yeah, he gets the frag, but surely not Booker. I mean, Booker's a great player, he's so smart, he's so sharp with the AK as well, but let's be real here, this round is basically over unless he pulls a miracle that will be in the CF books forever. And yeah, well, that's a start. Yeah, Doom not able to, stop Booker from doing that, but there's 3 more to go. Booker, what are your plans here? And right now it's just, wasting a little bit of time, but eventually Master's gonna take that shot, and yes, Master's back.
Yeah, with Master back, Dipsy as well with an arm in hand doing a lot of work. It's kind of feeling like this one might be over here. This time though, Dirty getting a little proactive, able to find a kill at least, but still has a lot to deal with for his team in that position, as well as Booker on the side of the double doors gets the double kill. A huge way to start this round now for TBI. They make it a 5-on-2. Master and Dipsy, the double duo, trying to find their way back into this. But this is where you've got to be really careful if you're TBI. You've got the advantage, but we've seen them lose this advantage so many times getting caught alone. And there's already 1 player caught over towards A. It's going to be Gainer taking down Master. He wants the fight, but the double swing is going to be too strong. But Dipsy, surely not all 5 players for the win. He's already found himself 2, but it's not going to be enough. Booker gets the job done, and TBI live to fight another round.
Oh boy. I mean, yes, but no. I'm not sure what Anubis' plan here was, but they kind of went, all over the place, just trying to find anything. And look at this! TBI has something else in mind. Hello, Jaguar, not ready for that one, and surely not. The others just backing off eventually, right? I mean, they can't take this fight. This is just not something they can win, and TBI, again, this aggression works out for them pretty well. It's a different approach, but Anubis, posted up. They're ready to respond to that one, but Booker has such a good position there on the stairs, so hard to kill, and let's see if he's able to get something done here. But oh no, he's just wasting all of his bullets. But Anubis, are they forcing this? It seems like they are. Now King in a really tough position to hold this push off, and not this time around. I mean, now Anubis so convincingly taking the side, and it started off so good. Oh boy. You have no AK bullets in that gun, but yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, again, TBI, they had such a great start to the round, but Anubis is so good to turn things around if if it really matters. And Master no holding off Gainer is pretty important. It's so unlikely for them to just win this one, but I'm not sure where Dirty is. Okay, well, he's just dead now, and yeah, what can I say? This was just super convincing from Anubis. You can see it in their face, just smiling there. It's nice to see once in a while, but yeah, you know, what can I say? This was just super convincing from them.
Yeah, honestly, a really impressive first map from Anubis, especially considering they kind of played half that map, it felt like, with Master not even really fully activated, and they were still able to win that first half. And then you have Master starting to step up in the second half, and with him online, it just makes it a much more one-sided game for Anubis. So now, there's a lot to deal with for TBI, I think, going into map 2, because looking at these two maps, this is the one where I felt like TBI should have had a better chance on, with Compound being the second map. I don't know about you, but I feel like this is starting to look like a 2-0 very, very likely series.
Yeah, didn't expect it to, you know, be that outcome, but yeah, I mean, I said it earlier as well. I think Compound a much better map for Anubis overall when it comes to, you know, strategics, and yeah, I mean, I'm not sure TBI, you know, they try so hard, and I saw it yesterday already versus GV, but it just seems like it's not enough. I mean, yeah, even Master wasn't performing, and it still was enough in the end, you know, so. Whew, yeah, tough one for TBI for sure, but now looking at those highlights, oh boy, so much to see, and Dipsy on point. I mean, this is just what I'm expecting from him, right?
Yeah, Dipsy really having a good game, but also throughout this highlight reel, you're going to see a lot of Doom, which is not something we see quite as often compared to Dipsy. Dipsy for me is like a guaranteed entry fragger, but Doom putting up, I think, 18 kills, not something we really see too often from him, which is one of the more impressive moments I think Anubis had throughout this matchup. And for Doom, it's really awesome to see him playing at an extremely high level, because I normally think of him as more of a support player, just being there for those trades, but he was really leading the entries. He even had a couple rounds where he put up 3 or 4 kills on those A-bomb side attacks. Even here, holding with this triple kill on the box room. He was really impressive throughout this entire map, and it's kind of showing a new level of what he can do as a player.
Yeah, I'm sure that that Anubis doesn't mind him, you know, performing that well. So, you know, he's kind of balancing the team when it comes to, you know, if someone isn't performing just like Master did, right? So if Doom is there when it counts, you know, it's all you want as Anubis, obviously. And yeah, what can I say? It's really good to see him performing once in a while as well. I mean, he's always good, right? But he's never like the outstanding player like you just mentioned. And, you know, this time around he was, and really, really convincingly as well. And Anubis really deserved that first map win, to be fair.
Yeah, honestly, the second half kind of said it all there. The first half, it seemed like we were going to have a close game, but then in the second half, you've got only a round or 2 going against them, and that's a lot more convincing, especially when we look at Compound as our second map. Looking at the overall stats first, though, no surprise there to see Doom top of the leaderboards. Dipsy right there behind him. Jaguar had a bit of a quiet map for himself, but he's one of the veterans of this team, kind of one of the big brain powers behind them, so it's not surprising to see him kind of being lower on the leaderboards. But obviously, on the other side, the entry fraggers, to me, were having some struggles. I normally look to Gainer as that strong entry fragger for TBI, and I felt like he was really quiet on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everyone from TBI was kind of having an off day. It almost feels like, especially King. Usually, you know, King is one of these players, again, that usually, you know, it's a great IGL and everything, but he's also good when it comes to, you know, the firepower. But yeah, today, just not today, I feel like. Maybe on the second map, which I don't feel like it's likely, but taking a look at the MVP Doom, yeah, I mean, Doom really deserved that one, right? It's just so great to see him performing today.
Yeah, I'm hoping you can keep it up on Compound. Compound, though, a little bit more of a difficult map, I would say, for a player like Doom, who normally kind of thrives in those close quarters fights. A lot more long range to deal with. And this is a map where they can't really afford for Master to not be playing his A game. But before we get into map number 2, we are going to take a quick break, but we'll see you in just a few short moments for map number 2. Well, it's map number 1 down, but it's not over just yet for TBI. They're going to have a chance to prove themselves now as we get ready for Compound, our second map in the series. If you missed the first one, it started off very close in the first half. It was a 5-4, but ultimately ended 10-6 for Anubis, who really just stepped it up to get that one across the finish line. But I feel like Compound might look even better for them, Pendoxin, as we hop into it. What are your thoughts on this map? Do you think it's going to be a little bit closer, or do you see it being even further away from TBI?
I definitely take the second option here. I mean, I just checked, and TBI, they played Compound before, and against 3BL, they kind of went 6-10, so yeah, they don't have a great memory about this map, but well, maybe they prove me wrong here. I mean, again, I like to be, you know, proven wrong once in a while, but I don't see them winning this one. I mean, Anubis is just so convincing. You know, all these strats they have, all this firepower, especially now Master being back and surely Doom on the day here. So, yeah, I think TBI, maybe if they have a, you know, something in their head that I don't know about, maybe they have a chance to win this one. But yeah, starting off with King falling to Dipsy, good for 2, is not a convincing start, Kyle.
Not at all. I was a little bit confused at the start of the round when I saw 3 OMs on the table for Anubis, but you know what? If it works, it works. Already a 4-on-2 situation. Design going back to pick up the AK, realizing, you know, if Dipsy's going to find 2, he doesn't really need that 3rd OM on the table, and now they've got a huge advantage in the round, and Master already showing better signs in map number 2 as well. 2 kills in the opening round for him as well. And Booker, he's all alone. 1 versus 4. The C4 down in mid as well. You can see Dipsy and Design working their way over towards the bomb. Booker with a chance at a double, but he's not ready for it. Dipsy, on the other hand, already finding himself 3 kills in the first round. And I don't know about you, but that second shot to me was kind of insane.
Absolutely. I mean, you don't see that all day, right? And yeah, this is exactly what we like to see. And Dipsy with a good triple to start off the game here. And like you mentioned earlier, you saw like a triple setup coming our way, and actually this seems to be some kind of new meta here. I mean, most of the time you see double sniper setups, but sometimes you even see triple sniper setups, and this is really interesting to see, especially considering, you know, how CrossFire plays. I mean, you and I, we are both CrossFire players, we know exactly how this feels like, and a triple setup is it's really interesting to see once in a while.
It is, but I'll never doubt it, because you know the first time I saw it happen was actually when NA brought it out on Subbase against Super Valiant at CFS and won that map. So since then, I've never doubted it, because if it can work as a triple OM setup on Subbase, I'll believe it on any other map. So right now, I have full faith in Anubis. If they want to bring out 3 OMs, I think it'll work, especially with Dipsy and Master just playing the way they are already on this map. Those 2 guys, I feel like, can find pretty much any pick they're going to need. But King, what is that shot? The follow-through on the spray. I did not expect a connection there, but Master still able to find himself 1 to trade it out onto Booker. The smoke going to go down, but Master, he already has a really good position to set up this retake. You can see Design and Doom already creeping in. They've got a full collapse ready to go, and I don't think TBI is aware of how many players are already on the back of this bomb site, but King and Gainer, they're still holding on to it regardless, but the time is ticking, and Master, he's going to have to make a move sooner or later, but with 2 OMs, this is not easy.
No, not at all. And I'm kind of surprised that Master took so long to just hide towards A long. I think he was kind of, you know, expecting them to just push him, but they didn't. And look at this shot from King. I mean, you said it earlier, and I'm just super surprised that actually connected. And oh well, what a first round we have here. And this is just looking a little bit more closer than we maybe expected it to be, but well, we gotta see what Anubis got in store, and especially TBI, you know, because obviously we expect TBI to be the, you know, the little bit, you know, let's say the weaker team, but maybe they're gonna prove us wrong.
Yeah, I mean, for TBI, this is their chance to prove themselves on map number 2. Booker able to find Master early on. A really good start to the round, already getting that entry. And now they've got a little bit more control over the map as well, as Booker gonna put that extra pressure onto Doom. But Design as well on the other side of the smoke has to be careful. King goes for that wide swing. Design with 3 HP, looking to sneak his way back into mid. but he is somehow still alive, survives a nade as well with 3 HP, but it's not still looking the best for them in this round. They really have to rely on Dipsy popping off from this angle. He's got the dominant hand, misses the first shot, but King again, the wide swings, the jumping headshot takes him down, and it's already a 2-on-4 situation. Make it a 1-on-4 Doom. He is stuck here behind this wall of smoke, and there is no good way back into the site, but at least he's able to find one before going down. But TBI, this is already looking like a much better second map for them.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely true. And I remember you said Gainer was kinda having a hard time on the last map, and look at him now, 3-1. He's really there. He's really trying his very best to win this map, and gotta love it. It's just so great to see. And look at this aggression from Anubis here. It just worked out. And now Dipsy trying to put the cherry on the cake here, but Bever's kind of against that. He doesn't want that to happen. And Design with the right timing here has a chance to get things ready, but not this time around. Backing off here is just a smarter, move to do. And TBI kind of surprised about this one here. I mean, the aggression from Anubis was great timed, isn't it? Wasn't it?
Yeah, really good mid push to start off the round, and now TBI have to kind of lurk and wait to try and get a pick to go their way. But if Anubis play this one patiently, they should have everything they need to win the round. There's no need to get too aggressive here. It is going to be just Doom holding on to mid, so he might run into trouble if Booker goes for the peek, but it's actually Dipsy who peeks out onto him with the arm in hand to find the kill onto Booker. Now Doom, he's going to be feeling a lot more comfortable in this pocket. Beva and King left alone, working their way over towards the A bomb site pretty slowly, but it's a really good read from Anubis Gaming. They've got 3 players who can help hold on to this position, and even with an entry frag, it's going to be a tough bomb site to crack for TBI.
Yeah, I like this decision here, just stack one side, have one guy lurking around, and this is just the perfect setup Anubis could have chosen, and this just proves one more time how smart they are, how much they prepare for those matches. And Beva now in a very difficult situation, likely not to win this one, but never say never. And Beva really trying his very best. Is he able to do it? No, not this time around, but gotta give it to him. A nice attempt from his side, and once again, the aggression really worked out for Anubis here, and look at this shot by Master. I mean, wow. It's just so insane to see this guy play, and oh boy, surely not, again, Anubis not pushing this time around, but TBI has everything to win here.
Yeah, it's just a tough one, because going into this, if you're TBI, you were ready for Master with the but the double it's been really, really good for Anubis. 8 kills between the 2 on Anubis Gaming, and they're already looking for more. Again, this time it's actually going to be Design who gets the setup for the first. Unfortunately, Dipsy not able to find that second kill, has to back off here. He's had a little bit of trouble ever since the first round getting aggressive on these picks. But at the same time, it is still a 4-on-4 even situation. You can see on the other side of the map, it's going to be Doom looking for that info in mid. He really wants to take this fight, but has to be careful. Dirty already sneaking into that tower position. He's going to spot him out there. But now Anubis, they are spread a little bit thin. They're pretty reliant on one of these forward players getting a pick, and it seems like Master might be the one to make first contact.
Well, I've seen this yesterday, I think, from a different team, but can work out. Doesn't necessarily have to. I think it was Alucard in this position, kind of missing that shot. Yeah, it was him, yeah. So, yeah, it can work, but it's a little bit cheeky once in a while, but doesn't really matter as TBI decides to force their way towards B, and Dipsy again not taking the shot here. It's twice in the same round now, and oh yeah, he is having a tough time, I reckon, but let's see how much TBI is prepared for this retake here. But again, I said it yesterday multiple times, I say it today again. This bomb site is one of the toughest ones to, retake, but looking at Anubis, I don't think they're like scared about it. They're just ready to go actually with another kill, and oh boy, this is looking scarier than I thought it will be. And Booker with the key position now has to do everything he can, but Dirty actually the one to find the first frag, and well, who but Doom gets both kills to save the round. And I didn't expect that to happen that way.
Yeah, Doom again on map 2, finding the big plays for his team. It's 3 for him in that round, and honestly, just a solid retake overall from Anubis. They didn't really have any key numbers to work with at the start of it, but they quickly were able to find those entries, and now Master, he's looking for an entry already in mid as well. He's pushed up so far by himself, he is able to find one before going down onto Gainer, but it's still going to be evenly traded by Dirty on the other side of it. And now Anubis, they're looking for that secondary entry, and this is where Dipsy is hoping he can step up this time around. He's starting to have a lot of trouble on this B long angle. I almost wish he would go back to the AK, but you know what? Ask and you shall receive. Dipsy switches it out there. It's going to be designed, picking up the falling back, and now Dipsy playing a little bit more forward with the AK. And this is really a good call here because now they can kind of toy around with them in different positions with those weapons. But Doom, he's going to be caught by that flash Jaguar as well. Not a whole lot he could do except pray for the trade. But Beva, a huge double kill entry, gets them control of the A bomb site. And now Dipsy is left on the retake all alone now as design goes down. Dipsy, he's got to be ready to check these corners, though. It's not going to matter. Beva just doing everything in this round, picking up the quad kill along with it.
Well, if it's not Master, now it's Dipsy, and yeah, Dipsy switching to the AK in that round was probably the better choice and a smart choice as well, like you mentioned, but as you can see, he's already back to that arm, and I'm not sure about this one. I mean, yeah, he's so great when it comes to it, but right now, I would say he's probably more of the weaker players, and okay, that's an interesting fight there. I think Anubis a little bit too aggressive there, but overall I would say it kind of worked out for them. I mean, Dirty now almost dead here, and yeah, I mean, this is putting Anubis in a great position to win this round, Kyle.
Yeah, 2 low HP players for TBI. A well-placed nade could find one of them. And you can see Dipsy very aware of that, wants to go for the aggressive play here onto Booker. They're going to spot him out on the corner here. Booker knows he can't really take a 2v1. There shouldn't be any way he comes out on top of that. Instead, he hopes to see if they'll push all the way through, but it's not going to happen. Anubis playing this one a little bit smarter, going back for the passive stack here. Dirty gets spotted out in the mid tower. He's going to go ahead and throw a smoke for A and just back off here, but this is where finding a pick is going to be extremely difficult. You've got 2 players that can't really afford to do too much here. 1 bullet pretty much anywhere on Booker or Dirty. They're going to be down and out, but Doom, is he going to be spotted here? He's playing this back corner pocket on the A bomb site. Booker just doesn't check it, though, in time. Doom able to get the better of that 1v1, and now the time is ticking. Only 2 players left for TBI, and they've got to figure out where to go.
Well, they will have to, and Doom is still in the same position, somehow able to get the frag as well, and a little bit interesting to see that he hasn't even moved, and yeah, well, I guess that's an interesting round for Anubis overall. I mean, the aggression really worked out for them once again, by the way, so TBI, are they going to, re-aggress, by themselves? But I'm not sure if they really want that, because when it comes to that, I would say TBI overall is a more defensive team, and well, Anubis once again pushing towards Belong, just advancing and getting that map control done, and it's just not looking good for TBI at the moment. I mean, obviously, yeah, they got a kill and Design is half HP, but overall, I would say Anubis still has the upper hand, as Jaguar just proves my point, and I'm not sure what's going on with TBI right now. I mean, they have so much to win here, but for some reason I feel like they're just not aggressive enough right now, or maybe they're just having different problems that I'm not aware of. But let's see if they're able to get this bomb site A, but not likely with Jaguar ready for that. But let's go, Beva actually advancing over him, and Doom again in the same position. Is he able to get anything done from there? It's a little bit cheeky, but it's not over yet, and you can tell Doom already getting Beva. Here's a big kill, but Booker getting Master, and even Design now is so good, and surely not. Doom with 1 HP. No way he's gonna win this. It's so impossible. He gets it. Doom with the same positioning. He hasn't even moved, and you can see it in the player cam. He wasn't even smiling about it either.
Yeah, that is a round where if you're TBI, you know Doom's gonna be there. He's got 1 HP. There's no way that should be the player getting 3 kills in the round, but if you're Anubis, that is a lot of momentum now in their direction, and you can feel it here. Dipsy getting aggressive, able to find 1 king. He's been heard as well here, might have some trouble from this position. Jaguar pushes out, gets the 2nd kill of the round. And Anubis, they've got full map control now. They've got a contest here, though, from Beva, but Beva, he's definitely not ready for 3 players to be on the other side of that peak. He's got to get out of there. Booker looking for a potential lurk up mid. He's going to find it onto Doom, but they still don't quite have the numbers. And Dipsy, he's already going for the wraparound here back into mid, but it's actually going to be a tough one to deal with. He does manage to find 1. Booker still pushing through mid, finds himself a 2nd, but Dipsy, he's going to go down, leaving Design alone. And it's a 1 versus 1, but Dirty, can he do it for TBI? He's got the angle, but Design, he's got the shot. It's a 6-3 half for Anubis.
Wow, that was crazy. Everyone's just fighting all over the place. It almost feels like a team deathmatch happening, and yeah, again, Anubis so convincingly winning those rounds. I mean, it was a little bit more close again. I mean, it was also close last round, but yeah, I mean, right now everyone is really trying their best. I mean, Dipsy again opening up on Booker is a good start. Surely not one for TBI, but not even sure who to blame at this point. I mean, Anubis is just playing super aggressively, even on the BL side, and it works out for them so good. And I feel like I said this the last weekend as well, but I feel like TBI, they just need to play much more aggressive and not like that. I mean, Gainer, yes, he peeked, tried to get some more info, maybe potentially a kill, but yeah, I mean, not alone, right? Maybe do like a double peek or something, but at least the trade came through eventually, and now Anubis trying to take over the bomb site all by themselves, but Beva having a good time defending this one for a little bit longer. He's getting 2, can he find the 3rd? Nope, not this time around, and now King kinda trying his very best, but not able to find anything, and I think it was a no-scope from Master there, which is so good to see, and Dirty not letting it happen too easily, and this is what we like to see, some more aggression from him.
Yeah, really great 1v2. Beva, though, really got it started, holding on to that bomb site for so long and allowing his team that ability to rotate back into a good position. And honestly, Beva has been pretty impressive so far on this 2nd map, really putting in a lot of good work on these holds. And now it's going to be up to the rest of the team here for TBI to see what they can do moving forward, but they're in a position where it's not over for them just yet if they can start to get the ball rolling on this GR side. It does tend to be just a slightly GR-sided map here, so there should be a chance to have some advantages for TBI, but Master, this is who you've got to look out for. He's going for those aggressive picks. Dipsy, though, gets caught again. It's Beva finding the entries here for TBI, and now they've got the man advantage.
Man advantage, but TBI, they have proven even though they have the advantage overall, they're still able to somehow throw it around the way. But TBI, I mean, again, I just love to see King, you know, working out with his team. You know, he's always trying to motivate them to stay, you know, motivated and everything. But right now, it's a little bit back and forth. I mean, they're looking much better than we expected them. Also, on Black Widow, the 2nd half was not really convincing, but again, right now they're looking much better. TBI here trying to defend this push coming through, and King good for 3. What an absolute beast with the spray down here. Can he find the 4th on Master? I mean, it's not done yet until he wins, and this is the case.
Yeah, really big round there from King, and just some unfortunate play from Anubis as well. It's, in my opinion, a pretty bad risk to go for that many players into the lower vent. You kind of just get yourself funneled into a position where it can be tough to bounce back from. So we are going to see a tactical pause coming out from Anubis, and I think it's a really good time for them to be bringing this out because they haven't looked too good on this side of the map so far. A lot of simple mistakes really costing them heavily in these rounds. So I'm hoping they can kind of rethink their strategy because I don't think it's an aim problem on this side of the map. They're just kind of taking these really weird pushes that are not working out at all.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up. And now we're going to see some of the TBI players here. I mean, yeah, a lot of discussions going on here, trying to figure out what the issue is. And I mean, right now it's okay for them. You know, it's maybe not perfectly going well for them, but overall, I think they can't really complain. But it's also it's always interesting to see. You know, there's always someone sitting in the complete pitch dark. You know, I mean, to be fair, I don't know about you, Kyle, but for me, it's kind of weird to sit in a complete dark room, you know, because, you know, eventually my eyes start to hurt. I don't know. What about you?
Yeah, honestly, I'm the same way. I cannot play in the dark, but you know what? If it's what you're comfortable with, go for it here, since any small little difference that can be a little bit of a mental buff might be the difference in winning or losing a match like this, especially when it's, you know, two teams that know each other this well. You've got to be thinking of every way you can to get comfortable because it's not like you're really going to have a curveball you can throw in this match. You know, I mean, TBI and Anubis, half these players have played alongside each other several times. So it's really going to come down to who's going to thrive under that pressure. And right now, it's still slightly leaning, I would say, in favor of Anubis, even though the last couple of rounds have not looked good for them. It's also a really good thing when you have a team that can recognize before things get too far out of control, taking a tactical pause like this. That's why I thought it was a really good time to do it, because it's not like they're in a situation where TBI's already got 9 rounds on the board and it's almost too late to take that tactical pause. Now they can kind of rehash the issues before it gets too far out of their hands, and if they can have a solid round here, they're still in the lead after all.
Here we go again, back into the game, and let's see how that tag pause will work out for Anubis. I mean, obviously TBI, you got to see King in the bottom right, I think. Yeah, he was always like talking to his team, you know, trying to explain what they're going to do. Yeah, tech pause is always good. We'll see if that works out for them this time around. And you can see it's interesting from TBI already posted up close to the BC sector here, and yeah, different approach from them. I like it. More aggression coming their way. Exactly what I wanted to see from them. But Anubis, not sure if that was the perfect move. I mean, look, they're just pushing mid at this point. There's no one to even stop them. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing. Dirty maybe, but already Jaguar, he's so close and catches him off guard. And this is basically a free A side for them. I'm not sure if that worked out for them.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risky decision. B-Push getting punished. Master as well, just sneaking up on the flank, able to find Gainer. Beva really has to find the entries again for his team. He's able to find one, but what more can he do here? Jaguar takes him down. King able to find another on the opposite side, but still a little bit too little too late. Design, big headshots, gets it done. It's going to be a 7th round for Anubis, so really taking advantage of that pause time. But not only that, to be honest, they took advantage of the play in the round as well. TBI just playing way too far forward on those B pillars, left that A bomb site wide open.
No, overall, I like the aggression from TBI, but this time around, again, it shows that Anubis is so ready for this. They just know what TBI intentions are, you know, and so it's so nice to see that Anubis just knows how to play against a team like TBI, and, you know, it makes hope, you know, for some of the other teams coming their way. And yeah, for TBI, I'm not sure if this is going to be one of the greatest weekends for them, but it's not over yet. We saw King really performing up to the plate there, and so early, but a little bit careful here. Oh, King, are you ready for this one? Can he get it again? It's a little bit too hard for him, and Jaguar will be the one that stops him, but I almost expected King to do another triple kill here, but not this time around, it seems.
Jaguar kind of stuck here, gets the shot anyways, though. I'm surprised Dirty wasn't able to find that one, but now Anubis again see the opening to potentially go for this A bomb side attack, but TBI, they're ready for it, but it's not going to matter. Design, a huge double kill finds the site. Now Booker is left all alone on the long flank, but if he can get here quickly enough, there's a chance he catches one of these players off guard. I don't think Jaguar is fully prepared for anybody to already be in this position, but Booker, a little bit slow on the shots, still able to get it done. Design has to do it all now by himself. Gets the spot onto him. Booker still trying to fight for his life here. Able to find it and the round. A nice 1v2 gets it done for TBI.
A little bit too close for comfort, but overall TBI again convincingly getting this round. And oh boy, Design made it a little bit more interesting in the end here. But again, another round for TBI. Looks very good for them at the moment. But as you can see, the aggression comes in and this is going to be a lot of action. Oh boy, Dipsy already getting 2, but you can see the trades come in from TBI. And I'm not sure if the aggression worked out for TBI again. Booker now left alone. Surely not again. I mean, a 1 versus 3 is a tough ask, and I'm pretty sure that Anubis knows exactly how to play these ones. I mean, they're so experienced, especially when it comes to Jaguar. I mean, you said it in the beginning, he's such a veteran. He knows exactly how to play CrossFire, and well, Doom a little bit caught off guard here, but there's your help, the teammate in the back, and yeah, a very good round from TBI before, but now Anubis just takes this one back.
Yeah, really close game overall, but Anubis just winning these rounds right when they need to. TBI, though, going to think twice after that mid push did not work out at all. And now it's kind of back to the drawing board for them, playing a little bit more reserved in this round. 3-2 split, mid's pretty open, only Gainer playing it passive from the A bomb site. But for Anubis, all they need is 1 or 2 good executions, and this one will be done and dusted. But Dirty, he's got a nice little angle on the back of the bomb site here over towards A. Counter flashes come through on mid. Gainer hits the opening pick. Jaguar goes down, but Doom trying to do his best to hold on to the A bomb site, able to find one. Dipsy on the lurk, gets taken down right away, but Master now has to find the reply, able to find one. Design on the flank as well. It opens up the B bomb site perfectly. Master, he is stuck here, has to get out of town, and somehow isn't going to be traded just yet. Master gets the follow-up as well, somehow finding a second kill before going down, but it's still once again on to Design. The 1v1 situation, the smoke going to be working slightly in his favor, but King, he's going to have to hit a big headshot on the other side of this off angle. He's going to go for the swing here. Getting that information is going to be Design on the other side, sneaking into the corner. I love this play call here. He's just stalling down the clock. He knows exactly where this bomb is planted for, and King, he's going to go down. Design, that's a huge 1v1.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was an interesting round. I mean, a little bit too close, but it was so nice to see that, you know, Master, you can see it there, that he didn't even back off. I mean, he had every right to do so, but he just decided not to. You know, it was like, oh, you know what, maybe I'm going to take the fight. Maybe I'm going to do the unthinkable here, but Booker, good with the response here, but there's a lot of work coming TBI's way here now that Anubis is on the match point, and 3 rounds in a row, I mean, yes, but how possible is it? It's a little bit much to ask, and now King needs to back away before he is the next one to fall. I guess it's a little bit tough for him here, but Dirty with the support sniper is a good setup here. I like to see this. I have seen this a lot of times in the Open League already, but it's nice to see it here once in a while as well, and yeah, it's a good move from Anubis just to back away here.
Yeah, Anubis, it's not a good look for this round, at least. A 3-on-5 Gainer, gonna run into some trouble, though. Jaguar takes him down, and now they've got an opening to still potentially win this, but there's also a double flank they're gonna have to deal with. King and Beva are already wrapping behind them, and they have absolutely no idea what's coming their way. King catches one. It's not gonna be quite enough, but it's still a 3-on-1 for Jaguar. as Doom goes down. It's going to be Beva just holding on to that flank, but here comes the pinch now. Jaguar, he's going to have to make an aggressive play, just doesn't have the time to do it. Dirty takes him down, catches him in the rotation, and now it's 2 rounds away from overtime, but honestly, the start of the round right there, that's all it took. Booker, he is hitting the headshots today.
Oh yeah, you can see now that score 7-3, really stepping up for his team. Well, again, it's possible, but there's 2 more rounds to go, and if TBI keeps it up like that, I see them doing the tie or die situation here, but it's a little bit far away for now, and yeah, just slow again. You know, it's interesting to see Anubis taking the much slower approach this time around, and a little bit of a triple stack coming out from TBI, leaving mid somewhat open. I mean, Gainer is close, just watching the cross, but you know, we have seen that gap before. I mean, when Anubis just went through mid towards A, and yeah, they don't want that to happen again, right? So a little bit confused that they just leave mid open like that once again, and Gainer, surely not, it's going to happen once again. It's not really what TBI was looking forward to, but it's kind of back and forth. I mean, design good for 2, looking for the potential 3rd, but Bever and Booker so far away from the action, and Kyle, again, mid was open. What do you think about that?
Yeah, a little bit sloppy, but thanks to design, they've got a chance now at the round for Anubis. Because without design, this round's already lost at this point. He somehow got 2 free kills on that position. But the spot of Jaguar has to be good here. Jaguar doesn't actually have clean vision onto the bomb, so he has to move a little bit more aggressively. He's able to find one. Beva, can he do it, or will Jaguar close it out? He's going to spot him just for a moment. Jaguar has to just play the clock here. There's no time here, even if he goes down. Beva, I don't know if he's going to be able to defuse this in time. 2 seconds on the clock. He accidentally re-clicks the defuse, and that's going to cost him so greatly. The map is done and dusted. What a way for that one to go down, and you can see the celebrations from Anubis. The sighs of relief as well, because that was a much closer map than maybe we expected here, but for Anubis, at the end of the day, a 2-0 is still a huge win for them in the overall standings.
Yeah, I mean, so convincingly in the last round. I mean, it was a little bit close, but in the end, yeah, the fuse didn't really come through. So yeah, good win from Anubis once again. And yeah, 2-0ing. I mean, we both didn't really expect that, but I mean, why not? You know, it's always nice to see some more, you know, back and forth, but eventually Anubis really advancing in the map here.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise today was some of those players who aren't normally so prominent for the Anubis lineup really stepped up. In map 1, it was Doom putting up 18 kills, having a really solid performance. But then here, coming out of the tac pause, Jaguar put in a ton of good work as well, and he's normally not a strong fragger for this team either, but it really just goes to show you that this team is able to rally and get some big wins when they put their minds together, and it shows a lot of what they might be able to do in fighting for a playoff spot, because if you want to be a team in the top 4 when you're up against TBI, a 2-0 is kind of a must win for your team if you want to find yourself in that playoff conversation. And I feel like this Anubis, even though I'm not fully convinced it's a top 14 yet, I would say they are looking a lot stronger than what we saw in season 1 in a match like this.
Oh yeah, surely. I mean, also TBI improved a lot, you know, when we compare it to the last season, but yeah, in the end, Anubis is the better team, proving themselves once again, and yeah, a top 4 team maybe, but until we get there, there's a lot of work to do. I mean, yeah, maybe they're good enough for TBI, but are they good enough for a team, let's say, maybe for like LCK, right? So there's a lot of, you know, improvement to make, but this is a good start. A 2-0 very convincingly for them, and sure, I'm pretty sure they're somewhat happy with this weekend. I mean, yeah, they didn't really had a good time against 3BL, but you know, this time around they were good against TBI, and yeah, I think it's going to be, you know, it's an okay weekend for them.
Yeah, definitely a really confident way to close the weekend for Anubis. They're going to be looking forward to potentially a close to top 4 finish on the weekend, if not very close to being in that conversation, depending on how some of these matches end up. But at the very least, it should give them a lot of confidence going into their next week's matchup, which is probably going to be a little bit harder than what they had to face here, but there was a lot of good signs in this match, and I'm honestly really impressed with some of the changes this team has made as well. I was surprised to see them run that double AUM setup so much, and it just shows Dipsy, he's such a versatile player. I feel like he can do a little bit of everything, which is kind of something this team was needing, that secondary AUM that could step up. And you can see here in the overall match stats, it is going to be actually Design pulling the best numbers in this one. A really impressive entry fragging performance from him. You could see it also in some of those clutch situations, really finding a lot of value. Doom as well, still having a pretty standout performance, I would say, for himself on the day. I think overall, I would still maybe argue he was the better player on the whole day for Anubis, but overall, it felt like a really well-rounded Anubis we saw today.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up. I was just about to mention that as well. Doom, you know, his overall performance is just great. He really did step up for his team, and this is also the reason why Anubis was able to, 2-0 TBI in the end. But looking at TBI, you also gotta give it to Beva. He had a 1.3 KD, which is really, really good for him, especially, losing 2 maps. So yeah, I gotta give it to him. But yeah, looking at Doom right now, he really deserves to be the MVP once again. And what's there left to say, Kyle?
I mean, moving forward, it's going to be up to Anubis to show us what else they can do. I'm hoping we can see Anubis crack the top 4 this season. I feel like they're always that team in that 5th or 6th place that just barely misses out on a playoff opportunity. So I'm hoping maybe things are different this time around, but that's going to leave it here for this one. But there's still 3 big matchups on the way, so we're going to take a short break, and when we return, 3 big matches to close out the weekend. We'll see you there. All right, we are back and ready for our second matchup of the day. And honestly, I think it's only going to get more intense as the day goes on because it's going to be your number one team here, 3BL, taking on unKnights to see who's going to come out on top. But as much as 3BL has looked good on the other side, Pendox and unKnights not having the best of seasons so far. What do you think of their season so far for unKnights?
A little bit hard to tell, to be fair. I mean, unKnights is a really good team. You know, they have proven it many times, but yeah, they're having a hard time right now, and I feel like against 3BL today, it's gonna be a very tough one too. I mean, 3BL, oh, such a convincing team. I mean, again, yesterday they won so good against Anubis. I mean, very convincingly, and looking at the standings here just proves my point even more. And yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, unKnights, again, they're so good when it comes to, you know, playing Crossfire, but sometimes they're just choked too much, it feels like.
Yeah, I feel like it's a really tough position for them to be in. 6th place overall for unKnights, and this is a team that was 2nd place in our first season of the year, and I'm hopeful as they hop into this one, they can at least maybe pull a 1-1 out of the series. If you give 3BL a 2-0 here, I think it's very likely that 3BL starts to look like that number 1 seed even this early during the season, because 3BL is just one of those teams that even when maps get close, they just don't lose. They never lose a series, and worst case scenario, sometimes they'll split a series to another top 3 team, but the roster they've put together for this season, honestly, is just a cut above, I think. When you look at the individuals on the team here, you've got Horus, Totson, Snare, Snake, Slayer. It's one of the few teams where you can expect clutch potential out of all 5 players, and that's why I love that they've brought this team together, because I feel like on an individual player level, there's no team that can really stack up against them except maybe LCK.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I'm glad to bring it up, but I kind of have to say, the addition to unKnights, you know, Kiko coming into this team, I feel like this is it's a pretty good change, I would say, because Kiko has proven that he is absolutely capable of, you know, playing this league, and, you know, even though unKnights isn't having, like, the greatest time in the world, it's still, you know, looking kind of okay for them, and I'm really happy that we are going to see Ankara today, because, you know, Ankara is one of these maps where you sometimes get to see the triple arm setup, which I just absolutely love to see, because it's such a weird thing to happen once in a while. And yeah, we are now here into the game, and you can already tell 3BL not wasting any time, Kyle.
Yeah, already a lot of aggression here. Snare just pushes through the mid staircase, finds Beck right away. And this is the 3BL we love to see, just going in, guns blazing onto the A bomb site. Horus able to find another onto HZZ, Pietro, and Alucard on the lurk, but Snare, he's got such a good off angle. Alucard has no idea, and Pietro, 30 seconds into the round, already alone in this one, trying to find a way out of it, but it's almost just too fast to even comprehend at this point. You're kind of just wondering what has gone wrong if you're Pietro in this position, because the round has so quickly been turned against him. Even with this 1 kill, it's just not going to be enough. A 1-0 start for 3BL, and if that's any indication of where this map's going, unKnights, they're going to have to get ready to play this game fast.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Snake, 3 kills all by himself was so convincing. I mean, just, you know, it was just shifting through middle and no one seems to, you know, be able to stop him. But look at 3BL, they're not wasting any time once again. And Pietro, so much for that. it's cool to see, you know, Alucard is trying to, you know, kind of back off here and, you know, kill some of these players, but is it going to be enough for him? I mean, 2 Ps already, but 3 more people coming up his way, but it seems like 3BL finally, you know, calming down a bit from all this heat they got ready for us. And unKnights, it feels like they're not ready for this.
Yeah, unKnights, they're going to have to step their game up and be ready for these aggressive start of round plays. But I like this out of 3BL. They're usually a little bit slower, and I don't think unKnights was ready for this quick of a game to be brought against them. But at the same time, now 3BL, they're kind of just running down the clock here. They're waiting to find that opening. Slayer and Horus know they're a little bit low on HP, so they're not playing too risky. But Kiko, that's the key position right here in this A connector hold. If he can't find at least one, it might be the round lost. Snake spots him early. The box spam's going to be enough to take down Kiko, and that is a huge opening now onto the A bomb site. But not only that, Horus is still on the lurk here as well on the opposite side of the map, and these other two players, they're going to have to find him early, and they will. A huge check there from Alucard. A nice bit of intuition to get the job done. But now with the wall of smoke to go through, it's going to be a tough retake.
Oh, absolutely, and the smoke isn't really gonna help either, but the grenade earlier was doing some good damage on 3BL, and you know, as the time goes down, they're going to make a move eventually, and the HP is so difficult for 3BL, and HCZ actually the first one here to enter the bomb site. Alucard finished Slayer off, and Snake as well, and pretty convincing from Alucard here getting the 2Ps, and also he was super aware earlier on, and unKnights. This is absolutely their round, they deserved it.
Yeah, really solid retake there, especially from Alucard. 5-1 already in the first 2 rounds. This is the player that if you're 3BL, you've got to look out for. He's the difference maker a lot of the time for unKnights in finding these rounds. He's trying to find that opening, has to run away quickly. He knows he's got to find more value than just that one and done position. So he's going to go ahead and fall off onto the B bomb site. The rest of 3BL, though, grouping up in mid here, not trying to be too overeager just yet, but still putting a lot of attention towards this B side of the map. It's only going to be just a single lurk of Totson over in that A connector, but there's only one player on the A bomb side as well for unKnights, so it's a pretty good read from them stacking 3 towards this B side of the map. But Pietro, the big problem here is he doesn't have any support, so he needs to find at least a kill here before going down. The trade quickly there to follow from Horus, and now you can see the rotation starting to come through. unKnights putting that extra pressure on, but Alucard, an uncharacteristic miss from him, catches an opening.
Oh yeah, I mean, I love the positioning from Pietro there. It was pretty good. He at least got one out of it, and yeah, you know, putting the numbers, you know, back to equal right after that. So I love the rotation from 3BL. Look at this. This is once again, this is a completely open A side for them, and oh wow, this is just great. I mean, look at this. At least Kiko gets one out of it, but this is still putting them in a difficult position if they're not able to retake this. And just gotta love how fast 3BL, you know, sees these gaps and instantly, you know, advances towards them. And now unKnights with a lot to do, and you can kind of see Beck is kind of all over the place still at A long. There needs to make a move eventually, just checking if someone is sitting there. And let's see, I mean, Snare has a good position with the Yom. He needs to hit that first shot though, because if he doesn't, it's going to be way more difficult. And Alucard once again gets 2 all by himself. He's left alone now. Beck kind of missing in this fight, and Snare just has the right call, just backs off a little bit. But Kiko, never mind, I mean Beck gets the round for his team. Oh, that was so close. Oh, and you can see it in his face. He's so chill about it, but I can 100% confirm he's surely a little bit hyped about that one.
Yeah, really close round. It was the right idea there from Snare. He almost had it. He just peaked a little bit too early, got a little bit anxious there. And for unKnights, this is a great way to start off the map. 2-1 lead now. Alucard up to a 7-2 scoreline. And really being that big difference for his team. The rest of unKnights kind of just playing a little bit more relaxed here, but Alucard, he's that player who's always looking to try and be in the action, and rightfully so. He knows the other side of this team very well, 3BL, a lot of them former teammates of Alucard, so he's trying to do his best against some of his former teammates here and just prove what he can do. But kind of just seems to be the story of Alucard, I feel like, this season. He may not be on an Egyptian team, but he's still hungry to be the #1 Egyptian player, and honestly, he's, in my book, definitely a top 3.
Oh yeah, I mean, in my book, he might be, you know, top 1, but obviously, you know, Alucard always performing, always putting that smile on his face. It's so important for the dynamic overall, and yeah, just, you gotta love this player. I mean, he's stepping up for unKnights so much. I mean, overall, yeah, it's not working out great for them, but still, I mean, without Alucard, it would have been much worse. And yeah, I feel like Alucard really wants to perform against his old team. I mean, this is just one of those classic moments, right? So, yeah, I feel like this is really what Alucard is up against, and yeah, Slayer falling here is a little bit scary, but the trade comes through later on, and timer goes down, and it feels like unKnights have the upper hand for a moment here, and he got a little bit of problems here, but not too much to worry about, Kyle.
Yeah, not too bad at all for unKnights. They've got the numbers. Totson and Horus are also a little bit low on HP. Totson goes down. Snake at least able to come through for a trade. He still has to try and hang on. Atro on the flank, almost able to find Horus there, but Horus gets the repeat, takes him down, but still only has 12 HP for the post plant, and this is where things are going to be very difficult. He has to hit pretty much one taps in this situation in order to win the round. Gets the first, gets the second though. Horus, that is a massive round to take away from unKnights.
Oh yeah, he's so happy about this one for sure. I mean, with his HP and this crazy one tap there, I mean, oh, this is just a mistake that cannot happen, and I'm pretty sure that unKnights had all the information about his HP, and not sure how this one just, went by, but yeah, 3BL surely pretty happy about this one, putting the numbers back to equal, and I mean, what a clutch by him, and you can already tell 3BL once again grouping up in front of A, and you have Snare lurking around, finding what he can find, and Kiko once again put to the test here, missing a lot of crucial shots, but HCZ kind of there to save the day eventually if he gets one more frag out of this, and it's so much to do, he's not able. I mean, his Horus is so low on HP. I mean, this was just not working out, and look at this, Snare just sneaking up behind everyone, and he's the key player in this round, and he cannot get it done, not even a single frag. This is impossible for him, and oh boy, Kyle, I don't know what I just witnessed there.
Horus, 2 HP. What is this play? I don't know if that's the right move. Swings into the GR spawn, instantly taken down, but Snake, it's all about the clutch opportunity here. Not going to happen this time around. Pietro, a nice little headshot, gets the job done, but yeah, I mean, Snare, that was the position you've got to win from. We can see it here in the replay. Beck, the awareness on point, and ultimately that is a round-changing play from Beck, catching that flank, because if Snare goes unnoticed there, that's probably the round.
Oh yeah. Well-timed nade here onto Snake, putting him some HP from him, but a little bit interesting here. Well, let's see. I mean, yeah, the last round, I mean, Beck's awareness was just on point. This is exactly what, you will need from him, but I'm not sure 3BL. This round was absolutely theirs, and also Horus peek into, the GR spot there was, I'm not quite sure what he was thinking there. I mean, maybe they were expecting unKnights to make a full rotation there, but obviously they didn't, and, it's always easy to say because we see everything, but I don't think that was the right decision from him, and again, Snare, the first one with the contact here, I mean, he's just looking for anything he can get, and I feel like he will get something very soon as Peter spots them all, gets a lot of information coming their way, and this flash is so good, but Alucard can't get anything done here, and Peter trying his best to survive, but oh no, this is not looking good for unKnights at the moment at least, and Todd making things even worse for unKnights now. Kiko left alone in a 1 versus 4 situation. Surely not. I think this is going to be another run for 3BL, and I hope unKnights is using this little timeout for a little discussion coming their way. And I mean, there's so much to talk about right now. These things cannot happen like that, especially with so much info early on. And Kiko now trying his attempt here, but obviously not going to work out this way, Kyle.
Yeah, great round there from 3BL. Really just taking everyone out of the picture towards that B bomb side early on. Surprising to see Alucard as well. Not able to find a connection. And that is a very costly one for unKnights, and Slayer as well. Able to find the entry. Pietro looking for the follow-up shot. He's going to find it. Takes down Slayer. Equalized for the moment, but Kiko again solo, alone on this A bomb site, calls for the rotation. HTC gonna be there. Kiko just has to hold on for a moment longer, and it might be enough here. Snare again caught in the GR spawn. Snake in a 1-on-2. He does have the C4 to work with, but this is where he has to be careful about where he takes the bomb. It is going to be going towards the B bomb site. Nobody directly on the site, so there is a chance that Snake can kind of sneak in here uncontested and at least secure a safe plant. But the problem really is going to come down to how he approaches the 2v1. It's already going to be Alucard pushing out onto site. He actually may have spotted him on that shoulder peak. He's trying to bait off the plant to find a free kill, but Alucard being nice and patient on the other side of that smoke. But with 35 seconds, now they've got to make their move.
Oh yeah, it's time for a move, and Snake, a 2 versus 1 situation, surely not. I mean, he's totally able to do it, but it's so much to ask for, and there's one, but now Alucard is left in the mix. The plant is pretty good for him, but oh, look at this timing! Alucard will win this fight, and I have to say, I really like the little fake coming out from Snake, because he was throwing that smoke, and I think he was kind of expecting unKnights to move towards A, because maybe it's a fake, right? But that little time waster, I think it didn't really work out his way, but the idea is great. I really love to see it.
Yeah, honestly, really good round attempt there from Snake. It's not quite enough, but HCZ gonna get activated in mid with Alucard. Still a 3-on-3 in terms of kills, but 2v2 left on the field. Slayer and Totson. These are two players that are surprisingly quiet so far in this map, but definitely a big opportunity to step up and win the round for 3BL. On the other side, though, you've got Alucard, who's probably been the most active player in this map so far. Very tough to go up against in the clutch. And they aren't going to be heading his direction. It's going to be going full send towards the B bomb site. There's nobody directly on this for unKnights. It's just going to be Kiko lurking in mid, Alucard defending A. So the bomb should get planted pretty much uncontested. But it's all about the post-plant setup, and this is where they've got to be prepared, because Kiko is going to have a very quick flank ready to go.
Oh yeah, and unKnights right now, they have so much map control, they have so much information coming their way, and Totson absolutely ready for Kiko there, which is, yeah, kind of a bummer for Alucard, because now again, he has to be the clutch master, and, when it comes to that, I 100% see him winning this one, but there's so much work to do. The bomb isn't even planted yet, and Alucard trying his very best to find a way to win this one, but now he's even spotted out by Slayer, and the double nade stack comes this way. It doesn't really do too much damage, but pretty sure 3BL has a good setup for this one, and this is the case. You could tell Slayer instantly taking out Alucard, not even leaving him a chance to, return the favor.
Yeah, a lot of this round just comes down to this early mid fight. It felt like unKnights should have had the advantage out of that fight. 3BL still was able to equalize and reset the fight, which is where they ultimately could take that round back from. And now they've still got a chance to win the half now. 4-4 going into the final round. C4 going to be just hanging out towards the BL spawn, but 3 players aggressively working towards this A bomb side for 3BL. 3 on the other side now as well for unKnights. Kiko trying to get active, able to find Snare in the vent. A really solid opening pick going the way of unKnights, and now 3BL aren't so sure where they want to go. The bomb still be lurking towards mid, but there's no commitment now coming out from 3BL. They seem to have a pretty good idea. There is a pretty decent stack on this A bomb site, but it does leave the middle of the map a bit exposed.
Yeah, right now it's just a question who's going to, get that one extra round, and right now, unKnights having a good time for that, and just gonna see what 3BL wants to do here. I mean, you can tell, there's 2 players kind of left in the mix, just, lurking around, not trying to get flanked, and, it's right now, it's not really a danger coming their way. I mean, Watson eventually is gonna have a little fight there, but unKnights just backing out of it is probably the better move, and yeah, Alucard, once again, I feel like he's been the key player once too many times, and eventually, I think 3BL is going to advance towards the tunnel here, and if he hits that shot, I see them winning this round, but if he misses, this is going to be a crucial mistake from him, and we are just seconds away from that, and let's see if there's anything going to happen. I mean, Alucard just backed out of it. I'm not sure if he took a shot or not, but okay, from behind, I mean, at least he gets one, but Alucard now, that is a crucial thing to happen, and it's not going to be any easier now that Slayer finds HDZ, and back returning the favor makes things more possible, but let's see how well unKnights can retake this bomb site.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to Horus in this position. He's got to find at least one, maybe the double kill on the rotation, and it's going to be one and done from him. But Snake goes down, and unKnights pull it off in the retake. It's going to be a 5-4 half thanks to Beck, sealing the deal.
Oh well, what a great half here. Nice shot from Alucard was not enough initially, but Beck is there to save the day, and I'm not sure how many kills he got in that round. It was 2 or 3, but yeah, what a great show from him, finally also stepping up to the plates. Oh yeah, and there's so much to do for, you know, either team right now. You can kind of tell that unKnights, you know, they're kind of careful. You know, they know Snare's kind of lurking around the mid, and no one really gives them any peeks there, and for now, it's, you know, back and forth, really just, you know, throwing utility all over the place. And yeah, this was what I talked about earlier, right? Peter just really careful towards mid because they know they have a good sniper on the other side, but not to forget Alucard on their side. Pretty good sniper overall. But yeah, no movement happening on either team so far, just, you know, lurking around, getting as much info as they can get. And unKnights, I feel like they should feel a little bit more confident because they won the last round in, yeah, you know, pretty good fashion. And 3BL, if they're not careful, even though maybe 3BL is the, you know, more likely team to win here, but I feel like unKnights, if they keep this up, I see them, you know, having a very good chance of winning this map, Kyle.
Yeah, unKnights has looked really good so far on this one, but it comes down to what they can do on the blacklist now, and this is where I've got a little bit more doubt on the side of unKnights to what they can do. This seems to be the side of the map where they have a little bit more struggle historically in their matchups. So if they can get a good start to the half here, there's a really good sign that they might be able to at least pull off the first map of this series. But the nade from Snake, pretty well placed there. Hits about 3 players on the other side of it. Slayer able to find one as well, and this is where they might funnel themselves into a bit of a disaster for unKnights. You can see Snare and Slayer still on the other side of this wall. Alucard able to spot the shoulder of one player there, but can't get the connection on the Snare, who's just kind of toying with him at this point. Gets the repeat finally onto Kiko, and just like that, it's going to be everybody falling down on the side of unKnights. And this is why I said I worried about this team on the BL side. It seems like they are so coordinated on the GR, but then they get over to the BL and it feels like there's not quite the same game plan.
Yeah, totally agree with you. I mean, this really didn't look convincing at all. I mean, 3BL, I think they only lost 1 player in the progress, and this is absolutely nothing you are looking forward to if you're unKnights, right? I mean, already Alucard out of the round here by Snare, and oh boy, I'm kind of worried that you might be right about this one. I mean, 3PL has a good start already, and, you know, last round wasn't convincing at all from unKnights. This push, you know, with a man disadvantage might be a little bit cheeky, but we have to see and wait how well Todd is going to be, you know, the defender here, and they're making so much noise. I wonder if that's just the replay thing, or I don't know. Let's see. Todd trying his best to defend, but he didn't even get anything done apparently. But okay, unKnights actually convincingly taking the side because Todson wasn't really able to, you know, hold off the push.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there for Totson, but still it's a 3-on-3 for the retake. Double flank coming through from Slayer and Snare. If Snare can maybe find an opening with the there's still some good potential to get this retake rolling in favor of 3BL, but at the same time, there's only 20 seconds to make this happen. It's going to be a lot of pressure on to Snake to stay alive and get these kills from the GR spawn entrance Slayer as well, trying to sneak underneath, but they are running out of time. 12 seconds on the clock. They've got to move now. It's almost now or never. And it is going to be Slayer who finds the double kill. Is he just going to stick this here? He's got no other options, but it's not going to matter. Beck again in the clutch, able to find it for unKnights. A very, very close round.
Yeah, close. Back and forth once again, but in the end, everything that matters is the win and unKnights. I was kinda, scared that they might not be able to, get anything done on the GR side, but on the BL side, I mean. But yeah, they kind of proved me wrong. I'm pretty glad to see this. I mean, initially it was all because of Tots and because he couldn't really, get anything done from his position, which was kind of surprising, really. But yeah, we'll have to see how well they can, keep this up. And if FreeBL continues, to make these mistakes, I feel like unKnights is having a good time here. And again, they group up in front of A, just, doing their standards. And I really like to see it in Totson this time around. He gets a second chance. It's always nice, to have a second chance. Once you mess up, okay. But, twice would be, kind of bad for him. And we're gonna have to see and wait, and Horror is completely blinded by the lights, not really able to get anything done either, and it's the same scenario, but even worse. And Kyle, I'm not sure what to think about this one.
Yeah, that's tough. Right now, they're just not holding on the way they need to this A-bomb side, putting a lot of extra pressure onto these players on the retake for 3BL, already in a numbers down situation. Beck able to find one Slayer, the only one on 3BL to really find anything out of that one. And unKnights, once again, kind of just waltz their way into the A-bomb side, and this is where they're going to have to find a way to change it up on 3BL's side of things, because that's twice now in a row they've had 2 players on A and only found a single kill on the hold. And if you're unKnights, you're probably going to continue to just go for that.
Well, unKnights pretty convincingly getting these rounds, and it seems like they did their homework. They know exactly what they need to flash, and Totson and Horus completely out of the picture right now. I mean, they just can't hold the bomb side A here, and you can tell there was a little bit of a switch coming towards 3BL. I mean, now it's only Totson again on A, because yeah, 3BL is not expecting the third time here, and it's a kind of good gamble from them. I mean, unKnights grouping up in front of Belong here, trying to, get their entrance into a hotel, and Snare will be the one that gets the first contact, which is great. He's absolutely 1 HP, got super dinged there, which is interesting to see. I mean, overall, it's still a good thing for 3BL, but unKnights is pushing this through. I'm not sure if this is the right decision from them. Slayer, if he turns around, I'm not sure he's not going to take that swing, but I think this was a good push until unKnights kind of forced it through, but it's still going on. So maybe they're able to get one more frag out of this, which is absolutely needed here. Alucard, well done. Now backing off would be the better decision in my point of view, but it seems like Alucard is kind of late for that, and Tots and ready for that. And Kyle, it's a 1v1 situation now.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy on both ends of it, but at the end of the day, Snake having a slight advantage here with the HP difference, but at least for HCZ, he's got that C4 to work with, which might give him a positional advantage for the post plant. He's going to go ahead and plan it for the GR spawn on A, sneak his way over in that direction, but already Snake is quickly working his way in through the A connector. You can see HCZ has a good idea, but the timing, unfortunate there. Now Snake is wrapped underneath. This is going to be a tough 1v1 to win after all, but HCZ just barely missing the headshot. It's going to be taken down. 3BL getting a much needed 1v1 to go their way.
Yeah, a bit sloppy on both sides, like you mentioned. I mean, the better decision again would have been, just back off, but in the end, 3BL kind of wins that round either way, so it was close, it was a bit timed, but CrossFire, is a lot of timing, about timing, so yeah, it worked out for 3BL this time around, but never say never. You can already tell unKnights is kind of feeling, towards A once again, because, it worked out twice in a row, so why not try the third time? But it seems like they were just trying to get some util out of their pockets, and you know what? I would like to see unKnights trying to hit A again, because I feel like this is, probably working out the best for them. And yeah, Totson and Horus not having the greatest time on the defensive side right now, so why not? I would like to see it once again.
Yeah, it's a good call if they go in that direction. Problem here is going to be they don't really seem to be going anywhere other than mid at the moment. Maybe even to push through on towards that B bomb site. There's only one defender for 3BL in this direction. It's just going to be Snare holding on underneath, but unKnights, they're going to go back towards A. This is definitely the right call here. As you mentioned, it's been the weak point for 3BL, to say the least here, averaging only 1 kill on the execution hold. But this time, Horus and Totson, they've got a slightly different setup. I like this play call. Nobody's pushed forward in a way where they can get counter-flashed, instantly killed, and Horus and Totson immediately double headshots across the board, but they still have to do a little bit more than that to hold on. The rotation's already there from Snake. He's able to find one more. HCZ quickly there on the trade. It's 1-for-1s back and forth, and again, it's already down to a one-on-one situation. Snare versus Alucard, but Snare, even though he catches him off guard, Alucard still wins that fight, and that is why Alucard is such a strong player in the clutch. Even when it doesn't feel like the advantage is his, he wins the fight anyway.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's so great to see Totson and Horus. I think both of them immediately got a kill there, and this is exactly what it needs to be done. And I'm not sure if you got to see it there, but Alucard, when he won that clutch, he was yelling so much. I love to see this guy. I love his patience. It's his passion for CrossFire is just above the roof, and this is really what it takes to be the winner today. And well, right now, as I mentioned, 3BL already getting 2 frags within 40 seconds. It's not really what you want if you're an unKnights fan right now, but yeah, it's just really convincing this last round. But yeah, we gotta see, it's the next round already, and 3BL right now really stepping up. They really want this one to go their way, and Snare with already 4 HP is a little bit scary, isn't it?
It's a tough spot to be in, but at the very least, he does have the Om to work with, so still a chance to maybe find one more before getting taken down. However, for unKnights, it's still a 3-on-5. Not an easy task ahead to try and win this round. It's going to get that much harder with Kiko going down. HCZ going to go down as well, and just like that, it's a clean sweep. Nobody going down for 3BL as they win the round and put themselves on 7, and it kind of just goes back to what I was saying at the top of this match. 3BL is just one of those teams, until the job's done, there is no advantage against 3BL. You have to take it one round at a time, because even when they have 8 or 9 against them, this team's not done just yet. Alucard, though, trying to make it that much more difficult. Gets the first frag of the round, this time on the Snare.
Oh yeah, look at this. unKnights is not wasting any time. They're going for it. They want this to be over, and right now it looks kind of good for them. I mean, it's only Horus now defending, and HCZ makes things even more likely for them to go their way. Totson now left alone in a 1-versus-3 situation, and Totson, I really think this guy can clutch this round, but knowing unKnights, they're so prepared for this one. Look at the setup. They're not wasting this. They really want this round to go their way, and you know what? I think Totson really has no chance in this one. And Alucard, man, he's so happy about this one. Look at this. He really wants this to be over. And now unKnights is at a match point. I didn't expect this at all. And hey, who but unKnights, right? I mean, they're always surprising, but I'm not sure if 3BL is the right call for this. And I think, I'm not sure what it is, but I think this is going to be a tech. But yeah, just so great to see unKnights smile right now.
Yeah, they know they've got 3BL right where they want them here, on the brink of losing a really tough map for 3BL, and this is where the tack pause has to try and be something big for this team, for 3BL to get back into it and maybe force overtime. But unKnights, I like the way they're playing under the pressure here. When they get the advantage, They're playing extra aggressive to make sure they don't lose that advantage. And 3BL, they're not really as used to that as they should be here, because most teams, when 3BL bites back a little bit, they kind of back off, but unKnights, it's just simply not the case here so far today. So I like the adjustments we have seen from this team coming into it. You can tell they've put in a lot of preparation for what 3BL has brought to the table today, but part of it to me also just feels like 3BL has been playing a little bit weaker than usual on this GR side as well. We were talking about a lot of the issues they were having over towards that A-bomb side. It just seems like they're not really playing off of each other well on these GR setups. So I'm hoping that's part of what 3BL is talking about as well during this break.
Well, they have to talk about something, right? And hopefully that's exactly what they're doing right now. But on the side of unKnights, I feel like they're pretty happy about this one, but the job is not done, and you can really clearly see it in their faces, right? I mean, yeah, sure, it feels good to be in the leads, but overall, again, the job is not done, and there's thinking about 3BL, I think there's so much left to do. And when it comes to these pauses or attacks, whatever, I feel like 3BL really knows what it takes to turn things around, and we are about to witness that. And I really hope that 3BL has something in store we just don't know about yet. But maybe, just maybe, unKnights, hey, if they are able to turn this one around all by themselves, or like just win it, I feel like why not? Because they really deserve this one.
Yeah, and they're definitely a team that needs those points right now. 6th place overall, taking a map off the #1 would have to be a really good feeling, especially after a bit of a shaky last couple of weeks for unKnights to kick off their season. They've got to find that way to cross the finish line, though. 3BL, an even stronger team when they've got 9 on the board against them. We've seen so many teams get to this point and then lose to 3BL, so I'm hopeful unKnights isn't going to get too overzealous in this final round situation, because that last one is always the most challenging to get done here against this team, especially on the defense for 3BL. They've got a lot of good changes they could make here, but to be honest, it's really a quite similar setup they're going to be bringing in this next round, maybe just playing to a point of comfort here to try and get themselves into that overtime. But unKnights, they're just taking their time, playing these picks slowly.
You know what? I feel like, call me crazy, but they should just go for another A hit, because even though the last one looked kind of shaky with Alucard's clutch, but I think it worked out like 3 times, so why not just go for another time? So yeah, this is exactly what they're doing here. Again, it's Totson, and I feel like, yeah, it's Horus, so once again, we're gonna see the same scenario. Is Totson about to clutch this one? It feels like, maybe not. He got one out of it, but now 3BL has to respond to that. And right now, I feel like unKnights has the upper hands, and Slayer not wasting any time. I think, yeah, he's just running onto the side right now, which is the right call to do. And 3BL holding this one with fashion, not wasting any time, instantly going for that retake. And unKnights, it looked really good for them at first, but then all of a sudden, 3BL not wasting any time really made it really difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, no one covered the planner there. A huge mistake for unKnights. They had a 3-on-2, but they didn't use the advantage they had properly. They allowed that planter to be completely taken to a 1v1 on his own. You can see Alucard trying to get into the fight a little bit late, and unfortunately, that costs them potentially the map at this point if 3BL are able to force it all the way into overtime, because that was a perfect round setup for unKnights to win it. And now it's kind of anybody's for the taking here. You can see unKnights playing a little bit slower to kick this one off, still hinting at going towards an A again. They've got a lurk, though, this time around, so a little bit of a change up here, but they still want to challenge Dotson early on. They know he struggled so much, and they're going to find him again on this position, but this time they're not going to commit onto the bomb site just yet. I like this call here, trying to force a rotation to maybe catch a couple players off guard for 3BL. This is where I think this changeup could be effective, because unKnights, that extra aggression after is starting to get predicted from 3BL. So this change of pace might be what they need to maybe seal the deal.
Oh yeah, okay, now we see unKnights towards belong. And I think, you know, it's actually the right call to do. I mean, just repeating the same strat over and over again, yes, it has kind of worked for them, but right now I feel like this is the much better choice of theirs. And yeah, Snare, there's a lot coming his way, and if he's not careful, yeah, okay, well, it doesn't even matter apparently, because they're just gonna take the side undefeated. But luckily enough, Snare, okay, turned things around all by himself already. I mean, I didn't expect that coming out from him, but now this tired dice situation, you know, it's a lot easier all of a sudden. And I think Snare, he's not even done yet. He really wants to go to overtime, Kyle.
Yeah, 2-on-4 now. This is where it looks scary for Pietro and Alucard, but they still have the time slightly on their side here. Pietro going to be good for 1. It's Alucard good for 2. It's down to the 1-on-1. Alucard, can he do it here? Spot Slayer. 12 seconds on the clock. Slayer knows he has to make the move. Alucard, all he has to do is play the time here. 6 seconds on the clock. He may have just danced his way to the win here. Slayer has to sit on the bomb, and Alucard again gets it done. 3 kills in the 2-on-4. And unKnights are barely, by the skin of their teeth, going to find a 10-8 first map win. A sigh of relief, but man, what a close way to cross that finish line.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that coming either, but you know, you really gotta give it to Snare. I mean, he got 3 kills all by himself there, but in the end it really didn't matter, because, you know, unKnights really winning this round was, you know, important for them, and they might eventually, you know, they just won the first map. And I feel like this was really not, you know, their map, because I really saw 3BL winning this one, but all of a sudden unKnights, they really take it.
Yeah, unKnights, a lot of the credit I think has to be given to Alucard. So many clutch situations. Winning those crucial 1v1s gets them into this position to begin with, and now they've got a real chance to do something big here. I mean, a 2-0 against 3BL for unKnights would be absolutely massive in terms of the implications for the overall standings today, and now they're halfway to making that dream a reality. You could see 3BL, they really tried to step up in these last couple of rounds, and Snare, he tried his hardest to do the heavy lifting, but for me, the biggest miss was the entry fraggers on this side of 3BL in map number 1. You can look at the scoreboards here earlier on. Totson and Slayer basically nowhere to be seen for about half of this map, and these are normally 2 guys that are just leading entry after entry for 3BL, so I'm hoping we see a little bit more from Totson and Slayer going into map number 2, because it felt like Horus, Snake, and Snare were kind of playing up to their normal standard, but the key entry fraggers for 3BL were very much missing on this first map.
Yeah, and this is also why they kind of, you know, lost this map after all. I mean, Totson and Horus had a really hard time holding or defending the A side. I mean, this just can't happen overall, you know, it happened too many times, and yeah, unKnights taking it with fashion. They really did their homework after all, and looking at these highlights, I mean, look how sharp everyone is shooting, you know, it's so good to see. Snare especially on the side on 3BL, so never mind, sorry. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, I feel like this was a really convincing match from unKnights, and you know, I'm really looking forward for the second one.
Yeah, it all comes down to map number 2 now. 3BL still with a chance to keep themselves in that number 1 spot guaranteed if they can split this series and get the second map, but looking at the stats here, pretty equal across the board on the 3BL side, all said and done. Totson, as we mentioned, a bit of an underperformance from his end, but on the other side of things, the story of Alucard continues. I mean, a 1.8 KD, over a kill per round average. It sometimes feels like this guy can do it all for unKnights, and I love what we've seen out of him. I was really questioning at the beginning of the year when they brought him into this team and HDZ moved over to Lazarus, what was going to happen with Alucard being on a completely different team? Would he still find the impact that he used to on his previous teams? The answer is a resounding yes, because it seems like no matter where you put this guy, he can play for himself, find those crucial plays, and win those necessary rounds, and he's really the big difference in winning this first map.
Yeah, I mean, Alucard really deserved to be, you know, the MVP again, and, you know, I feel like without Alucard, unKnights would be a complete different team, and I'm glad you bring it up. You know, he was playing for 3BL early, and he was already really good in that team, and still performing in unKnights is a really good sign for him. I feel like this guy has a huge career coming his way, but guys, don't go anywhere. We are going to head into a short break. See you soon.
All right, we are back and ready for our second map of the series. I believe it's going to be Compound on the way here, but surprisingly, it is unKnights out in front early here. 3BL taking a bit of a hit in that first one, but now they've got a chance to maybe pull off a 2-0 sweep, and I'm starting to become a little bit of a believer in this team. I wasn't sure what to expect going into that first map, but I feel like 3BL's not really having the best day so far.
Yeah, so far it's been quite tough for them, and it continues to be that way. As you can see, Beck and Pietro, oh boy, not wasting any time, and this is just the start of the fall eventually. And Horus not really able to find two, I feel like, but it's fine. You know, he finds HCZ, that's a start, and Kiko now needs to, you know, wait for his backup to come his way, but I feel like unKnights have a really good chance of retaking this bomb site here. And if they're not too careful, Kiko is so ready to get this ball rolling, and Horus is there to save the day, but the rest of the squad is already coming their way, and Pietro finishes off the first round.
Yeah, I mean, right now, unKnights, they're just carrying that momentum into the second map, and it is going to be a tough one to rebound for 3BL if they can't find a way to get that on their side early on here. But for 3BL, it just seems like the momentum was lost after that first map fell against them. So at this point, they're the team that has to change things up here. And they might just do it here. Horus able to find one on the back. Here comes the push onto the B-bomb site. Snake, a huge headshot, takes down Kiko. HCZ stuck in the pit. Horus, why not find a second there? Another big headshot, and Slayer as well able to take down Alucard. And this is the 3BL pace we love to see. No fear in this second round, really showing that they're hungry to answer back on map 2.
Absolutely, and yeah, retaking the bomb site here is likely to not happen here, and Pietro, not sure what he's trying to do, probably just, you know, buying some time for some conversation to happen, and yeah, it's probably a better call here instead of, you know, just running into his death. So yeah, it's a good use of time, and you see these, you know, moves usually at some, you know, LAN events, but, you know, why not here? So a good move from him, a very good move from 3BL overall, just to, you know, run and gun, which I obviously always love to see. And back to a 1-on-1, Kyle. I feel like, yeah, maybe, just maybe, 3BL has found their, you know, their spot.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. It's a little bit early to tell 100% either way, but a lot of it comes down to this third round, if 3BL can carry the momentum or if it's just going to go back and forth. And this is where I see them having a little bit more difficulty closing out a round. After playing one that quickly, it can be hard to try and run it that way over and over again. Still, pretty decent trades back and forth, but HP not looking so good on both Tots and Snake here. You can see Slayer as well kind of lingering over towards that a bomb site, but starting to wonder if things may have already unraveled just a little bit too much in this round for 3BL, because they don't seem quite sure what to do now.
Yeah, the aggression worked out earlier, but right now it seems like unKnights already has found that way, you know, they know how to stop this push, and 3BL just gonna, you know, sneak through mid, you know, uncontested really back. Not really able to make things better for them. And look at Slayer, so sharp. He's so ready for Peter there, and Alucard and HCZ left alone in a clutch situation, which is, yeah, well, was kind of possible for them, but right now, again, HCZ left alone, and I mean, he has to go for it. I mean, he really has to try, and it's just so hard for him. I mean, the HP is not likely in his favor, and the timer either, and yeah, HCZ just has to go for it eventually. And again, 3BL, the aggression first of all didn't really work out, but now just moving towards A really was the right move.
Yeah, 3BL, a really just good response here. They didn't have the numbers, they didn't have the advantage, but they still were able to aggressively work their way into this A bomb site, which is just a massive boost of momentum for them. This time around, though, it's going to be met with a little bit more resistance. Kiko and Alucard started off perfectly for unKnights here, getting those opening picks. Alucard does go down in the process, but it's still A 4-on-3 situation, Slayer, Snake, and Snare able to try and maybe pick up the pieces again, but 3BL, the biggest problem they're having so far on this map is really just these early round situations. It feels like they're already fighting from behind almost every single round here, but the thing unKnights has to be a little bit more prepared for this time is you can't doubt these players even in a man down situation, because when you have an entry fragger like a Slayer still alive, truly anything can happen here. But Kiko this time, he's looking for the shutdown, able to find one onto Slayer. Snare as well, taken down to 20 HP. That nade almost able to finish the job. But the sneak attack comes through, not going to be paying out. And now Snake 1v4. It's not a likely one to go his way, to say the least here. He's already been hurt as well. And unKnights able to tie this one up.
Well, unKnights with a good response here, and Kiko with the key frag there, and the GR spawn, and yeah, it's a good thing, you know. It's back and forth. It feels like every round 3BL or unKnights are always adapting to whatever move is coming their way, right? So I really love to see it. It's a good thing to happen. And again, now this time around 3BL really has a slow approach coming our way, because you know the aggression didn't really work out in their favor. So yeah, I think this is the absolute right move to do here, you know, to slow things down. And on the other side, unKnights, you know, they have a good setup coming our way as well. I mean, if triple A stack is usually the good option here, but eventually they have to move and, you know, switch positions, because, yeah, you know, what I've seen so far from 3BL, they always like to, you know, go to through mid in the late rounds, and, you know, they've done it last round. So 3BL, a really tough team to beat, but unKnights, if they're not careful, it's coming their way sooner or later enough.
Yeah, it's a tough one here. 3BL trying to find those openings, but it's actually unKnights playing a little bit reserved on this one. You can see a bit of a rotation starting to happen across the map, though. 3BL working their way into a split on this B bomb site. It's a good call, though. HCZ's kind of on an island over there on the backside of B. Kiko looking for the support play, and he's going to find it. Takes down Snake on the mid push. HCZ able to find himself the opener as well. Horus able to trade it out. Kiko, he's already snuck in here. He's got a great spot, but it's actually Slayer to take him down right away. Pietro not going to find the follow-up. A huge mistake, but at least Alucard able to find that one kill through that edge of smoke. Now it's all on to Slayer. 1 versus 2, 28 HP. He's got to go for the plant here while he's got that smoke down to work with. But the rotation's already coming through from Beck, and this is where it might be an almost impossible task. If the timing is right here, they should have a free pinch on the Slayer. But if Slayer goes for the swing a little bit early, he might be able to catch Alucard before Beck rolls through. Slayer able to find one, but it's actually Beck on the flank to save the day, and it's unKnights still out in front.
Yeah, it was a good retake from unKnights, you know, just the timing was perfect. I mean, a little bit surprised about Snake there. I mean, he didn't really expect anyone to be close, but yeah, overall, again, a good retake here from unKnights, and putting the numbers again one more up. And you know, considering yesterday unKnights, they played 10-3 against Swamp on Compound, and they continue their dominance on this map as well. I mean, they're only one round ahead, yes, but still, look at this. They're just so good when it comes to these close corner fights. And 3BL, it almost seems like they haven't really done their homework. And 3BL is just a little bit behind right now, I would almost say, Kyle. I feel like they really are not prepared for this unKnights.
Yeah, it feels like 3BL, we're kind of expecting this to be a little bit easier than it has been. And they just haven't been able to keep up with the pace. HCZ as well, starting to pull out the making some things happen with it. 4-on-2 situation. Totson spotted out. HCZ trying to get this connection, but he might run into trouble soon here. HCZ gonna run into it. Somehow Totson gets that second kill. I'm not sure how you get away with that one. And now the 2v4 is actually a 2v1 with Beck on 1 HP, and 3BL, they'll take it after all, but there should have been No way. Totson gets this double kill. I don't know how that second shot connects.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird fight between Totson and HCZ, but in the end of the day, you know, taking the round is all that matters. And yeah, the second shot, I'm not sure how that connected. I don't know how even, you know, swung on him. But yeah, eventually, you know, the round is done now, and, you know, new round, new setup, and well, 3BL responds nicely. And, you know, even though it should have been unKnights round overall, yeah, we are here now, you know. The Alucard starting off the round with a good kill on Snake. Look at this, he's just running, he's just looking for anything he can get, and no one really checks from either. And look at him just from behind, Alucard with a good triple kill. But in the end, it might not even matter. But as you can see here, Totson not even able to get another kill here, and yeah, Alucard saves the day once again.
Yeah, just Alucard things here, holding it down, locking up a triple, and putting unKnights in the advantage again here on map number 2. He's kind of the difference maker they've needed to start shining in this map, and what a time to come to life. 4 kills in these last couple of rounds, really putting unKnights in a much stronger position to close out this half. Here comes the push. 3BL trying to force their way onto the A bomb site. They are already running into trouble. It's going to be Pietro to find one. Slayer down to 28 HP. Had to slide out of there as well. Snare on the lurk. Able to find one, but it's not going to be enough. unKnights hear themselves the half with a 5-3 lead going into the final round.
A good flank from unKnights, and yeah, you know, 3BL wasn't really ready for that. I mean, you could see it in his face in the player cam there. He was really surprised as well, but yeah, in the end, again, unKnights taking this round so convincingly, and again, HTZ now with the opener, and it almost feels like 3BL is always starting with, you know, a man disadvantage, and I'm not sure if that's really the way they want to play this one. And look at this, no one really checks for Kiku either, and I mean, it doesn't even matter in the end, but still, you cannot make these mistakes. And oh boy, reload faster. It's not gonna work out this way. Both get double kills though, but Totson is going to be the one, you know, to win this fight, and back to you know, man disadvantage for 3BL afterwards.
Yeah, 3BL again in the hot seat here. The bomb kind of just lingering towards mid at this point. But if you're unKnights, all you've got to do is hold the numbers. 3-on-2, HP advantage across all players as well. Slayer and Totson, they know they need an opening. That's why Totson's picked up this Om here. He's trying to scout somebody on the back of the bomb side here, but Beck is just toying with them, not going for the aggressive play, just trying to get that info for the rest of his team. And I really like this play call here, but he might overextend just a little bit. Doesn't matter, gets the kill anyways. And now the C4 is kind of just stuck here in the hands of Totson. Beck knows exactly where he is, but he's playing this so patiently here. He goes for the late swing, and there you have it. unKnights 6-3 at the half. Not where I thought we would be here, but unKnights, they are just having a fantastic day so far.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with you. I mean, again, we both didn't really expect that outcome, but in the end, you know, if unKnights really has it in their shoes, why not? I like to see it. I mean, they can be the better team, and they're proving it round for round right now, and 3 rounds ahead for the half is really what you're looking forward to, considering that Compound is slightly more GR favored, you know, but still, it's a very good thing to see here. And yeah, again, unKnights, they're just playing it slow at first, but yeah, I'm not sure what 3BL's intentions were earlier. I mean, they were just pushing and pushing and pushing, and somewhat worked out for them, but, you know, the end game, I would say it was a much better half from unKnights.
Yeah, unKnights, I feel like they're just playing more together as a team, and it's really paying off quite well for them. On the other side, 3BL, it always feels like every single half there is one player missing, and right now that's been Snake. 1-7 in the first half. Snare as well, a little bit quiet. So they've got to find that time to recover, but 3BL trying to rely on that individual firepower a little bit too much in this series today has definitely come back to backfire, because you can see unKnights, they've put in a lot of work to prepare for this team. You can tell the utility is there. They know exactly where these guys like to play on the 3BL side of things. They're pre-firing the main spots a lot of the time that 3BL tend to be in, and also they're just separating them and ruining that ability to set up trades for 3BL, which is so key on a map like Compound. And this time you see it again here, Snake caught alone. No early trade possible, but Snare still able to find one late on the back of sight. But it doesn't matter. unKnights, they still grab the advantage. Alucard and HCZ just steamroll their way in. Slayer gonna spot one in the upper vent. It will take him down, but the trade, again, going to be favorable for unKnights. Dotson, he's been spotted on the back corner as well. HCZ just trying to lay into him, takes him down to about 30. But Alucard has been the clutch wizard for this team, and he's going to do it once again here to make this a huge lead for unKnights.
Oh yeah. Oh boy. I mean, 3BL just doesn't look ready. I mean, Horus and Snake were trying their very best to prevent this push from happening, but yeah, in the end it didn't work out, and I can't agree more with Alucard. Let's go, you know, it was so good. 7-3 right now, the overall score, and it looks so scary for 3BL right now, but hey, we really gotta give a shout out to unKnights. They're playing so well. I mean, the aggression was on point, and the trades, everyone is just doing the perfect job, it almost seems like. And looking at the overall KD, there's no one from, you know, unKnights, except of Alucard, of course, that is really like, you know, standing out. Everyone is just, you know, doing their job, and well, I'm really speechless about this unKnights right now.
Yeah, it looks like a completely different team we're seeing today, but I love the changes they've made, and it just goes to show you when you're kind of in that bottom four, it can kind of light a fire that can reignite your season if you're a team that's ready to rise up and make it happen. In an unKnights situation, it just seems like they're completely ready to take this season back into their hands. But for 3BL, it's also a really tough spot to be in, a potential to lose that big lead on the leaderboards they've created for themselves over the last couple of weeks, and could be a tough road ahead if this is the sign of what's to come, because they're just looking a little bit disjointed. And if unKnights can do it, you've got to think teams like LCK, Lazarus, GV are all kind of watching in the shadows, wondering if they can do it next to 3BL, and it can create that sort of uncertainty that can make the season really difficult moving forward for 3BL.
I'm glad you bring that up. I was just about to mention that if you're a LCK right now, you're just super happy to see 3BL lose at this point. But look at this. This just continues to be, and 3BL, they need to have an answer as soon as possible. But right now, it just doesn't work out their way. Snare just really trying to, you know, survive at this point. Horus also still trying to get Kiko here. He got him, it's so good. But now Alucard, the clutch master once again. No time, no C4, surely not, even though Alucard is the key player, but not this time around. I cannot see him win, but right now he's still trying to fight, and look at this HP. I mean, it's kind of possible, but in the end, 3BL finally securing a round is so important, you know? And just looking back at it, look at Peter just from behind, no one is even there to help him out, but without Snake, this round could have been gone, you know, sideways.
Yeah, a really dicey one there. unKnights, though, they should have had that all day long, but now 3BL, they're ready to answer back. Alucard, though, makes this one a little bit more equal, able to take down Snare after losing Kiko early on. This is where unKnights have to keep themselves tethered. They have this tendency when they start to feel really confident, that's when the mistakes come out. They get a little bit too overzealous, start over peaking, and they can't afford to let this one slip, because a 2-0 win here would probably be one of the biggest wins we've seen so far in this season for any team, because fun fact, 3BL hasn't lost a series 2-0 since 2023. So it would be a huge upset for anyone to do that to them, I think, in this season, especially with how good they have looked up until this point.
Absolutely. I mean, that's something that, you know, needed to be mentioned. And well, if you're LCK right now, I mean, you really like this outcome for now, at least, because, you know, knowing you have to, you know, play against Swamp next, and yeah, I mean, overall it just looks so good for LCK right now. And 3BL, I don't really expect them to, you know, to be in this situation right now. And I mean, obviously it's not over yet, but it's looking super scary for them. And as you can see, unKnights, they're just preparing to, you know, steamroll over towards B, and there's no one. There's absolutely no one but They kinda went to A, and this is not really ideal for them, but it might just work out anyway. What is happening to 3BL right now? I mean, this cannot happen. unKnights running into the stack, still winning this fight is absolutely not acceptable. Now Totson left alone in a 1 versus 3, and this is just falling apart for 3BL at the moment. But Totson, the last man standing, the bomb hasn't been planted yet. Now this round seems a little bit more winnable for him, and who else but Totson? And it feels like he has the right call here. It's a little bit difficult to, spot back here in this position, and kinda looking at the ground isn't the right call, but obviously, it's a 50-50 thing to happen, and wow, I'm just speechless about this round, Kyle.
Yeah, unKnights walk right into the stack. They win it anyways, and that has kind of been the story of unKnights in this match. It seems like they're up against a brick wall. It seems like they should be losing, but they're actually having a pretty good time with this team and how they're dealing with them. So for 3BL, it's a matter of moments before this map could be taken away from them. A big 0-2 could hurt their season drastically after being in #1 for so long. It's going to be a tough one here, 3-on-3, pretty even situation as the round continues forward. It is going to be Totson pushed up into that B connector, sneaking over to the pillars. He's going to be spotted out by Kiko early. They know exactly where he is. That is a huge pickoff. 3-on-2 now. There's an opening on the B bomb site. There is nobody there just yet. You can see Snake quickly trying to get into position. He's just a little bit late, but he still gets the first shot on to Kiko. 2-on-2, but the C4 is dropped, and this is where Alucard has to be a little bit careful on this angle, wants to take the fight, but Snake, he's just so good on these angles, but man, they're just toying with him over there. But what is this lurk gonna do? You can see Snare sneaking behind the enemy lines here, trying to set up that play, and unKnights, they're not really aware at all here, but HCZ just in time gets the kill for 1, but this is a huge moment for HCZ. He's got to find a way to get that match point on the table. The C4, it's a fake here. Is it gonna fake out Snare though? Not really. Snare actually gets the counter flash instead, but HCZ, he had the perfect lineup on that spray, and he did not connect a single bullet. Now he has to force the plant here. Snare going for the wide swing is still not going to be connected on, but HCZ is kind of struggling here to hit these shots. Snare, he's trying to dance his way in here, but the problem now is with this clock ticking down, there might just not be enough time.
Oh no. Yeah, it's a little bit of a dancing queen right now, I feel like, and Snare actually getting this round is so huge for 3BL, and I'm not sure, but obviously from our POV it was kind of weird that they didn't, instantly jump into the side, but they didn't know that there was a flank coming their way, and it's so unfortunate for unKnights. I mean, the round was looking so good for them, and all of a sudden 3BL is fighting their way back to the ladder here, and this is a good start. Snare, the first one to fall, and this hurts so much if you are 3BL right now.
It's a tough one, but the rounds still are starting to fall in favor of 3BL. There's 2 rounds that should have been the win for unKnights taken back for 3BL. Now it's only a 5-8, a little bit safer, but still not much room for error if you're 3BL in these rounds, especially not right now. When you're already down Snare on the round, it can feel like there isn't a lot of opportunity to win here. unKnights, if they just go for a full mid execute, it's going to be a tough one to hang on to. It's really only Snake holding on to that mid position, and he's going to be running into some bullets pretty soon here. As the smoke screen comes down, Horst no longer able to assist on this off angle unless he gets the full swing through, but Snake, what a great timing there, able to find the first. I'm not sure if he spotted HCC. He definitely does on that second peak. He's going to be able to fall off here, but it is still anyone's round for the taking. But what is this from Totson? He just sneaks in between everyone on unKnights, able to find 1, but the quick trade at least going to be there for HCZ.
Yeah, a little bit, weird, because Beck kind of saw him, I feel like, but, no one really else responded to that, and Beck all of a sudden is kind of low HP. I wonder what happened there, but unKnights in a difficult position to win this one. I mean, look at the HP. Everything is kind of bad for them right now. I mean, oh boy, I mean, Slayer is there and Horus is coming into the mix as well, and this is going to be quite tough, but for some reason, Beck is able to find Slayer, which is a huge kill. Now Horus has to hold on for Stair alive to help Snake here, but Snake is a little bit late to the party, but still is able to win the round in 3BL. The hype is slowly building up, and no, it's only 2 more rounds. You know, it's getting closer, Kyle.
Yeah, 3BL. The rounds are close, but they're winning them all. It's giving them a really good chance to fight back into this. But unKnights, all they need is that one mistake to get themselves into a winning position. But 3BL, they just go full aggression here in the B tunnels. Able to find 3 kills, no response from unKnights, and what looked like it should be a 2-0 on the table for unKnights is starting to look like 3BL may just pull this one back after all. They've already got themselves 3 rounds in a row, looking like a potential 4th here if they can hold on to it. And unKnights, if I'm this team right now, I'm using this time to almost be a tactical pause here because they are definitely making a lot of mistakes under the pressure.
Yeah, a lot of mistakes coming from unKnights here, and yeah, I totally agree with you. A tech pause right now would probably, save the day for unKnights, but I hope, as they're just lurking around, there's a little bit of conversation happening. It almost seems that way, but yeah, 3BL is also kind of just all over the place, not really defending any bomb sites here, but Horus kind of needs to, stop Pure from entering, but Snake finding HZ here is kind of the decider, I would almost say. I mean, yeah, the HP is low for Snake and Snare, but winning this one for Peter is so unlikely, I would say, because, 3BL is just so good when it comes to these late rounds, and there you have it. I mean, oh boy, 3BL actually climbing up the ladder again, and it's long overdue, but I think maybe we have a tag coming in. I mean, it's about time, and now please conversate. This conversation needs to happen right now.
Yeah, unKnights, perfect time to take a tag pause. You've lost 4 in a row. You had an 8-3 lead. It's now an 8-7 lead, and that is where 3BL looks scary because this is a very momentum-based team. You give them 4 rounds in a row, you've got to find a way to break that momentum quick because easily this team in the past has been able to come back from situations like this when they've got that fire lit beneath them, and 3BL knows how important splitting this series is if they can find a way to win this second map, because any points on the board today guarantees they stay in that number 1 spot. If they lose 2-0, they start to become at risk of maybe not being the number 1 seed going into playoffs later on in the season. And on top of that, they're going to be feeling a little bit more anxious against these other teams that could also do the same thing here that unKnights has been doing today against them. I'm not sure if it's a 3BL off day or maybe just unKnights playing a little bit above their usual, but it's been a really tough road for them to even get these rounds on the board. I mean, even looking at the first couple of rounds in this string of 4 they got, they were actually rounds that unKnights should have won. They just kind of choked out of the first couple, let them slip, and now 3BL is looking a little bit more one-sided on these rounds. But I feel like unKnights, if they can still use this pause time effectively, I'm still pretty confident that they can take this one in regulation, but it has to come with them winning this first round right out of the pause. Otherwise, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, looking at unKnights the entire time, they're just talking. This is exactly what needs to happen right here. And yeah, I hope they can kind of figure it out. I mean, they have done so much today. I mean, they have proven how good they are once again, right? And yeah, I mean, losing like that would kind of be a bummer, right? I mean, you weren't so well. Why just stop there? And I hope they can eventually figure it out. But on the other side, obviously, you have to give credits to 3BL, as you mentioned, once they have that momentum, they really know what to do with it. And so far, I mean, yeah, looking at 3BL, they're just running around a little bit, it seems. But yeah, they're just, if they continue to have this dominance and their momentum, I think, eventually they might be able to bring this one back.
Yeah, 3BL, It's the start of the comeback they were looking for, but now they've got to see if they can close it out. They still need 3 more rounds in a row if they want to win it in regulation. 2's enough to guarantee at least a tie. But if you're unKnights, you don't even want the opportunity of a tie here because they've had such a big lead for so long in this series. But Snare, he is ready to take this one all the way. Horus actually doesn't quite connect on the kill. He's going to be taken down. It's still a 2-on-3 situation favoring 3BL, but Beck has the off angle. That is massive. Now they know the B-bomb site is up for the taking. The tough part is they've got no C4 in hand to work with. It's Snare who has the C4 after all, and now they've got to find a way to reclaim it, and this is where Alucard might have to show up again to get the job done. He was able to do it on map number 1 to secure the 10-8 win for unKnights, but now more than ever, they need one of those big Alucard moments to fight their way through, because Beck, he's only got 10 HP and he's just kind of stuck here. Snake gonna take him down. Alucard knows where he is, but he doesn't know Snare's gonna be playing on the other side of that connector, and this is where that recovery on the C4 is gonna be a huge challenge for him. But if anyone could do it, it's probably Alucard in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone, it's probably gonna be Alucard, and can he be the saver once again? I mean, he has done it so many times already, and yeah, kind of tired of saying it, but it's gonna be a tough one for Alucard, and I mean, the timing also is a big factor, you know. Yeah, well, okay, he's just gonna grab the bomb and, you know, decide to go either side, and it's gonna be B here, and well, 3BL, a little bit, you know, happens, I guess, but this shouldn't happen. And now Alucard has a good position to win this round, Carl. I feel like this one was kind of stolen from 3BL, but it's still up to the taking. Alucard finds the first one, important frag, and now Snare needs to clutch this round for his team, and if they lose this one, this is going to be an absolute breaker for them. But Alucard still dancing around and taking so much damage, and Snare needs to find that kill, and this is the case. It was super close, way too close for comfort, but Kyle, he actually managed to save that round.
Yeah, that's huge for Snare to win. Alucard, he had the right idea, just could not connect on those final shots, and I thought for sure when it came down to the 1v1 that Alucard was actually going to win it there, but 3 HP is the difference in maybe now winning the map for 3BL. That's 5 in a row for 3BL. And unKnights, they have no response so far on this second half run from 3BL, and this is where all the work they've done could only be for a 1-1 split. But this is what I've said about 3BL all season long. This team doesn't lose series. This would be a huge upset for them to actually lose the series, and even when you think this team may be out of a map, they're definitely not. 5 in a row, all tied up here, and maybe in a chance to even win it after all, because they're on the GR side here, and under this type of pressure, I don't know about you, but I'd rather be on that GR side right now.
Oh, absolutely. I don't like the BL side on Compound. I always feel like it's a little bit harder on that side, and it probably is, but yeah, I feel much more confident on the GR side, especially with, you know, these positionings you can have there. And yeah, unKnights, I hope that's not the case for them, because, you know, there's 2 more rounds to go for them at least, and I hope this doesn't, you know, turn into an overtime, because, I mean, you don't want that to happen. I mean, either team is really up to the taking here, and whoever is going to win this round, I hope they're also going to win the next round, because if that turns into overtime, it's going to be a huge pressure situation for either team. But how is no one checking for Tots in here? I cannot believe my eyes at this point anymore. I'm speechless, Kyle. What just happened there? Petro trying to save the day with 2 of them, you know, 2 kills of him own, but oh no, this is all falling apart for unKnights right now, and I feel like Petro is not gonna be the clutch master this time around. And look at Slayer, he's so happy to get this one.
I would be too. That means 6 rounds in a row for 3BL. A huge comeback, and more importantly, keeping that dream alive of not having a 2-0 loss against them all year long, and it seems like they might just do it here. 2 kills already, make it a third 5-on-2 situation, 5-on-1 situation. Alucard, he's done a lot all day long, but it's not going to be enough here. A quad from Slayer, 7 rounds in a row, and 3BL still are yet to give up a series in 2023. What a way to pull it back, but it just shows you why this is in fact your #1 team, because I don't think any other team could have pulled that one off.
Nah, not in my, closest dreams I would have ever, expected that outcome, and I'm so surprised. I don't know how they did it. I mean, I don't know how no one really checked Totson in the last round there, but in the almost last round there. But yeah, however, I feel like this was a really tough one for unKnights. I mean, they fought so hard, and in the end, they even lose it. It's a really tough one to, to bring home.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit unfortunate, I'm sure, for unKnights, but at least as a high point for them, they can say they got a map in this series, which a lot of teams won't be able to say against 3BL in the regular season. So at the very least, it shows unKnights is still a team that can compete at the highest levels in this league. They definitely played well beyond their 6th place standing in this matchup. They looked like a strong front-runner contender throughout this. Problem was, when it came to getting those final 2 rounds, that is when 3BL cranked things up a notch, and unKnights just couldn't meet them at that extra pressure level that they like to create when their backs are against the wall. So for anyone watching against 3BL, just know when their backs are against the wall, it's a whole different team you're up against, because they're going to fight in tooth and nail to give themselves a chance back into a series, and that's what makes a championship caliber team.
Well, looking at those highlights right now, I mean, this really just proves your point. I mean, wow, what a match we had, right? This was really something we didn't see coming our way, but in the end, on paper, 3BL should be the team to win this one, and yeah, well, they did, but not in a fashion they would have liked. I feel like they really had to, use all of their power to win this one, and for me, it's just something that, might just bring unKnights a little bit more forward, because obviously, okay, they didn't win this one, but they should really be happy with themselves. I mean, they were contending 3BL pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like unKnights is going to be a much stronger team moving forward after a match like this. I hope they don't let the loss get into their heads at all, because they still played a fantastic game today. I feel like everybody on unKnights had their moment where they brought something to the table that was extremely valuable for this team to work with. Unfortunately, just not enough to cross that last threshold and secure themselves a 2-0, but a lot of that is thanks to the other side here. You can see it in the stats. Slayer, Snare, Totson all stepping up in the final moments of this map to make sure they could get this one done and ultimately keep themselves in a position where they will not lose a series. It just seems like no matter how close you get against this team, there is no way to find a 2-0 series against them, and this one kind of proves that full force for me. I mean, you can't knock these guys out completely, even when it feels like you're ready, you've got it, you've got an 8-4 lead, and you still just can't find those rounds to go your way. But the match MVP for this one going to be Snare, and rightfully so. I think the first map, he was lights out for his team. Some of the other guys having a difficult time, but in map 2, those final rounds that they were able to put together, he was one of those leading forces there.
Yeah, absolutely, and you kind of have to give it to Totson there. I mean, he had a hard time at first, but then when it comes to it, he's really he's really there for his team. So I'm glad he was kind of able to bring that one back. But guys, we are going to have a short break. Don't go anywhere for the next match.
As soon as you think you've spotted one, there's another right on top of you there, Stoxy.
When HDG is just doing what he's doing.
Has to get at least one. Good for one, good for two. Green's good for three.
But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HDG!
All right, we are back and halfway through our day, but we're on to a really interesting one, I think, here. It's going to be Lazarus and GV, the EU powerhouses going head-to-head here. And honestly, I think we're in for a great match, Pendoxin, because as of late, both of these teams have actually looked pretty good.
Oh yeah, especially Lazarus, right? I mean, they were tying against LCK, which was so insane to me at the time, right? So even though it was a 13-12 game on Compound yesterday, I feel like it was so insane to see that Lazarus is able to take on LCK. And looking at the standings here, I mean, it speaks for itself, right? I mean, look at where Lazarus is and where LCK is. So it's going to be probably the most interesting match we're going to have today, because, next match, Swamp and LCK, well, we'll see. But yeah, this one is definitely, something I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, in my mind, this is probably a 1-1, I think. It could end up being a 2-0 for one of these teams, but just given their history, I feel like I'm expecting a really back and forth game here, because I don't think either one of these teams, I would say, has been super consistent this season, but at their peak, they both look really, really strong. And as we take a look at the rosters here, I think a lot of Lazarus just comes down to some of the roster moves they've made over the last couple of seasons. You've seen players filter in and out, and I actually was concerned with 40 being gone that the team might look worse this season for Lazarus, but it's actually been a really positive change. And of course, everyone was excited to see Seven return to GV this season, and you can see the difference with Seven on this team. It does take them up to a new level again.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of people would disagree with you, but I absolutely agree with you. I mean, Seven coming back into this roster is probably the best thing that could have happened, but today I'm pretty interested in if Jin is going to play again, but it seems like NLS is going to jump in once again, and I'm really looking forward for this guy. I mean, NLS, you remember him. He was, one of the best players back in the day, but looking at the maps, yep, Compound and Ankara is, well, not something I wouldn't predict, but yeah, Ankara is always nice to see, another Compound as well, and I'm not sure who is going to be better on each map, but, we will see.
Yeah, I think these are pretty even maps. I would say Compound, I'd probably lean in favor of GV. Ankara maybe slightly in favor of Lazarus, just because HDZ is really good on Ankara. I think he's kind of that difference maker in my mind on the second map. But on the first, I just like strategically how GV plays on Compound, especially on their GR side. I feel like they're one of the teams that really understands how to properly be aggressive on GR Compound. And I've actually seen over the seasons a lot of teams kind of steal from their strat book on this map, because there was a period of time where GV was kind of the best team on GR on this map and couldn't really be beat on it, but now they're kind of a middle ground team, but it's because a lot of teams took from their playbook.
Oh yeah, I have seen a lot of that, and when it comes to the West season, the West region, they're always kind of copying each other, which is a good thing, but we can already see, like you mentioned, a very aggressive playstyle coming out from GV, and you really love to see it. I mean, obviously Lazarus is going to be aware of it, but this is something we don't see all day, and I wonder how this one will turn out. And look at this, Creeds, the first one to kill Loons, and this is a great start for for GV, and Creeds backing off there gives the wrong information to Lazarus, and look at this, the trades come through. This is such a big start for GV though.
Yeah, 4-on-2 situation now. HDZ and Jin looking for whatever they can find out of this one, because right now has not been the best of situations for them. Still trying to carve that path back into the round. HDZ, definitely a strong player in these clutch situations, but with the C4 down on top of Awesome, there's not a whole lot they can do to get it back easily. It's also Creed's on the support as well. You've got FaZe holding on to that long angle that Jin's trying to sneak up on, and yeah, I just don't see any clean path to victory here in the round. HDZ able to trade one out. HDZ, a nice second shot as well, provides an opportunity, a 2v4 down to a 1-on-2, but FaZe patiently waits for the rotation of 7 instead of trying to go for the solo fight. I really like this play call. Now they're going to take the fight together, and 7 thankfully there to save the day, but HDZ made that one pretty close.
Oh yeah. Way too close, but HTZ, really gotta give it to him. 3 kills all by himself, a really convincing start from him, and as you can see, he's not done yet. Winning the sniper battle against FaZe is a good start as well. And yeah, Lazarus, you mentioned it early on, HDZ, a really important player in this lineup, and wow, I mean, this is a start for him, and GV, you know, if they're not careful, HTZ is gonna pick them one by one all over the place, and also, this round, you can tell GV is playing much more reserved. You know, the early aggression from GV is always nice to see, always something you probably don't expect, but this time around, playing more reserved is definitely the right take, and Lazarus just toying around with some utility at the moment. I wonder what their plan is, and it seems like they're going to have a little bit of a peek towards Along here.
Yeah, they've got the advantage. FaZe is out of the picture. A nice little nade onto Awesome as well. Only going to do about 9 damage, but they're getting this map control that they were looking for. That second nade doing a lot more damage. Awesome still kind of stuck here underneath the mid tower, and Lazarus starting to make their move slowly towards this A bomb site. You can see Manus creeping up on A long, but Awesome sneaks out into mid, able to find a free kill and back off with 1 HP, barely getting out of that one alive. But he's found at least a way to equalize for the moment, but they don't really have that big of an advantage in this round. The bomb starting to collapse its way towards the A bomb site, but GV, they've got this red perfectly, a nice stack there, but the stack's not going to matter for too long if they can't hang on to it. Creeds goes down without a kill as well. Vise just steamrolls his way into the bomb site, and now 7's all alone.
Yeah, surely not 7. I don't see him, you know, winning this round here, and you really gotta give it to Lazarus once again. I mean, Vice with a quick double kill there is so important, and you know, GV, if they're not too careful, again, they're taking this one by one. And actually, I just noticed Jin is back into the play here, so it wasn't NLS after all. But yeah, Jin into this play. You know, I also like to see him. Obviously, a good player, and so far it's a head-to-head.
Yeah, quick 1-1 to start it out, but at the same time, with it being a GR-sided map, GV, they've got to get that early advantage on their side. If they give Lazarus the first half, you'd have to think they've got a pretty good chance on that GR side. As we saw in our previous matchup, the GR side doing wonders for 3BL in the last match to close it out. So for Lazarus here, if they can go toe-to-toe, keep it even going into the second half, it's a really good position for them to be in. GV, though, a team that knows how to grab an early lead and run with it. It's going to be 7 on the alongside FaZe this time around, but Creeds, ooh, he's going to get caught there. Loon's a good reaction to take him down, and it's going to be a nice find for the side of Lazarus, again getting that opening pick advantage.
Yeah, good one to start. Loons getting Creeds here is a big start for them, and this is what I mentioned earlier, right? I mean, it wasn't HDZ this time around, but still, if GV continues to give Lazarus these, you know, 1v1s, for some reason, Lazarus is actually, you know, much better at the moment, at least when it comes to these 1v1s. And look at GV, fully posted. I mean, they're not moving a single muscle right now. They don't want to give away anything. And, you know, it's about time they realize that. And just careful there, FaZe. I mean, yeah, you want this, but you need to be careful. And again, GV fully defensive right now, which probably is the better tag to do here, but Lazarus they're going to take advantage of that soon enough. I mean, you can tell two players are really close on a long, the rest just shortly coming in, and if the timing is correct, they will have a good chance to take the bombs at A here, and you can tell Snox doesn't even have a chance against Madison here. No, Awesome needs to respond sooner but enough, but Vice and Madison continue the rage, and now again 7 left alone in the mix, and this time around it's a 1 versus 5 situation. Surely not an HTZ will finish him off.
Yeah, Lazarus looking really good these last couple of rounds. 2-1 lead now on the BL side, and this is where GV have to try and get it together quickly. Otherwise, Lazarus can start stacking rounds on the BL side of this map, and that is not an easy place to recover from. You can see GV going back to their opening round strat here, putting 3 forward in the B tunnels, sliding 7 and Snox here into the B connector early on. 7 crosses to the corner box as well. It's a good position to hold on to, but if Lazarus is keen to it, they still might check it in this position. You can see Madison and Vise kind of holding on to it here, but 7 able to find one early on. He'll get out of there as well with his life, and that's a nice little opening pick setup from GV.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and this is a classic here actually. You know, it's super classic for GV to do these type of things, and well, FaZe, you know, makes it even better. Picking up Vice there is a huge thing to start, and Lazarus now up to the plate here. They really need to, you know, get something. They should really try to, you know, play a little bit more aggressive, take some more risks here, so they can maybe turn around this round here. But yeah, again, a good play by GV here. You can tell here the replay. Good shot by FaZe, and yeah, the aggression really just worked out for GV. I mean, they can do it once or twice, but eventually Lazarus, they're going to be aware of it, and I hope GV is aware of it too. And yeah, just everyone is just posted up waiting for the opportunity. No one really wants to take a big risk here, but Lazarus a little bit close towards mid here, and I wonder when they are going to make their move. I mean, everything is smoked off in their favor, but yeah, they're just taking that sweet time here, and there we go, finally moving, and look at this, Snox getting HTZ early on, but Jin so sharp for this AK, good for 2, makes things possible for them right now, but as I mentioned at FaZe, will get him, and now Loon's left alone in a 1 versus 3 Kyle, and I don't know about you, but I don't feel like Loon's is gonna win this one, and yeah, Awesome. Proving me absolutely right, killing his old IGL must feel a little bit weird, but yeah, GV is surely happy about this one.
Yeah, a really good response, keeping things close. And now they're going to go ahead and get aggressive in mid as well. A nice little smoke screen flash combo gets them full control over the backside of mid. And now Lazarus has to go for a fight if they want any sort of forward control on this map. You can see there's really no safety to work with. They've got to take this fight. Looks like they're leaning towards putting that pressure onto both Creeds and Awesome on these off angles in mid, but they've got Jin as well trying to work something over here towards A long. He's actually going to get hit through the box for 80 HP by Snox there, right there on the other side. And Lazarus, they're kind of just turtled up here. There isn't really anywhere to go, and GV, they're just going to go ahead and push the BL spawn. At this point, they're not going to waste any time going for these kills. It's going to be Creeds, good for a triple, in hand, and Awesome gets the job done, and that's just the GV experience on that GR side, fearlessly pushing for control.
Absolutely, and a lot of aggression coming from GV here, which I love to see. I mean, it kind of shows their dominance, but Lazarus, I'm pretty sure they have something in store to just respond to that. And right now, they keep playing a little bit reserved, which I think is maybe not the right thing to do here. I mean, they're getting some control towards Belong here, but if they're not careful, 7 is gonna spot them, and getting that information is huge. It's still early in the round, but yeah, Lazarus, they need to find a way to respond to GV, because right now it looks like GV has a slightly upper hand when it comes to the fights here. And much earlier I was saying Lazarus was winning these 1v1s, but right now GV found the way to turn these things around, and the triple stack towards Belong from GV is interesting, but right now it's not really working out their way. As you can see, everyone from Lazarus is just kind of posted up towards a long and mid.
Yeah, GV starting to rotate across the map now. You can see Awesome sliding over towards the A bomb site. Creed's moving to a slightly more helpful position for if a mid push comes through. Lazarus pretty spread out, but leaning slightly towards the A bomb site. Jin and Menacin here trying to put pressure on A long. Not really going to work out though. FaZe gets the quick kill on the Menacin. Jin not really in a position where he's able to trade that one out. And with the C4 down, it is going to be slowly scooped up as we see Lazarus shifting towards that B bomb site. They've still got 7 on the opposite side here, holding that forward angle on the B tunnels for GV. And the problem with Lazarus in this match is they're running down this clock a little bit too close for comfort. Even with the pick on to 7, they've got to move fast here. They've only got 30 seconds or less to plant this bomb, and there is still no sight control in their hands. HDZ able to find one, but Creed's and Awesome are going to try and catch them off guard. FaZe going to be good for the late trade. 18 seconds, though. They've got to get this bomb planted in the next 10 seconds, and they're going to find the time to do it. Creed's now in a 1-on-2, the plant going to be forced down here from Lazarus, but they still actually haven't even planted it yet, so it's going to be up to HDZ to hold the line. He's going to do just that, so even running it down to the wire, they still get it done.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a little bit shaky on the side of Lazarus, but eventually they, like I said, they got it done. But I kind of was expecting, FaZe to wait for help, but he chose to fight, and this was totally the wrong decision by him. Maybe it was no other way, but yeah, Lazarus taking this one a little bit shaky, but overall putting the numbers back to equal. And again, we see a very aggressive GV early on, which, kind of worked out for them. Maybe not. FaZe going down is not a fair trade, I would say, but it's an interesting one for sure. And right now you can see, again, Lazarus is always playing really, really slow in the beginning. Like you mentioned, they're letting that clock run down way too much, in my opinion. But maybe they have a different plan. Maybe they just want, GV to be more aggressive so they can, can give them those fights they really want. But yeah, I'm not sure if this is going to work out for them in the long run. But for now, it's at least keeping them at the head-to-head.
Yeah, for Lazarus here, they really need to find at least one more round before the half is over to feel like they've got that comfort going into the second. A lot of utility stacks coming down, though, in mid. Creed's right there on the other side of it. He's just going to turn around and reset behind the smoke. I like the play call here, not trying to get too anxious on the fights. Instead, putting that extra pressure onto Lazarus, because they know when the clock runs super close down to the wire, it can cause the BL side to make those extra mistakes that GV might need to win this round. And with only 30 seconds already to get that C4 down, they've got to get moving pretty quickly, and it's going to be a stack they're walking to as well. There's 3 players for GV already on this side of the map.
7 with a huge clutch potential, and look at this, the complete shutdown of Lazarus. Wow, what a fashion by 7 and Creeds, and HTZ is the last one to follow. And this one was huge by GV, and it really fell. Lazarus, they weren't ready for this one. I mean, Vice, he had the right call, but he wasn't really able to find 7 there. And Lazarus, this was kind of a bummer. And looking at the score, I mean, Loons is having a hard time right now, 1-5. I mean, obviously he's the IGL, he's giving the shots. He doesn't really need to perform all the way, but this one surely isn't enough for him. And looking at the other side, everyone from GV is really at least doing, their job, I guess. And yeah, I'm not sure what Lazarus needs to do to, to kind of turn this thing around back to their favor, but I feel like playing the same over and over again kind of doesn't work out. But again, maybe they have something else in mind that we are not aware of. And you can see, there's a little gap towards mid from GV, just leaving that open. I think it's, FaZe covering the gap, but, if they just smoke off a main, they have a good chance to find the opener there.
Yeah, for Lazarus, It's all about how they take the map control. Unfortunately, they might be walking into a little bit of a trap here. With Snox and Awesome on the off angle. The double kill for Snox to kick off the round. A huge way to get it started for GV, and now for Lazarus, it's kind of backs against the wall for the remainder of this one. They really need to find an opening, but the problem is the way they run down the clock is not going to work in a 3-on-5 situation with no numbers advantage. They've got a little bit of time to play with, but they've got to move faster to get this round opened up. But look at this play from Awesome. Sneaks out into mid, able to find one before getting traded down there by Vise. But at this point, the 2v4, 40 seconds on the clock, it is not looking too good for Lazarus.
Oh, not at all. And I'm pretty sure Loons is not happy about that one. I mean, obviously, you know, Awesome was kind of hidden, but those mistakes cannot happen. I mean, losing a player like that is basically free. I mean, yeah, they were quick with the, you know, trade, but oh boy, yeah, this round is falling apart for Lazarus. And again, I feel like they need to find a different pace, because if they continue to play like that, I don't know. I feel like GV is, you know, staying pretty comfortable right now. They know exactly how they're playing. You can see it in the player cam there. I think FaZe was really happy about that one, and yeah, I don't know. Maybe, you know, Lazarus has something else in mind, but hopefully they have it shortly.
Yeah, right now, Lazarus, they really need this final round of the half. Otherwise, it's going to be a tough road to recovery going into the GR for themselves. But a lot of that has to do with some of the firepower difference here. You've got a well-rounded team coming out from GV today. Loons and Madison, though, pretty quiet on the Lazarus side of things. HDZ's trying to pick up the pace a little bit extra to counteract that, but it just hasn't been quite enough to get what they've needed out of the situation. And again, we also see Lazarus not really taking map control against GV, but GV, they've got full control over pillars. FaZe able to find that opening frag as well, takes half off of HDZ on the fall off. And this is where Lazarus has been at so much of a disadvantage. Not only are they playing very slow, they're not really winning any fights for the early map control. GV, though, going to get called out for having a few too many players stacked towards this B bomb site. Lazarus setting up for a mid to A potentially to execute out of. But GV, look at the intuition here. They've already rotated 3 players onto the A bomb site so quickly that Lazarus, they're going to have no idea. They're already walking into a completely different setup.
Oh yeah, I mean, Loons is going to be the one, you know, that dies to FaZe again. I think when it comes to the mental game, I think Loons has, you know, a hard time right now. But yeah, like you mentioned, I mean, GV is just able to, you know, make a full rotation without Lazarus even, you know, having made any step forward. So right now, I mean, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but yeah, Lazarus playing very slow and reserved. I mean, GV knows exactly where they are. I mean, this is just slowly but surely falling apart once again. But look at Awesome. They're trying to find the initial threat, but Snox and Creeds, and well, Creed's good for it too, trying to, you know, make things happen here. And again, it's just too slow. I feel like Lazarus, they really can win this, but they haven't even tried to make something like, you know, very interesting. Like, they just play way too slow, and if they, you know, try to make a fast move, maybe it works out for them. But now it's, you know, side swap. Maybe they have something in mind that we're not aware of. But GV, if they continue to be that dominant, as we can see FaZe is already starting to do, this is going to be a very tough weekend for Lazarus.
Yeah, GV just looking like the stronger team overall so far. Into the second half, already a 5-on-4 in the opening round, and it looks like they are going to be slowly working their way in towards a mid-execution. There's really only one player holding it off from each side, so they should have a pretty good chance to execute here if they can set up for the trade. You can also see the lurk of 7 over in towards the B bomb site, so it is going to be a split on towards B. They're setting up for it's only Jin as the B anchor right now, just playing from that tunnel entrance. He's going to go ahead and fall off back closer to site, but GV, they've got everyone kind of spread thin on the defense, so as long as the trades are there, they're set up pretty nicely.
Well, GV coming up with the B split coming our way, and yeah, Jin caught off guard by 7 here. The timing just wasn't right, and Vice, I don't know. This Vice, you know, the floor's not lava. You need to pull out this AK and, you know, shoot the enemy. And right now it feels like it's a little bit weird from Lazarus' side. I mean, Madison, yes, finally stepping up to the plate, getting awesome. Here's a big kill, but the bomb has been planted and they know exactly where Face is. But the problem with this position is, you know, it's so hard to kill him from there, even though you know exactly where he is. And well, it might eventually not even matter as Face just, you know, is left out of the mix, but Madison is still not done with Face. Face takes advantage over it, and yeah, this is just falling apart again. I feel like this was a, you know, a fine approach by Lazarus, but those frags, you know, one by one all the time, it's so weird to see. And yeah, I don't know about this one, Kyle.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see a pause coming out, assuming it's probably from Lazarus here, but it's because nothing's seeming to work for them on this map. I thought with the way it started, it was 3-3 at one point. I thought it was going to be a close one for this first map, but now GV, they're just kind of pulling ahead, looking like the stronger team. Anytime they're taking a fight now, it's looking a lot more one-sided, and this is where Lazarus really needs to find a way to rethink their approach during this pause. There's not a whole lot of trades being set up. The shots aren't looking equal on both sides in this one, and it just feels like GV's the elevated team right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can clearly see it by the result. I mean, I don't even want to push GV too much, but Lazarus just doesn't give me anything to work with, you know? I mean, Loons, I'm not sure what his KD was in the end. I mean, he's really having a hard time today, but yeah, if this continues to be the way, I mean, Loons is the IGL, right? So if he is kind of mentally broken to, you know, this KD, I feel like the rest of the team isn't really gonna be, you know, much better than him. So yeah, this one is clearly a GV map for now, but yeah, you know, maybe they have something in store.
Yeah, I think it might have to be a bounce back on map 2 type of situation. The way things have been playing out so far, I'd be hard pressed to see them getting all the way back into it on this, but we've seen crazier things and crazier comebacks already today on this map, so it's not to say it's impossible. 3BL showed us earlier today anything's possible on the GR side of Compound with a 6-in-a-row round score to win it back in their match, so maybe there is some hope after all for Lazarus, but they're going to have to crank up the heat quickly because GV, you can see it over there, not really even sweating, just having a good time with this one. They know they're in the driver's seat here, and they haven't had to overexert themselves to get to this point. And if you're GV, it's almost a bit of a relief to know you haven't had to go through this tumultuous match to get to this point. They're just doing what they need to, and it's working quite well.
Oh yeah, and you can tell by the faces. I mean, like I said, they're having a good time right now. They're just, you know, chilling, enjoying the match so far. It's everything is somewhat working out for them, and it would be kind of interesting to see Lazarus eventually because, you know, obviously they're having a lot of issues right now. They're having I'm very excited to, you know, see something else from Lazarus.
Yeah, the pressure on to Lazarus as we hop back into it, 7-3. GV looking for a huge round score in this first map. If they can keep up the momentum, 4 rounds in a row have gone their way, and they're already looking for more here in the second half. And a lot of it's really been a team effort too, not really one individual leading that charge for GV. Everybody really just making it difficult across the board for Lazarus to get anything done. Meanwhile, on the other side, I feel like HDZ, he's had a pretty good time so far for Lazarus, but outside of that, the entry fragging has been a little bit of a lackluster approach on the LZR side. But for GV, they want to keep that momentum train rolling, even coming out of the pause. And if they can put an 8th up here coming out of that tack pause from Lazarus, they're going to be feeling really good about their chances to close this out.
Well, for now, it feels like Lazarus doesn't really think outside of their box. I mean, as you can see, look at the map. No one's really doing anything that kind of surprises me. And look at GV. GV's just rolling right now. They're just finding those entries. Finally, something from Vice with 2 good headshots through the smoke. I mean, this is exactly what we were somewhat expecting. And yes, finally, Lazarus finding those frags, making it so much harder for GV right now. I mean, yes, they were just holding their positions, but if it works out for them, it's a good start. And again, this is just absolutely working out for them for now. And yeah, it's really not. This time around, we see a Lazarus round, Kyle.
Yeah, great way to respond coming out of the pause. Buys nice headshots through the smoke, and then you had Madison with a really good early flank in the round, and ultimately, you can tell the pause paid off here. They came in with a little bit of a different approach here. They weren't afraid to activate on that A long control play from Madison, but problem now is GV, a really good team at adapting to these situations. So Lazarus, if they keep doing the same thing, GV, they're going to be ready for that, and the utility should follow behind it. And this is where GV is going to go for an aggressive round just to test what Lazarus is going to do here. A fast mid to B play, but again, Rise holds the line for 2, gets a triple kill out of it, and Loons swings in to get the job done. And this is Lazarus really stepping up now, coming out of the pause 2 rounds in a row.
Oh yeah. I mean, I saw a little smile on, you know, Vice's face, so that's a good thing. You know, finally getting some happy faces here. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, GV trying the same thing again. I mean, yes, I see why they do it, but you know, if it doesn't work the first time, yeah, try it maybe one more time. But now they should really, you know, adapt, find another way to, you know, enter any side they want. And yeah, for now, I mean, Lazarus, after the pause, we see a bigger change. I mean, 2 rounds back to back, really convincingly. I mean, this wasn't even close for GV.
Yeah, things are looking good for them now on the GR, and that's kind of the GR difference on this map. It gives you that luxury of playing a little bit safer, which is what Lazarus tend to do. Creeds, though, going to get swung on 2v1, almost gets that kill onto Loons, but he's taken down to half and knows Madison might get the kill if he doesn't back off. So some good damage exchanged both ways. But a lot more work left to be done for GV. Now that the momentum has been lost, they've got to show that they can break back into it on the BL side. C4 still kind of just hanging out over in that A long position, but it looks like GV are going to go ahead and do the same thing that Lazarus was kind of doing in the first half, and that scares me a little bit because it didn't work too well for Lazarus on this side.
Well, we are about to witness if that works out for Lazarus, and for now, Loons, the first one to fall, isn't really a good thing to start with, but Vice backing off is the absolute right decision here, not giving up another player, but I think GV doesn't really know what to do yet. They're just waiting for any response here, and as you can see, 2 players approaching towards A long, and I feel like this is going to be an A split eventually, but the timer is ticking. I mean, 25 seconds on the board. Madison now with a big kill here. This is going to be enough, is the question. Now Vice left alone, not aware of Awesome behind him eventually. I mean, Awesome is yeah, a much better approach this time around from GV, putting the number now closer to the end here. And Lazarus, they have found 2 good rounds back to back, and now hopefully it's not going back to the old woods.
Yeah, tough one there. It looked like they were going to have the advantage on the round, but GV just doing a really good job with the entries, and that's where a player like Snox is so valuable. He loves to get up close and aggressive, and he's really good at winning those fights. And Lazarus, they're going to have to be ready to deal with a player like that if they want to win this map back, because right now, GV, they are very close to sealing the deal on a map number 1 for themselves. Lazarus, they've got that chance to run it all the way back up here with some solid defense. But the problem with Lazarus here is they don't like to be as assertive as GV was on the GR, and it allows that Blacklist team to get more map control, to get those early openings, because you can see here, look at where GV is right now. Lazarus, there was very few rounds they were able to start off this close to an execution.
Well, another slow round now from GV is, you know, it's a good change from them. It's gonna be interesting to see what Madison is going to be able to do from the spot, but for now there's nothing to see. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised that we don't see like good setups from Lazarus so far. I mean, no, we haven't seen like a BC setup, we haven't seen a mid setup. It's just like, yeah, let's hold the sides, let's, play the absolute standard. And this is surely nothing I'm like used to from Lazarus, but GV now, again, I feel like it's going to be another highway push, and Vice, yes, hold it twice in a row, but can he do it a third time though? HDZ finding those important frags for the team, but Vice kind of struggling here. Can he find FaZe though? It's a little bit cheeky, but eventually someone has to fall, and it's going to be FaZe with a good kill from Vice.
Yeah, the mid pushes are not working out too well for GV, losing 3 out of the last 4. They might have to change things up here. Lazarus, even though they're not playing aggressive on the GR side, they're still making it work for themselves. So I do like the trade setups. We're seeing a lot of utility pressure as well, being perfectly timed. And this is where you're going to see someone like Awesome trying to get a little bit more proactive to find the early kill, pushing already up into mid. The smoke going to make it a little bit more challenging to break through, but at the same time, they're so far forward compared to what we saw from Lazarus on their BL side. Awesome already having control of upper mid. The rest of GV starting to funnel in behind him, but the smokes are going to make it so difficult here. Madison going to be good for 1. Awesome at least able to open things up towards the B side of the map, taking down Vise on that B smoke. So now they're going to try and sneak their way into the B bomb site. You can see Awesome here already on the back of site. Jin's a little bit too far forward as well. Basically has to play it for the retake now.
Yeah, retaking it is, and oh boy, this is going to be a tough one for Lazarus, it almost feels like, because, I mean, the numbers are equal, but retaking, the side is so difficult, but we have seen it today already, so who says it's impossible? I mean, Jin opening up on Creeds there is so huge. I mean, he's 1 HP, but all up to him now. I mean, he's in the back, he needs to open things up, and the rest of the team needs to jump in at the same moment here, and let's go. I mean, time is ticking. They need to make a move eventually, but look at this GV already getting 2 kills all by themselves, and oh no, this is all falling apart for Lazarus right now. I mean, HDZ good for 2. Can you find the last? I mean, it's not possible. The timer is ticking. He needs to find FaZe, but FaZe will be the one winning this fight. It was so close for Lazarus. You gotta give him that.
Yeah, it was a solid attempt on the retake, but unfortunately, in Lazarus fashion, they just took a little bit too long, and by the time they were pushed in, they just didn't have time to clear out every single player on that bomb side. And now GV, they're on match point. They've got 3 chances to win this one before overtime is an issue, and with how they've been playing, it seems likely they might be able to find this one in regulation. The C4, though, going to be dropped in spawn. Somebody going to go back for it potentially here for GV, but it's going to be also Creeds and Snox working for mid control here. You can see them throwing a nice little smoke screen early on, as we do see 7 going back to scoop up the C4 and work his way back into mid as well. So GV playing a little bit more reserved this time around, but it's a good opportunity to try and catch these players off guard, because Lazarus, when you're on a potential match loss situation here like this, that 9th round, you start to play a little bit antsy, but this time it's going to work out for them. HDZ peaks a little bit early into mid, able to find Snox, but FaZe looking for the aggressive play to answer back. Creed's looking for one of his own as well on to Madison, who's kind of just stuck here on this A-long position, but it's actually Madison who wins the fight. But FaZe takes control of mid, taking down Vise on the backside of that hold, and now they've got control over the GR spawn, and this is where things can get a little bit interesting. However, 7, he's still kind of stuck on an island here over towards A-long. FaZe not able to get anything done. Awesome struggling with that spray as well. A bit unfortunate there, leaving 7 alone.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Loon's good for 2 is absolutely what they're looking for, and just take a look at the, KD from GV. I mean, everyone is not really performing there. I only see like Awesome, maybe FaZe as well, but yeah, you can see it on 7's face there. This is not how they wanted this round to, turn out, and right now Lazarus is so strong. I mean, they lost the last round, but this one was so convincingly better. I mean, look at the HTZ 9-2. He's absolutely carrying his team right now. And if this continues to be the case, I see Lazarus maybe potentially making this an overtime situation. But if Lazarus isn't really finding those opener kills like last round, for example, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, that's the tough part for Lazarus here. All it takes is one mistake, and the map's gone. But for GV, 2 mistakes of their own could cost them in an overtime situation, especially with how strong this team looked at one point. It looked like they were unstoppable on this map, but now Lazarus, they've fought into a pretty close position. They still need 2 more to get themselves there. GV going for the quick execute smokes in mid. Setting up for the A pinch, it's going to be FaZe working his way up long. It's 5 AKs on the table as well. I like the slight change up coming out of GV. Madison and Loons, they are more prepared on the other side of it. Snox and 7 in a 2 versus 5, looking to try and find the redemption arc for GV. It's not seeming too likely. 7 able to find himself 2, though, to make this one a 1-on-2 situation. He's down to half HP, but he needs a massive clutch here to pull this one off.
Yeah, tough one surely for 7, but you know, Madison 7 and 3, a little bit unusual from him, I would almost say, but you know, the time is right. I mean, this is the absolute time for him to step it up for his team, and Madison and Vice in this clutch situation, I mean, it's a little bit hard, but against 7, he's already half HP. I think this one should be an easy one for them, and yeah, dual peek here, leaving him no chance. And oh boy, Kyle, we are getting into a almost tie or die situation right now. And I feel like this is, if this isn't a classic move for GV, I don't know what is.
Yeah, a really tough one to be in now. GV, they looked like they were in control for most of this map, but right now has not been the case. Creed's struggling on the BL side, 1 and 7 for him. Not something we're used to seeing, but Madison, he's going to go down early. The nade from HDZ, though, doing a lot. But is it enough to get him another kill? He's going to work his way to try and get out of here. That flash is huge, but Snox, the hop, not good enough. I'm surprised Awesome didn't go alongside him to secure the trade. Now it's just a free kill for Lazarus, and they've got the numbers advantage to work with. So overtime looking very likely here for Lazarus if they can just hang on to the numbers. Awesome trying to sneak his way back towards this A bomb site, but GV already looking a little bit sloppy in this round.
Kind of interesting, you know, in the first half we saw I think it was Loons with like 1 and 8, and now in the second half we see Creeds with 1 and 8, which is, I would say, a little bit untypical for him. But surely, I mean, if he would have, you know, stepped it up a little bit more in the second half, we wouldn't be in the situation right now. But it is what it is in the end of the day. GV now with their backs to the wall, I feel like this is going to be a very tough one. I mean, the timer is already, you know, very low, and I'm not sure where they want to go with this. I mean, Lazarus, they have a good setup, you know, they have a very good retake towards A, but I'm not sure what GV is going to do with this one. I mean, this is just super hard for them, though.
Yeah, FaZe trying to find that opening pick, working his way into mid, has to be careful. Vise is on the other side of the door here. Oh, FaZe so close on that shot, but Awesome right there for the follow-up. But he is so low on HP that Jin might have an opportunity to take them all out here. He's going to be good for 2, but FaZe in the clutch. 1 versus 3, 20 seconds on the clock. C4 in hand, but as soon as he goes for the plan, I thought they were going to peek him, but that is extremely strong patience from Lazarus. The counter flash comes down. Now all that is left is to hit the shots, but what is that first shot? The 1v1, the map on the line here, but HDZ is going to take it one step further into overtime.
Oh, no way. I couldn't believe my eyes. I mean, what a shot from FaZe, but Lazarus and Jin, man, those 2 kills, so important, and what a fashion to bring it back. I mean, yeah, again, it wouldn't be GV if they just don't, you know, choke. So, yeah, no more smiles on their faces. I mean, yeah, it's a tough one for them. But, yeah, if you're Lazarus right now, you should be, you know, very happy.
Yeah, they brought it back, took it into overtime. Still anybody's game for the taking, though. GV could try and change things up here in overtime to get themselves back into a winning position. But Lazarus definitely has the momentum on their side right now after a really good string of rounds to bring this one all the way into overtime. But man, we've seen so many teams just today even let it slip on that BL side of Compound. Really tough one to try and close it out on. But for GV, it's going to be a tough one going into overtime. They're going to be switching sides here as well. So it will mean Lazarus back on the BL side, where they did struggle quite a bit to start off this map. So I'm really wondering what Lazarus might do differently now on their BL overtime.
Yeah, now we are getting to see some Lazarus faces. I mean, it's been a while. Yeah, getting some fresh drinks, that's a good thing to do, you know, always stay hydrated, it's important. But yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure what to think about this one. I mean, coming into overtime, I feel like it's gonna be a lot of back and forth, because obviously Lazarus right now has the momentum, and GV is, you know, most likely going to feel pretty devastated about this one, because, you know, they were absolutely able to win it, and they kind of just didn't win. So yeah, it is what it is in the end of the day. Again, it's a tough one for GV, but they have been in those situations, you know, millions of times. So I expect him to be, you know, pretty calm about this one. But not to forget Lazarus. You know, I feel like they are going to be very confident coming into this one.
Well, it's all on the table now. Complete reset going into overtime. GV giving up a pretty large lead to get us to this point, but now Lazarus, this is their chance to fight back in overtime and show us what they've got to maybe win back this first map after all. For GV, though, they're back on the more comfortable side here. See if they can get themselves back into the lead. They've held the lead for pretty much the entire map so far, and at one point they had a 4-round lead over Lazarus, so for them to already be facing this tie, a bit of a difficult position, but if they don't let it bother them too much, they might have a chance here. GV, though, it's going to be Creeds. What is that? A huge triple kill. HTZ is just kind of stuck in that tower, wondering what just happened to his team, but Loons, thankfully, they're at least put a stop to the madness. HTZ as well, turning things around. The 2v5 quickly turns into a 2-on-3, and this is where GV need to make sure they keep their composure, because one more evens the things up perfectly for HTZ and Loons, and that's what they're looking for, these 1v1 situations that GV might give them when they've got the numbers advantage.
Well, it seems like Creeds is not going to have another 1-8 KD so far, so yeah, surely good opener for him, and much needed one for GV as well. I'm pretty sure Lazarus didn't expect him to, you know, just swing around, and yeah, like you mentioned, Lazarus is just looking for these 1v1s right now, and I hope Seven doesn't give him those fights, because, you know, it's a good situation GV is in right now, and Lazarus, they really need that kill, so I wonder what their plan is. This grenade is probably a good start. If it drops down, yep, a little bit of Seven's HP goes away, but as you look at the timer is ticking, and there's so much work to do. And Loons, I wonder when he's going to jump in, and Seven is so ready for him. He gets the frag, HTZ returns the favor, but awesome, there to save the day. And what can I say, another round for GV, still in the lead, and look at this. I mean, Creeds, this I don't know, the meat grinder is there.
Yeah, GV on the defense looking good once again. This is definitely the side of the map where they thrive, and they need to. It didn't look good on the BL for them, so they need all of these rounds to go their way on the GR. Jin toying with fire over here. Snox almost able to take him down. The nade might have a chance to finish it off there, and it is going to be down to 1 HP for Jin, but Snox, he's going to go ahead and finish off that kill. Still an even situation, but awesome. Able to find another in mid. Snox drops down to get the triple kill on top of it. And this is the GV difference on the GR side. They're not going to play it passive like Lazarus. They're just going to go in guns blazing.
Absolutely. You can really tell that GV feels much more, you know, comfortable on the GR side of things, but I feel like Lazarus, again, they have this issue that, you know, they play way too defensive when it comes to the BL side. I mean, look at them. They have no map control whatsoever. I mean, yes, Jin has some A-long control, but I'm not sure why they still do this. I mean, it hasn't worked out like all game long, and they're still holding on to it. I mean, Yeah, it's a tough one, I would say, for Lazarus. I mean, they know GV is so much stronger on the GR side, and for some reason, they still continue to play the way they, did before. And it's also interesting from GV, they also play exactly the same, right? The triple stack towards belong, and a little bit towards A to leave mid open. I mean, we have seen this before. It's this is not new, and Lazarus not really seeing those gaps makes me feel a little bit unsure how they are going to turn this game around.
Yeah, for Lazarus, it's going to be a tough one if they can't get this final round of their BL side. If they can get one here, winning 3 on GR for them has shown to be very doable, so it could be done, but they've got to find one here and now. But that pressure, it's going to be tough to deal with. They stalled their momentum off the back of some utility. GV's got them right where they want them into this B bomb site. 7 still has to try and hold the line. He's good for 1, and here comes the swing. Awesome, perfect timing. Able to take down another player, but it's actually Madison still alive on the lower side, able to find 1 HDZ. He is on the lurk. He's the last one alive, and it's not going to happen for Lazarus in this half. 3-0. First half of overtime going fully in favor of GV. Now it goes to the test here of if they can get it done on the BL, and in regulation, it was really difficult for them on the BL.
Yeah, I mean, very convincing from GV. I mean, GR side seems to be, their much favorite side, and you can tell. I mean, they're not looking happy though. They're just fully, focused, and this is absolutely what needs to be done. And on the other side, for Lazarus, yeah, I mean, not to repeat myself again, but yeah, playing way too slow, playing too much reserved. It almost feels like, and I'm not surprised about those phases. I mean, obviously you don't feel comfortable right now. I mean, they were kind of bringing it back, but then all of a sudden, GV, just shoots back, and yeah, they're back in a not so comfortable position right now.
Yeah, I think the only benefit I would give Lazarus at this point is that GR side potentially working in their favor. They looked really good on their GR side in regulation, and if it does go to a golden round, Lazarus will get the GR side. So they should have that sense of comfort knowing at least they get to finish this one out on the GR side and potentially have a chance to win it on this side of the map. But the problem is when GV only needs 1 round and they've got 4 chances to do it, you'd have to think they probably can find at least 1, but this is where GV has to play a little bit stronger on their BL side. The regulation was kind of shaky at best on this side of the map, so I'm eager to see what changes they might make.
Well, here we are again. We have seen this as well multiple times, and I wonder if GV is just going to, push 3 times in a row to, maybe try their luck, and this this actually seems to be the case here. I mean, just faking towards highway a little bit, some flashes, some more utility coming towards their way, and Madison, good for treats here. It's so good to see him performing when it comes to it, but is it going to be enough though? It seems like Snox has a different idea, and all those HP bars from GV are pretty low, but look at Snox. He's good for 3, but Vice returns the favor with 2, and now it's a 1 versus 2 situation in favor of Lazarus. A much needed round for the confidence, and look at the timer. We haven't even hit the 1-minute mark yet, and oh boy, this is a little bit shaky for GV, but good for Lazarus. I like to see it finally, some response, and it seems like Awesome is going to be a little bit careful here, but I wonder, yeah, okay, this is 100% the wrong choice here. Good positioning from Lazarus, the perfect setup against Awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Lazarus being the first on the GV, even with Snox hitting some big shots, still can't find their way to a BL round, and this is where this map becomes very difficult. When you don't know what to do on the BL side, or you just can't get those trades to line up, it can be a really tough map to win BL rounds. But for GV, they've got no more GR rounds to work with in this one. If they lose out to the GR side, it'll be Lazarus with a 13-12 if they can win 3 in a row to get it done. And this is where GV has to show us something different on this BL side. They keep going for these mid executions that are a little bit too predictable at this point, especially when you're playing against a team as passive as Lazarus. They have so much pressure and utility they can throw onto this midsection.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when it comes to the tactics, I would always put Lazarus better than, GV, but yeah, firepower, 100% GV, and right now this is probably the issue here. I mean, if GV can't find those openers because Lazarus is just way too good with the positioning, right? So this is going to be a tough one for GV, and it's actually kind of surprising that, either team has so much problems on the other side. I mean, look at this. Lazarus, no problem at all. They clean up everyone in front of their way, right? So GV in a very tough position once again, and yeah, it seems like, Lazarus is much more comfortable on the GR side as well, and yeah, if they're not careful, this is going to be a golden round scenario. I mean, they're only one round away from that, Kyle.
Yeah, and in the golden round, the sides don't change here, so Lazarus would get the GR, which is not a good look for GV the way things have been shaping up for them on the BL side. They've got to show us something different here, but they just can't find their way to get these entries, and this is where Lazarus might have exactly what they need to maybe win this map. After all, we saw them yesterday with a big golden round win against LCK, and they might find themselves another today in this situation. GV again putting a lot of early pressure on mid, but Lazarus, they know this game quite well. They're ready for it on the other side. The A push comes through. Loon's gonna spot 2 underneath the vent. HDZ good for the double kill to open it up. Gets the triple kill before finally going down, but the damage has been dealt. Creed's left alone, 1 versus 4, not gonna happen. And again, Lazarus might just get it done on the GR side.
Wow. I mean, what a turn of events. I mean, yeah, Lazarus, they're actually turning this one around. I mean, this is probably something you didn't see coming as well. I mean, 3 rounds in a row for GV, and now back to Lazarus. I mean, yeah, this golden round scenario is actually something very interesting to see. But as you mentioned, this is the last round here, and yeah, Lazarus still on the GR side here is a bit scary for GV, if you ask me. I mean, they haven't been able to, get a single round since the side swap once again, and I don't know how to feel about this one. I mean, Lazarus, if look at that, look at the map. They just play the same strat almost. It feels like the same positions as I think last round, and it seems to work out in their favor. And I'm really looking forward for GV's play.
Yeah, GV, they're gonna have to make a aggressive move in this round to get some sort of map control. The problem here is it's blatantly obvious it's coming down the middle of the map, because it always has for GV. So Lazarus, they've got the setups and the utility to try and stall this one out. Vi's gonna spot them on the corner, but Creed's through the smoke, gonna be good for the first. That's a huge opening pick. Loons goes down to the wraparound as well. They've got the numbers and the B bomb site. Jin, the only one in their path. Only going to be able to find one. HDZ and Madison now have a lot of lift to do to get this round back into their hands. HDZ, he's still trying to get that early pick, but FaZe, he's got the perfect position to pinch this rotation into the bomb site. Madison, he's going to have to really open it up with this flash. 7, he's playing such a tough angle to challenge here that Lazarus, there's pretty much just no way in here. GV might actually have exactly what they need to close out this map. HDZ 10 HP. There's 10 seconds on the clock. There's almost no chance. They've got enough time here, but Madison and HDZ, they find one apiece, make it 3, but there's just no time to get this defuse. Awesome. He's dancing, but there's a player on the bomb. You've got to kill him. No, oh my goodness, Lazarus. They steal it away. A 2v4 clutch and a massive defeat going against GV. What a trust fall there on that final defuse.
Yeah, I'm a little bit speechless as well. I mean, wow, I was so shocked that they actually managed to get this one back. I mean, hey, Lazarus, you could see it like pretty close there on their faces. They're so happy about this one. Even Madison actually yelling. I've never seen this guy yell before. But yeah, hey, Lazarus, so close, but in the end they take it. And GV, I mean, if you're a GV right now, you must feel so devastated right now.
It's unfortunate, but it's almost the GV history at this point. They have these high moments, but when it's in the clutch, the key moment, they just let it slip, and it's going to be a bit of a bitter one, especially knowing you've got another map on the way and you've got to mentally bounce back after that happening in order to redeem yourself in this series, because it's not over just yet for GV. They can still tie this series going into map number 2, but for Lazarus. That is a huge momentum boost now to potentially take this series 2-0 themselves, because looking at these two maps, I would have said this is the map that GV certainly needs to win in this series. And they kind of dropped the ball here. I felt like in regulation, this is where GV should have won. Overtime should not have been an option, because throughout regulation, this was a very one-sided map up until the end, where Lazarus just pushed themselves into overtime. And when you got into overtime, neither team knew what they wanted to do on that BL side.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so good to see Lazarus stepping up one more time. I mean, they proved it yesterday already versus LCK. I mean, the same scenario actually, right? It was Compound as well, 13-12, and they just do it again. I mean, I'm a little bit, left with words here, but Lazarus, they're stepping up so much. I mean, looking at the overall standings, you don't expect that from them, but on paper, nothing seems to be correct. But Lazarus, a really convincing way to win.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to that final play. HDZ and Madison kind of doing the unthinkable here. B, probably the hardest site to retake on Compound out of any map in this pool, and they do it 2v4 with only waiting until 15 seconds remained on the clock to win it in a 2v4 as well. Just insane stuff. But you also have to hand that to HDZ. Getting 3 kills in that 2-on-4, and the trust you have to have as a player if you're Madison to just stick that defuse and hope HDZ hits the shot. That's the sign of a great teammate right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at those highlights, I mean, we were going to watch them for a while. I mean, there was so much to speak about, and yeah, especially I think Austin was pretty good today, pretty hitting his shots. But on the other side, I mean, Lazarus, really, it's so impressive to me. Especially, I mean, I don't have like a specific player that I want to talk about, but everyone from Lazarus, except of Lutz for a little bit, was really hitting their shots. I mean, especially HTZ. Okay, I kind of have to say it, but yeah, HTZ is hitting the shot. I mean, without HTZ, this map would have been gone sideways for Lazarus. But yeah, in the end, looking at the total score here, I mean, yeah, it's pretty clear. I mean, Loons, yeah, having a little bit of a hard day here, but HTZ is there to save the day. And yeah, on the other side from JV, everyone is was kind of performing, but yeah, in the end, it's Lazarus map.
Yeah, extremely close here, and we may be in for another close one going into map number 2. It is going to be Ankara on the way, but looking at the head-to-head of our key players here, no surprise to see HDZ and Snox. These are kind of the key entries on both sides of the field here, but HDZ, he was just a little bit stronger in the clutch. That was the difference here. All of those 1v1s, 1v2 situations, he's the reason they made this one a winnable game for themselves, because without HDZ in the clutch, this is a GV game all day long.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen it. It took forever, but in the end, Lazarus is the winner of this map. And, going into Ankara, I'm not sure who to root for, because I feel like Lazarus, they have a huge momentum boost right now, and the exact opposite is the key for GV here. So, yeah, I'm not sure what to think about this one. But, guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to have another break coming our way. See you soon.
All right, we are back here and just about ready for our second map of this series. If you missed the first one, go back and watch those final rounds because that was an insane map we just had, and it's only the beginning of what we might see in this series. Map number 2 going to be Ankara Lazarus, 13-12. They won the first one, and now we can see if they're going to pull off the 2-0, but I'm starting to become a Lazarus believer after that one because that was an incredible comeback in that overtime.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they did it yesterday already against LCK, and you know they do it again versus GV. So why not? I mean, totally up to you. I feel like it's really feeling more like Lazarus game right now, and coming to Ankara right now feels like a little bit weird. I would almost say because I feel like Lazarus is going to be the better team on Ankara, but we will have to see and you know rely on HTZ when it comes to that.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a big part of this second map here. HDZ is kind of the shining star of this team. Not to say the rest of the team hasn't been playing well. I think Lazarus as a whole looked really good on that first map, but HDZ, he is just another massive difference maker that this team needs. He's kind of a very similar value, I'd say, to someone like Alucard on the unKnights side of things. He can really just turn things quickly in favor of this Lazarus team and find those picks when other players might not be able to. But this time around, it's 7. He's coming back with a vengeance here in map number 2, takes out HDZ to kick off the first round.
Oh yeah, and finally we're gonna see some triple arms here. I mean, I've talked about this all weekend long. It almost feels like, and now it's time for that triple arms setup here. And for GV, it's going to be a little bit tough here, but okay, well, maybe not. Menacin is not able to find creeps here, and with 3 snipers on this late round here, almost feels like it's going to be quite tough because you don't have that much firepower. But apparently it doesn't really matter as Creed just wings and gets another 2. I mean, sure, why not? It will work perfectly fine for them, but Lazarus, I mean, I love the approach. Finally, some more aggression coming out from them.
Yeah, a really interesting start to this one. GV's still going to be holding on to the triple arms into round number 2 as well. I like the play call, though. It seemed to work decently in the first. It didn't really get tested too much on Awesome or FaZe, though. It was really just 7 finding that, and Creed's looking at a little bit of a good cleanup in that one, but we'll see if they can find some extra value in this round with those arms. Right now, though, if Lazarus kind of hones in on this B bomb site, I don't think the triple arms are going to be that effective, especially when we talk about only having 2 rifles on the retake. Lazarus could have got in a little bit faster in that previous round. It would have been an incredibly tough retake without Creed's kind of holding on to that rotational position. And it looks like Lazarus is going to go for it again. They do leave 1 player in mid to lurk. It's going to be HDZ just holding on for that A connector rotation. 7 be anchoring the back of site with an Creed's, though, still holding on to that underpass position.
It's kind of interesting to see that GV, you know, decided to hold on to that triple arm setup, but we're gonna have to see if that's actually working, you know, in their favor. But it's also kind of interesting to see from Lazarus, you know, they're just going to try the exact same thing again. It almost seems like, but I feel like it was also a little bit unlucky for them last round because Creed was just able to get all these frags, you know, basically for free because he was just swinging with, you know, without a fight almost. But yeah, this is interesting that you can see Lazarus postponed. They're fully ready to go and slowly but surely making their way towards 7 here. And 7, if he doesn't hit his first shot, this is going to be quite difficult. And oh boy, Jin just shifting his way. I mean, yes, I understand why, but now GV has the first open at 7. 7, can he do it? The quadra kill? No, not this time around. Menacin stops him there, but what a move from 7. I mean, yeah, the first kill was kind of free, but those 2 right after. I mean, Kyle, what did we just see here?
7's popping off. I'm all here for it. 2-0. He's ready to come back in it and win it here for map number 2. And Lazarus, they're going to have their work cut out for them, I think, on this second map because GV, they are ready to take one of their own in this series. And Lazarus, they're going to have to play a little bit more assertive if they want to take control over this one. They've got the right idea, but the problem is the way they approach a map is to kind of ease into taking a site. But on a map like this, you can't really do that every single round because GV, they love to take map control on the GR side. So by the time Lazarus is actually executing, they're just going into a stack because GV's kind of pushed and poked around everywhere else. And you can already see it in how they're playing in this round, putting that pressure on the mid, knowing there's no fights happening on the long lanes. They know Lazarus is going to have a little bit of extra presence here in mid. Snox playing on the other side of that wall. GV, though, not straying away from the triple arm setup here.
Yeah. They're still holding on to it. I mean, they probably have a good idea why, but we will have to see and wait if that actually, turns out in their favor. But 7 already finding Jin is a good start, but losing Face in the progress is probably, I don't know if that's a bigger loss than Jin, but well, it's certainly a thing. And again, HTZ now finding Awesome here. It's so much sniping going on here. It's kind of weird to see. I mean, remember back in the days, it was so uncommon for like even having a double sniper setup, and GV pulling out a triple sniper setup 3 rounds in a row is a little bit uncommon, but it's a nice thing to see once in a while. And you can tell Creeds from behind is so ready to go. I mean, GV has all the information they need now. 7 needs to pull off some kills here together with Nox, but they're just taking the time here. Again, Lazarus a little bit slow, but in the end it works out for them. Now Creed's left alone in a very difficult clutch for him, though.
Yeah, right now for Creeds, it is going to be a bit of a tough situation. He does have full HP against 2 fairly low players, though, but Loons gets the information early. They might be able to go in for the double peek here. That's exactly what's going to happen. Loons, perfect on the trade, gets it done. And you know what? The first round on the board for Lazarus, so not too far gone. Keeping it close. If they can find another here to tie it up, they are right back into the fight. And for Lazarus on the BL, that seems to be all they need because they are a very good team on the GR side. So it's really going to come down to if GV can hold on to a big advantage to carry into the second half. And that is where I'm not so sure, but they are going to go ahead and change away from the double arm setup. Awesome going to be pulling out that AK. I think that's a smart call. I think 7 as a secondary arm is a lot of value, but Awesome, not so much. I think he's more value on that AK. He's a really strong clutch player and retake player, so I do like that change up coming into the 4th round here. But for Lazarus, it's back to the usual here. Pandoxin sitting outside of B-Long, 5 players, not really going any map control, and it's kind of the name of the game here, but HTZ within it, always finding the picks. Vi's right there, and it works as well, and as much as I may criticize it, it seems to work a lot of the time for them.
Yeah, it feels like Lazarus doesn't really agree with you. I mean, yes, they're playing very slow and very reserved, but again, they're finding those kills one by one, and then that's surely just a mistake from GV. But yeah, Lazarus, again, I don't really understand why they play so defensive, but if it works out for them, they should really continue it. I mean, they won last round, they might eventually win this round as well if this continues to be the case. And after all, it's always a little bit weird to understand from our perspective, but they probably have something deeper in mind that we're just not thinking about right now. And again, I can kind of see they're just almost sitting next to each other, just enjoying the view. But I think eventually GV is also having a little movement here. You can tell they're stacking towards B, which I'm not sure is the right decision here. And Awesome, a lot of info coming his way, but unfortunate for him, Jin spotted him, which leads to another rotation coming in from Lazarus. And oh boy, GV, are you ready for this push though? I'm not sure.
Yeah, Creeds is trying to really book it back onto this bomb site. It's already a little bit late. Loons is going to catch him on the rotation into sight. 7 does have a good position if they peek him on the plant, but they're not going to. Smart decision on the bomb plant here, planting it safely. Jin able to find 7 as well in the mid tower, and that'll be a pretty one-sided one this time around for Lazarus. So a little bit of a momentum shift starting to happen here, and GV, what started off really good for them, is not really looking the best in these last couple of rounds. Lazarus starting to piece things together, starting to bait out the picks, and GV is almost just playing into their hand at the moment.
Yep. Well, we are back to a very standard play from Lazarus, and yeah, again, it's Lazarus' way to play, and right now it's working out for them. So there's no one really to blame. It's a good move from Lazarus if it works against GV. It's really up to GV right now. Why is this slow pace push from Lazarus always working against them? And I feel like it might have been the triple sniper setup at first, but now with Awesome back to the rifle, it feels like it's still the same issue for some reason. It's like not working out for them, and yeah, you really got to give it to Lazarus. I mean, I kind of said it in the beginning. I feel like Lazarus is going to have a much better time on Ankara against GV, but yeah, with the tendencies, I don't know. I'm not sure if Lazarus has a big advantage over GV, but for now, I would say they're probably the better team.
Yeah, I'd agree. On the day, Lazarus looking a little bit stronger here, playing a little bit more strategic, I think, as a team. Pace is definitely slower compared to GV, but I think with how aggressive GV tends to be on the GR side, they do a really good job of baiting out these picks, and that's where they're really starting to find this value, because GV, the problem here is on Compound when they aggress, it's very cohesive. It's usually as a team, but on this map, they're aggressing pretty frequently alone. How is he able to sneak past these players? I'm not sure how Awesome allowed that to happen. He was on the corner of the top stairs, and Vise just kind of shifts on in there, gets himself a free kill, almost a double along with it. And Lazarus, they just steamroll their way into the GR spawn here. Creeds, he's just going to go down to the firefight as well, but Awesome, I'm sure there's going to be some words thrown in his direction after this round, because that sneak attack was not caught at all.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Vice very sneaky towards A here. Maybe get a replay. There it is. Yeah, this was just great. I mean, look at Awesome. He realized it's way too late there, but yeah, I mean, it happens. Good move by Lazarus. Obviously, got to give it to them. But yeah, again, GV looking a little bit, I'm not sure how to put it in words, but they are a little bit, surprised almost for, Lazarus performing that good. But again, they kind of outperformed them on Compound earlier, but then they weren't really able to, close the game. And yeah, Lazarus has just the way better momentum for now. And well, maybe Seven doesn't agree with me here. Maybe he wants to, put on the show by himself here. And a little bit scary there, crossing HTZ's scope. But now in a way better position for GV here. It's nice to see.
Yeah, Seven really stepping up in the second map. But the problem is there isn't really anyone meeting him at that same level besides maybe Creed so far in the second map. And it is a bit of a scary sign when some of your key players are having some struggles, because usually you're looking to someone like a Snox or a FaZe to find these opening picks, but they're not really finding them too often. And it's really been up to Creeds and Seven in this map so far to lead the charge. And thankfully for them, they've kept this one close, and it's looking like they might be able to tie it here, but it's going to come down to what Lazarus decides to do in this 3-on-5 situation. They are leaning towards the A bomb site, which is really only defended by Creeds. GV having the remaining 4 players stacked up in the middle of this map, and this is where Lazarus might have their opportunity to sneak in and catch Creeds off guard. But Creeds, he's already spotted 2 out of the 3 players. He can set up the flash and play for the retake and rotation of his team here. And Lazarus, it's that slight hesitation that might come back to bite them here. Creeds holds on for a moment, able to find 2. He might do it all by himself. Awesome there to help seal the deal. And GV, that is a very clean round to reply.
Oh yeah. Good positioning here by Creeds. A little bit too slow from Lazarus once again, but I feel like if Lazarus would have pushed maybe like instantly, they had a good chance against Creeds, but obviously they don't know that Creeds is like fully alone there. So yeah, like the attempt, like the approach overall, but yeah, this time around GV much more convincing on their side. And no, this might actually be a very close game. I mean, we're going back and forth all the time. Sometimes Lazarus is much more convincing, then all of a sudden GV is much more convincing. And well, Kyle, I don't know about you, but I feel like this might be a very, very close game in the end.
Yeah, it very well could be. I think a lot of it's just going to come down to what they do on the BL side for GV, because that's where they kind of couldn't get anything done in that last map. But this time around, it's going to be Snox who runs into trouble. Lazarus getting that 2-for-1 the lower B tunnels. They're able to back out and reset the fight as well, and potentially even swing back towards mid. But awesome, he's going for the flank. He might catch them off guard here. He's got a really good position, and Loons absolutely no idea that one was coming. He's able to back off as well, untraded, and that is a great way to get themselves right back into the fight. But he has to deal with Madison now as well, playing the A connector box. This is where it might be a little bit more challenging to get out of this position, but instead, Madison, they're going to group up and go for a 3-player push mid to B, leaving FaZe on the other side of it all alone, and I'm not so sure he sees this one coming here. He's really only watching Underpass in the B hotel. They have no idea there's 3 Lazarus players in their spawn. 7 about to get backstabbed here. Just in time, he does at least get the planter in the process, so a little bit of a late shot there from HDZ might be costly.
Yeah, surely. Not a good one for 7. I mean, yeah, he gets the kill done, but he should have checked the corner either way. But now FaZe and Awesome in a difficult position to, retake the bomb site here. And the timing needs to be on point because Madison and HDT are so good when it comes to holding. And, Madison already proving my point. Awesome in a 1v1 versus Madison. Madison is the one to win this fight, and this one hurts for GV.
Yeah, it's a tough round to lose, but for Lazarus, them winning on the BL side is a pretty good sign for what they might be able to do on this second map, because they are a GR-sided team. Winning on the BL doesn't come too often for these guys, so they can put up a 5th round here. That's a lot of confidence to take in to that second half for themselves, but GV, they've still got that time to recover, but it's still a couple players missing on their side of the field. That's the big difference here. FaZe with only 1 kill. Not something you see every day. Normally, one of the key players for the GV side of things, Snox as well, struggling a little bit in this matchup. I know he likes to bring out that M4, but I actually always prefer Snox with an AK in hand. I feel like he's one of the best AK users in Europe, but for some reason, as of late, not using it quite as much. But Lazarus on the other side, it's the double arm setup that gets them the opener. It's going to be 7 going down early.
Oh yeah, absolutely agree with you. I mean, Snox on the AK seems more like a classic, right? And, him pulling up the M4. I've seen him, play very well with it, but yeah, overall, I always would prefer him to play, the AK. And yeah, also what you mentioned about FaZe, I'm not sure what's the deal with him right now. I mean, maybe he is that missing puzzle piece for GV right now. I mean, 1 and 4 is very unusual for FaZe. I mean, he obviously can always perform, on the peak, but yeah, right now I would say he's more like a placeholder, I would almost say. So it's a little bit tough for him right now, but Lazarus, I think they're also, taking advantage over him because they exactly know that FaZe is having a hard time right now, and, finding these gaps is so important, but yeah, FaZe now has so much to do, and well, never mind, FaZe is on top of his game right now, might eventually find the 4th, maybe, just maybe, if he gets the timing right on HDZ, but look at this, the flick on HTC. Wow, this guy is just insane. Might go for the 5k here, but instead turns into a blade here. Yeah, what a move from FaZe. As I was talking him down, he just instantly turns around.
Okay, we hear you, FaZe. Our bad. You're back. Only took 1 big round, but you know what? Love to see that from FaZe. Definitely a strong player when he's able to make that kind of impact in a round, and that could be the difference between winning and losing the half now for GV, all tied up going into the final round of their GR side here. Certainly one they would like to hold on to. Jin still holding on to that on the other side as well, going for the mid pick. HDZ holding on to A long, and it's just kind of awesome poking around here so far for GV. They've also got Creeds and Snox on a forward crossfire over towards the B bridge, but nobody really there for Lazarus, so it's all about the A hold here on this one. 7 going to be grouped up on site now as well. Still going to be tough in the 5-on-2. Lazarus really good with the utility here, so Awesome has to be a strong anchor.
Well, once again, we are going to see an A push coming through, and oh, Lazarus. Are they ready for Awesome being that close? And oh, yeah, a little bit, I guess, but Medicine falls in the progress, and now Seven has so much work to do. I don't see him doing that much, but apparently he's ready for Vice. He gets the first frag, and again, Lazarus kind of stalling here. Why are they not instantly taking the side? They're leaving so much time for JV to just, come back and help Seven. And okay, interesting fight coming there. But yeah, again, I don't know what to say. I feel like Lazarus, they had such a good entry that, they had good, potential chances to win that round. But all of a sudden, they just stop their stall. They don't want to win anymore, it feels like.
Yeah, a bit of a tough round there. On the other side, though, GV looking pretty good to close out the half. But now they go into the BL. This is where it's been a little bit challenging for them on this side of the map, but maybe a new map will help refresh them a little bit more on their blacklist performance, especially when you've got both Creeds and Seven really stepping it up on this second map so far. Snox still a little bit quiet in this one, 2 and 6, but the rest of GV really coming to life here towards the end of the first half, and put that extra pressure onto Lazarus. Again, Seven hitting the headshots all day long, 13 and 7. Not normally someone we see on top of the scoreboard here for GV, but I don't know what it is, but the shots from Seven today have just been phenomenal.
Oh yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. I mean, I would say Seven is a good addition to JV after all. So that's a nice, thing to prove from him here. And well, it's Vice to be, fall first, and yeah, it's a tough one for Lazarus already. And I'm not sure what you think, but maybe GV has, a little bit of an, let's say a better game on the BL side here, but yeah, I don't know. When it comes to Lazarus, I feel like they have so much potential to win games like they just did, right? But they, they could win like much easier, I would almost say, because, if they would just, have that little bit of extra, maybe confidence, they could actually be in the lead right now.
Yeah, still a really patient game. The problem with how passive Lazarus plays on this map is it's a much more challenging map to win if you're not proactive on the GR side. This is one where you almost have to gamble a little bit, have to take those risks. Otherwise, it's really hard to get the opening advantage. And you can already see here, Lazarus down 2 players, not winning those opening fights. Now GV can put the pressure on, but Jin has a really good flank onto Austin. Has no idea that backstab was coming, and now the rest of GV is funneled in towards the B bomb site, but they still have the numbers advantage to work with. Seven going to be playing for the plant here with Creeds. They're going to get it down, but they're both kind of stuck in this corner, but there's no flank set up really for Lazarus, so this is where GV should have a really good advantage to hold on for the retake.
Oh boy, here he comes. Loons for the clutch. Can they do it? It's a little bit difficult for them, but look at Loons. He gets one, but the trades come through instantly. And again, it's 7 with 2, and this guy is sitting on 16 and 7 right now. I mean, it's a little bit late for him to, step it up, but right now, this is exactly what GV was looking for. And yeah, he's kind of balancing, Snox not performing right now, but overall, you really got to give it to them. I mean, they were really convincingly taking the side, and we didn't really get to see it. But Seven, I think he was just sneaking through hotel towards B, and he alone was able to get B all by himself. And Lazarus, they need to find a way to respond to that, because if they don't find a way to stop GV, it's going to be very similar to the last match, right? I mean, this is really nothing that Lazarus wants to have, and right now, it seems to be a little bit shaky for them, I would say.
Yeah, Lazarus not having the best of time on the second map so far. GV, though, looking pretty comfortable to kick off the second half. It's going to be another execution over towards the A bomb site. Jin and Menacin on the other side of it. It is going to be Loons rotating into position as well. So Lazarus is going to take that gamble towards the A bomb site. And it might just pay off here. But awesome, Snox and Creeds all taking some big damage from that first nade coming down from Lazarus. So some really good utility might be enough to maybe stall them out here. You can see Jin as well. looking for that vent peak. They have a really good idea this push is coming. Awesome, able to get the trade quickly on to Jin, but Manison, he still has the anchor position, but not for long. GV able to get the trades, Loons setting up the retake now, waiting for that support, gets a nice nade onto Creeds, taking him down to about 40 HP, but Fize, he's already been able to find one on the retake, but FaZe, that's a huge headshot. He's trying to get to the gun, but Seven with a little bit of a body block there, but now Seven, he's got the angle he was looking for in this one. Seven again, headshot after headshot today, gets the job done. 18 kills and the round. He's kind of doing it all in this one.
Oh yeah, well, what a way to close the round here. I mean, this is exactly what GV is looking to forward to, right? And yeah, you can kind of see it on their faces. The job is still not done, and they surely don't want to, repeat the same thing like last map. So yeah, they're surely just ready to go again. And yeah, looking at Lazarus right now, you can see they're a little bit. Not sad, but also not very happy either. So it's going to be like a little bit of back and forth. It seems like they're actually taking a tech pause here, so that's a good thing for them. Finally, some talking happening here, I hope. But right now, I'm not sure if Jin is talking because you can't really see him. But right now, there's not much talking happening right now.
Yeah, I think right now it's just kind of mental reset time for Lazarus. You don't want this one to just fall away from you as quickly as it's looking, but for GV, I think they've got this one in the bag. It just seems like they're making the right decisions on the BL side on this map. It's a map that does tend to be a little bit more favorable for the BL side, but also for Lazarus. This is the type of map where if you're a passive team on the GR, it is very hard to win. You've got to be more proactive. You've got to make those A-long pushes, those control plays in mid. That's why GV was so successful in that first half, because they weren't afraid to go for map control. And when you've got a map this large where the rotations are slow, the retakes take a while, you can't be a slow passive team like Lazarus and expect to win it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. And yeah, right now, I think, GV doesn't really need to talk about too much. And you can kind of tell they're just, leaning back, chilling. And, Snox is even kind of missing right now. So yeah, it's somewhat all, according to plan, I would almost say. But I really hope for Lazarus that they, kind of find a way, to once again turn things back to their favor. And let's check. I feel like they're still not really talking, right? They're just chilling right now. I mean, yeah, if that's a tech bus coming from them, I'm not really sure why there's no talking happening. But yeah, maybe they just need, a quick break. There's also something that, is needed sometimes when things doesn't really go your way. And yeah, I mean, just, take a breath, just figure out what's going wrong. You can tell finally Loons is, pointing some fingers. And yeah, we are about to hop back into the game, Kyle.
Well, it's up to Lazarus coming out of the pause. We saw how much they were able to do on the GR side to bring it back in map number 1, but with GV playing on a little bit of a stronger level at this point, it's going to be a much tougher one to take back away from them. GV 7-4 in the lead, but still not over just yet. And as we saw on map number 1, it's not over until you get that final round on the board. And for GV, sometimes that's the most difficult one to find for themselves. So I wouldn't say it's over just yet. But GV gonna run into some trouble in this one. Jin catches 7 on the box, and it's an unfortunate one considering how valuable 7 has been in this matchup so far on map number 2. But Lazarus, they've got the stack here already as well. Awesome. Going to be spotting one player out, but it's not going to matter. Manison just holding on to this one perfectly so far. Creed's going to try and get it done here with FaZe, but they just don't have the health to make it happen between the two of them. Manison going to be good for 3 on the hold, and Lazarus, they're going to get it done after the pause.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a perfect hold from Manison, really stepping up for his team right now. This is exactly what they were looking for, and you can tell right now, Lazarus is even kind of focusing on A because, historically they probably know that GV likes to go towards A here because it's most likely the easiest side to take. And yeah, I mean, what a way to win the round, right? I mean, from GV, it was kind of an upset, I would almost say. I mean, 7 just sitting on the box, getting picked just like that. I mean, it was basically a free kill, right? And well, I'm pretty sure he won't do that again.
Yeah, 7, he's kind of a major win condition, it seems like, on this map. Him being alive in those clutch moments has been so critical for GV to be able to come out on top. This time he's going to be sniping, so curious to see if he'll find a pick. He's just holding on towards this B-long position, but Lazarus kind of doing what they do best here, kicking back and waiting to see what GV is going to do. A 2-1-2 setup, pretty standard for this map, but GV looking to apply that pressure over onto the A bomb side. Some utility coming down over the top. Awesome, starting to wrap his way into the A connector as well. So they're still trying to kind of filter that information across the map and find an opening here. But Jin was hoping someone was going to go ahead and peek through arches, but it's just some pre-fire coming through from GV so far. But definitely an A push in the making here.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, 7 again is just lurking around, trying to find what he can find. I mean, we saw this already earlier, so yeah, pretty interesting move from him. But eventually, the timer is ticking down, and he has to make a decision here. And it seems like GV is actually, probably going to take a mid peak here, and probably for the better. I mean. Yeah, Lazarus already kind of turning back to mid here, but if the timing is correct for GV, they might just have a good opener here, but HGZ is the one to find 7 earlier on, and Loons continues with Awesome here, and he's not even done yet. Look at this is completely falling apart for GV right now, and the defuse already comes through, and you know what? I'm actually afraid this might be, an exact copy of the last game.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit scarier now for GV. They seem to get the early lead, but they can't close it out. And this is where Lazarus is starting to get more and more comfortable. They're a very defensively strong team. Even if they look shaky on the BL side, it doesn't seem to matter to them at all, because you put them on any defensive side, they look like a very strong team here. And this is where GV has to be a little bit more coordinated on the push. They rely a lot on these individual players to open up the rounds, but when that's not working, they just don't seem to have a good solution for taking these fights. So for someone like 7, they're going to need him to do a lot here. He was so valuable up until the pause, but now it's been a little bit quiet from him the last couple of rounds. Honestly, GV as a whole coming out of the pause hasn't looked the greatest. Lazarus also, though, doing a good job of getting these rotates to go down very early on and almost catching GV in their rotations. So I really like the adjustments they've made coming out of the break, because the big thing for Lazarus is they're still playing this game the way they want to play it. They're not playing any more aggressive. They're just getting smarter about how they rotate across the map.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I mean, right now, everything is, the same as usual. Everyone just kind of poking around. SGV is kind of building up an army towards the mid here, and I think, when it comes to Lazarus here, Loons is the only one kind of holding mid, which might be a little bit difficult for him eventually, but no, he's going to be the only one that can kind of stop this GV push. I mean, they're doing the same thing like last round, and HTZ completely blinded by the lights here, and he has to do so much work. And this time around it's actually going to be GV taking over the bomb site here, 7 with a good position, not able to find Loons, but FaZe is instantly there for the trade, leaving Jin behind now. 1 versus 3 situation. Make it a 1 versus Stu, looking a lot more likely to win, but it's going to be tough. I mean, 25 seconds on the board. The HP, though, is pretty good for the side of Jin, so, it might be possible for him. He gets the second, maybe just a third. It's so shaky for him, but I'm not able to find Creeds here. It was such a good attempt from Jin, but in the end, he didn't expect the double stack from Creeds there, and yeah, overall, a very good attempt from Lazarus to hold off this bomb, but in the end, GV winning this round was just a better one.
Yeah, nicely done there from Creeds to secure it, but still 8, not a safe number just yet for GV. We've got 2 more if they want to get this one done. Otherwise, Lazarus, they still have that opportunity to try and steal yet another map away from GV. And if you're Lazarus this weekend, you're all over that. They've already taken 2 maps in golden rounds out of the 3 they've played this weekend. So a third one would not surprise me with how this team plays on the defensive side, especially. They just make it so hard to break through without having to take an uncomfortable fight. And you can see GV putting that early focus over onto the A bomb side. It does have just 2 defenders on it, but there's going to be a full utilities worth of nades coming forth from GV. You can tell they're ready to push this one through.
Oh yeah, one more time. GV coming through the vents, Jin not able to hold them off, but Menace now put to the test once again, and since he's fully blinded by the lights, I don't see him doing his job here, and it's so unfortunate really for Lazarus once again. I mean, GV is doing such a good job when it comes to these pushes, but I mean, look at this, Nox just spraying through the smoke, picking up HDZ. It's just one thing that just can't happen, you know, when you think about Lazarus here. And yeah, surely not. This retake seems, you know, almost impossible. I mean, Snox has a good clue about Vice here, instantly trades him out, and Loon's now left alone. Yeah, not this time around. I mean, once again, GV is in this, you know, tired eye situation really, but I'm not sure if GV is able to, you know, close things out. I mean, I'm pretty much, you know, affected by last map. I mean, they had almost this exact same situation, and for some reason Lazarus really were able to turn things around, Kyle.
Yeah, this is exactly where we were on Compound, and this is where Lazarus was able to win 3 in a row and take it into overtime. So it's definitely possible, but we've also seen a little bit of a stronger GV on this map, I would say. But HDZ, he's the threat here. He's the one who can really turn things around for Lazarus. He's done it so many times already today. He's looking to do it again here. 3 kills going his way over towards A long. 7 all alone here. He was so impactful. 18 kills before the pause, 0 kills since. This would be a huge time for him to find a big play, but with the C4 down and 3 people locked onto his position, there is just no way to make it happen. So Lazarus, 1 step closer to another overtime.
Will Lazarus be able to do it again, Kyle? I don't know, but we will find out soon enough, I guess. But yeah, Lazarus, what a great round from them. I mean, very convincingly. They didn't even give GV any chance to, you know, respond to that. But yeah, it's really up to HZ once again, right? He was kind of the man of the match, really, like the last match. So right now, he's kind of trying it again, it seems like. And look at this GV. I think they are going to push instantly. I mean, look at this. Lazarus is almost completely through Belong here, so they have a lot of information to work with. So if GV doesn't hurry up, it's going to be quite obvious what they're planning to do. And look at this. It's back and forth. Jin finds Nox, but GV overall continues their push, and it's a clear side A. I feel like it's going to be a tough one, but as I speak, HTZ picks up creeds again. HTZ is so important for this lineup, and now 7 in the Vents position. Kyle, I don't know about this one.
It's got to be 7's time here. He hasn't done anything yet since the pause, but he needs to find the impact here. Otherwise, it could be the round gone again, because HTZ has already found himself 2 kills on the retake, but 7, he's back to life here, able to find 1 headshot on Devise. HTZ going to be spotted out as well, but HTZ finds his 3rd kill on the round. It's all on a phase. 1 versus 1 situation. Phase looking to hold on to it for GV, but HTZ, he does it again. 4 kills on the retake, 8 rounds on the board, and 1 more shot is all they need to take it into overtime.
Oh yes, what a play by HTZ. I mean, he is outstanding right now. I mean, it's just amazing to see this guy play, right? 8 and 2 in those kind of rounds. I mean, those are the rounds where everyone kind of needs to be on point. And again, without HTZ, Lazarus, a completely different team, right? And I'm so glad he's into this team. He's really, trying his very best to make them, winning these seasons. But yeah, on the side of GV, I mean, you have to feel so devastated once again. I mean, 7, 1 and 5. I mean, he was so good before the little tech break there, and Oh boy, it's a tough one for GV. I feel like it's a deja vu moment here, Kyle.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough situation. GV, they want to go A again, and there's 3 players already there for Lazarus. They're walking into the stack, but GV, can they hold their feet to the fire here? They are running out of options. And it's Jin to find the first. Loon's still under the staircase, has to be dealt with. Madison on top. They're going to find the kill apiece. Loon's good for 2, and Loon's, he may go down here, but it may not matter. Creed's 5 HP and a dream here. Otherwise, it's another overtime. And it's going to be who else but HDZ who puts this one to a close and sends us once again into an overtime situation. And man, for GV, you can get a sense here it's a bit of discomfort because they've had themselves on the verge of victory twice now, and Lazarus has been right there to take that away.
Oh yeah, I mean Lazarus doing such a fantastic job of kind of turning these games around. I mean it's so insane. I'm really like left with words. It's look at Lazarus. They seem so chill about it, right? I mean, yeah, you just another overtime, and I don't like this. It's a little bit too close for comfort when it comes to GV here. It's very shaky one. They just can't seem to close those maps. I mean, we talked about it earlier, and it's the same scenario. And well, what's there left to say? I feel like Lazarus, they are having a good time when it comes to that.
Yeah, Lazarus, they're in the control. A lot of it comes down to that tack pause. Something changed. They came out of that tack pause, and they didn't really lose much coming out of it. So HDZ stepped up big time, went 8-2 coming out of the pause, or actually 9-2 to close out regulation on that side. So a huge impact. And then on the other side, you have Seven, who had 18 kills going into the pause, goes 1-5 in the last 6 rounds. So it just goes to show you how much breaking that momentum with attack pause can really shift a game, because for Lazarus, that's all they needed to get right back into it. And for them, now they've got a really good shot at taking this one 2-0, which for Lazarus could put them in the top 4 conversation for this season. And I feel like with the weekend they're having for themselves, they've kind of proven that. You take a map off of LCK, you potentially pull a 2-0 here against GV. You're talking about 2 teams I would consider in the top 3, and Lazarus is going toe-to-toe and potentially beating them.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at FaZe right now, you can tell he's not happy about this one. Clearly, I mean, everyone was kind of expecting a different outcome once again, right? It happened twice now. So yeah, I can absolutely understand those faces right now. It's good there, there's a little bit of conversation happening, and this is a much needed one. You can even tell Simon is back on his chair, kind of just thinking through, maybe probably just listening to his other teammates. And yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't want to be in those shoes. It's been such a long day for them as well. And Lazarus, they're just they're not giving up. It's so good to see.
Yeah, for Lazarus, it's starting to put a bit of a target on them, I would say. I mean, they're map after map looking like one of the stronger teams in the league right now under pressure. Kind of similar to what we've seen from 3BL, where this team's not really out of it until you get that final round on the board. Lazarus really proving what they can do under the pressure of some really important matches in their season this weekend. And it could be what separates them from some of the other teams out there right now. And for GV, this is a scary position to be in. Potentially getting 0 points out of the series would be pretty devastating, considering when you look at the amount of time one team has had the lead over the other in this series. GV's actually had the lead for most of these maps. It's just the very end, Lazarus turns it around and takes it away. And in this overtime, they're going to have to show us something a little bit more here than what we saw in regulation. GV needs to be elevated coming into this one, and that is definitely where I worry for them, considering I would be kind of surprised to see the same 7 we saw in regulation and overtime, and with that missing, someone else is going to have to step up on GV.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to Lazarus, I feel like GV, for GV, Lazarus is an absolute must-beat team, considering there's also, you know, an LCK or 3BL in the mix. So yeah, seeing them in this situation makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable, because I feel like if Lazarus all of a sudden is one of the stronger teams, you know, it puts GV so far back. It's really incredible to see. But, you know, obviously on the other side, Lazarus, if they are able to, you know, tie against LCK and potentially winning against GV, it's such a big change, you know. And yeah, missing shots like that isn't gonna make things even easier. And Vice just kind of toying with Awesome here, and oh boy, Menacin finding the kill on Awesome here. It is just falling apart for GV at the moment, and Face coming around with the big swing, but he needs a little bit more time and probably didn't think about HZ in the back there. And yeah, Creed's now the last man standing for GV. 1 versus 4 situation. The bomb hasn't been planted yet though, so time might be a factor here, but yeah, not this time around. Jin cleaning him up, and Kyle, this is looking scary for GV.
Yeah, right now, I think Lazarus might actually have this one in the bag, because GV, the second they get 9 rounds on the board, it just seems like they're not sure what they want to do themselves here. And meanwhile, Lazarus on the other side, they just seem to play even better with their backs against the wall. So it's a nice combination for them, but for GV, there's still that chance to redeem themselves in this map. It may be a 10-9 game, but it's certainly not over just yet. They could still win it here in the first half. Going to the second half a little bit stronger. 7 hitting a nice headshot there as well. Takes down Vise. Bomb carrier as well. Loons though for the sneak attack. 7 able to spot him out. Creed's right there for the support. Really good timing on that peak. 7 and Creed's gonna lock things down pretty comfortably here in this one. That'll be the round.
Well, a little bit faster than we are used to, really, but I take it all day. So yeah, good round from GV. I'm not sure yeah, what kind of led to that. I mean, yeah, you can see it here, Lazarus kind of pushing 1 by 1, it almost felt like, but you know, GV probably just, you know, responding pretty nicely to it. And HDZ opens up things for Lazarus once again. And yeah, also, I don't know what to say anymore, but HDZ is such an MVP for me, so I'm speechless at this point.
Yeah, HDZ just plays so smart here, but still not over for GV in the round. They're going to find themselves 2 picks to answer back. Now they've got a chance here to secure the half, but it's still going to be a tough one to try and close out. You've got Jin, Loons, and HDZ still alive for Lazarus, working their way back towards the B side of the map. It's going to be Loons posted up here outside of the arches. HDZ just holding on to A, trying to see if someone might commit and maybe over peak to get him a free pick, and that could easily get Lazarus back into this round if HDZ can find a nice kill. FaZe as well, pretty low on HP over on that A bomb site, but they still have to deal with Snox in this position, and this is where Lazarus might get caught off guard, because that forward pit position in mid might not go checked by Lazarus if they push through there. But knowing Lazarus, it's going to be tough already as they look to run down the clock.
Yeah, so far, a little bit of a tough round for Lazarus, but you know, for now, it's fine. It's just a matter of time before Snox is about to peek Jin like that, and this is, yeah, even more scarier for Lazarus now. I mean, a very good move by Snox, obviously, but now the bomb is dropped, the timer is not on your, you know, on your side, and look at Loons. Loons was kind of no man's land there in 7. Picks him up, and oh yeah, this is yeah, a very good round for GV, obviously, and a little bit tough for Lazarus. I'm not sure what's going on. I mean, the last 2 rounds seemed so for free almost for GV, so yeah, taking this, I'm not sure what it is, but taking whatever it is going to be very needed for Lazarus here, Kyle.
Yeah, the scary thing for GV, though, is they're back on the BL, and that has been the struggle all day long, is closing things out on the BL side. And Lazarus, even though they only got one round, that one round could be enough for them, just knowing how good they've been on these GR sides at stalling out GV. So a lot of that pressure now is going to be left to GV. Can they close it out? We saw them have a 3-round half win in overtime on map number 1 and then lose 4 in a row into the golden round. And then Lazarus closed it out. So that's what worries me the most, I think, for this team, because now they're in a situation where, again, it could come down to Lazarus once again getting GR for a golden round, which for GV just might be an unfortunate way the cards fall here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree with you, and I'm glad you bring it up. I mean, we have been in this situation before, and yeah, I don't even want to, repeat myself too often there. But yeah, just taking a look at the player camps right now, a little bit of a conversation happening for Lazarus, which is always good to see. The same almost goes for GV here, as they are ready to jump back into the game. And well, Kyle, I'm looking forward for this half here, and well, I am a little bit, left words. It's been a long road for GV and Lazarus here, and I'm pretty sure both of them are pretty happy once this ends, but the result matters, and well, not sure how this one turns out though.
Yeah, GV, this is their chance to tie the series. If not, Lazarus would have a huge 2-0 for themselves to close out the weekend. But it all comes down to the GV Blacklist side of Ankara. Can they close it out on the BL side today, or will the GR of Lazarus do it once again for them in overtime? This time there's going to be a lot of pressure on Jin, who's good for the first, good for the second, and Jin is somehow still alive. The rotation already there for Lazarus in 7. There's just no way out of this one. Manison, the double kill, gets it done, and this is why Lazarus is so deadly on the GR. The rotations are swift, and it puts them quickly in the conversation to now try and take the lead.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a fashion, right, from Lazarus to just, hold off this push from GV. I mean, Jin in a very good position there. He was just, looking at the wall for a second so he doesn't get blinded, and Jin not flashed in this position is so deadly, and he proved it once again. I mean, I'm not sure what Seven was doing. I think he was probably also blinded completely because he was just, walking straight forward into the wall. I almost but yeah, anyway, it's it was a pretty nice hold from Lazarus, putting GV once again in a difficult spot, and you know what? Almost feel like this is going to be another golden round scenario.
Very possible at this point. Lazarus really good on the GR side here. Vise gets the opening pick on the 7. Snox, he's trying to sneak his way up the middle of the map, but Manison and Loons say not so fast here. They're going to collapse in, but Creeds actually gets the sneaky shot there onto Loons. Awesome comes in with a double kill as well. The HP is not the greatest here. Both players at 5 HP or less. It's 3 on Creeds and 1 on Awesome. Any damage anywhere, and it's down and out. We need some big 1-taps here for GV to win this round. With the C4 in a very difficult position. It's going to be tough, but Awesome. There's one of those taps that's needed. Now it's all on to Jin in the 1v2, but Awesome, he's only got 1 HP to work with and no C4 on top of it. He's going to have to hit the headshot, but it's just not going to happen on the second one. Lazarus able to get by and put themselves into another lead.
Oh yeah. What a way for Lazarus to, put themselves 1 round away from victory here, and it almost went sideways for them, but very convincing from Lazarus to, just almost losing a round, but whatever, 12 on the board it is for them, and Vice is going to be the first one to fall here, but right now it's really Jin and Manison putting up the big numbers, so Lazarus probably not too affected by it. And looking at Lazarus, I think they really want this one to end, and GV, I'm not sure if they got what it takes to close this one out. I mean, we have seen this exact moment before. I mean, it was winning at first, but I don't know, Kyle. I want GV to kind of turn this one around, but like you said earlier, I feel like this is going to be very tough for them.
Yeah, the BL side has not looked good all day long for GV, and in the overtime, it's been even worse. They actually have yet to win a BL round in overtime today, so this is their first chance to maybe find one and keep themselves alive into the golden round, but it still means even in the golden round, Lazarus stays on the GR side, which is a scary position for GV to try and win from, but they do at the very least have the advantage in the round. Vi's being taken down early, all 5 up for GV. They're going towards the B bomb side as well, and there's only one player there for Lazarus, but it is HDZ, and that is the scary player you don't want to be up against in these late round situations, because it just seems like when you put the pressure onto HDZ, he always finds a way to pull it off. But now more than ever, he's going to need that big play. This is a 5-on-1 in his direction. HDZ good for a first here, but that is not going to be enough. He's taken down early on. The rest of Lazarus trying to get in position, but FaZe already has a great off angle. Missed the shot. Jin doing a good job of fading it out here, but this is still going to be a really difficult retake.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, good call from GV, you know, picking the right side, but now it's up to Lazarus to, you know, tire die really. I mean, yeah, it's more like a tire die for GV, but yeah, Lazarus needs to, you know, close this one. Otherwise, we are going into a golden round, and right now it seems like it is going to be the golden round. I cannot believe my eyes. It is actually happening, Kyle. It's once again the opener. It is just insane, and now everything matters.
It's all on the line here. Golden round decision. And what does GV decide to do? It's 5 players instantly going towards the A bomb site. Lazarus, though, they have HDZ tucked away in the A connector already. They've got a pinch set up on this. HDZ good for the first on to Snox. That's a huge player to take out. Lazarus as well, trying to get that pressure from Chin onto the vent position. They're going to have to fall off. GV going for that play to try and hunt down HDZ. They know how much value he can bring into the round, but HDZ makes the smart call to get that opening pick and quickly get out of town.
Oh yeah, and what an opener it was once again. I mean, who else but HTZ, right? I mean, I have nothing else in mind but this guy right now. It's really insane to me. I'm really looking forward for the scoreboard later on, because this guy is an absolute machine the entire game long, right? And even in the golden round, he still gets the first pick, and you know, it's so scary actually that he's, you know, he's not even afraid at all. Just goes for it, picks him up, and then, you know, just leaves without, you know, even I think, yeah, he got some damage on the process, but overall it was still a very good move by him. And yeah, Lazarus, you know, with the man advantage in this golden round scenario, they feel, you know, they probably feel very confident, Carl.
They might, but I think back to the final golden round we had on Compound, and that was a 2v4 for Lazarus to win it. So numbers aren't the only thing you need in a situation like this. Anything can happen in the final moments of a golden round here. So Lazarus, if they want to hold the numbers, they've got to keep their composure all the way to the very end here. But GV, you can tell there's some nerves, there's some anxiousness on the push. A leg shot onto FaZe takes him down to 20. The nades are just so strong here from Lazarus, and everyone on GV is very low on HP, but Awesome somehow gets a double kill with 3 HP, and now there's a fighting chance after all. Loons, Jin, and Madison trying to collapse into position, but Creed's with the able to step up, but Loons is still alive here. Madison going for the wide swing, is trying to find something, but Creed's somehow is still alive with this hanging on, but it might not be for long. 1v1 Lazarus, they do it again here. Loons in the golden round steals it away on the retake, and wow, what a way to end the weekend. Back-to-back golden round victories for Lazarus, but for GV, it's a devastating weekend to know you put up that many rounds, but still won't be walking away with any points on the day.
Yeah, I mean, emotional roller coaster it is, really. It almost looked like GV is able to get this one back, but yeah, not with Lazarus today. I mean, Lazarus is so convincing today. I mean, we both agree they are looking so good. I mean, in the beginning they always look like, yeah, you know, maybe not, but then all of a sudden they just turn around, and yeah, what a game really.
Yeah, I mean, for Lazarus, this is a really good turning point for their season now. They split against LCK, they 2-0 GV, and that puts them in a really great place to move into the top 4 and maybe find themselves in the playoffs for the first time in quite a while here. And it's really looking like a team that might be able to make that happen. You can give a lot of credit to HDZ, but at the same time, I feel like as a whole, this team really stepped up in the second map as well. There was really good moments from Jin, really good moments from Vise. All of these players are really locking in and bringing a new level to their competition. And that's what I really wanted to see out of this team, because there was a point where Lazarus was always in the top 4 conversation, always even in those top 2 matchups in the finals, and now you're starting to see a little bit of that old form come to life. And I think a lot of that is just due to HDZ coming into the mix, because it reminds me a lot of what this team looked like when 40 was in that spot at his peak.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Not to, forget about 40. He's not here anymore, but, overall, I feel like Lazarus is still up to the plate. I mean, yes, they are not the greatest when it comes to the standings right now, but, after this 2-0 today, I see them pretty far up there, so an absolutely deserved victory today. And yeah, I mean, GV, when it comes to GV, they're gonna feel very sad about this one, but yeah, you know what, actually I have no other words than that, because you were always winning and suddenly you just lose. That hurts, and there's no way to talk that good.
Yeah, for GV, it's going to be a lot of VOD review, I'm sure, after this one, because there was so many small things that could have got them the win. But at the end of the day, I think the one that's going to haunt them the most is that retake on the B-bomb side of Compound, 2v4 with 15 seconds on the clock. Because the final golden round here, you can kind of say Lazarus had some advantages on that retake, but on Compound, I feel like that's a map GV should have won all day long.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. I mean, yeah, it's a tough one for me, really. I'm left with words, because I really saw this one going Lazarus' way, but all of a sudden GV kind of tries to turn things around, but then, oh no, never mind, it's Lazarus again. So yeah, it's a lot of energy into this game here, and yeah, in the end, Lazarus is the much more convincing team. It was a close fight though, but in the end, the numbers matter, and for now, it's a 2-0 for Lazarus, and yeah, like you can see in the highlights, I mean, everyone was really up to the plate here. I mean, even 7, surprisingly, right? You usually don't get to see this from him, but yeah, right now it is really, amazing to see overall. And yes, finally we're gonna see the scoreboard eventually, I hope. Yes, so let's take a look at that. I mean, yeah, it's really good to see HDZ. It doesn't look too crazy overall, but trust me, this guy, without him, this wouldn't be possible.
Yeah, HDZ not having to do anything spectacular in this one, but it's because everyone kind of fragged across the board for Lazarus. Meanwhile, you have Snox, who had kind of an off game in this one. Him being the lowest on a scoreboard is pretty surprising, even with 7 stepping it up. The problem was 7, he couldn't carry that consistency throughout the entire match. He kind of fell off coming out of that tack pause from Lazarus. But of course, we are going to have HDZ as the match MVP. No surprise here, because in those key moments, under that maximum pressure, HDZ was always there when they needed a big play, and that is the big difference in why Lazarus was able to make some of these rounds as close as they were.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of VOD review coming out from GV, but yeah, Lazarus, they can be pretty happy with themselves for this, from this weekend overall. I mean, yeah, beating not GV. Yeah, I mean, yeah, also GV, right? But I was meant to say LCK, because yeah, drawing against LCK is a really, really big one to take away. But yeah, guys, we have one more match coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick pause.
All right, we are back here. One match left in the weekend, and it's LCK versus Swamp Gaming. It's been a tough road for NA so far this season, Pandoxin. They're not looking the best, sitting in that 8th place overall, but you know what? We've seen some crazy things happen already today, so maybe there's something crazy in store for our final matchup of the weekend.
Oh yes, who knows? But yeah, I've said it in the beginning already, but LCK is such a strong opponent, and yeah, just looking at the standings right now, you can kind of tell, which direction this match is going to lead. But obviously, I don't want to, just take it away from Swamp, because maybe, just maybe, there's something in store, that maybe makes them, almost. I'm not finding the right words, but yeah, maybe there's a chance for Swamp. You see them on the screen right now, and Kyle, I know you're kind of cheering for your boys there. What do you think? What do they need to kind of make this one possible for them?
Honestly, I think they need more time to actually get to the level of a team like LCK. I think with time not on their side, LCK has got the advantage just because they've had this core team for a while now, and I feel like they play a very serious game here on the side of LCK. They're always putting in the time, putting in the energy, putting in that prep work, and it just shows in the server. This team has 5-star players on the side of LCK, whereas for Swamp Gaming, I'd say they've got 2, maybe 3 you could argue are really strong, but the problem for Swamp Gaming is they've never had a consistent 5 players they can keep for a really long time and elevate as a whole together with, and that's where I think they're going to really struggle against a team like LCK. We're going to see Compound and Port coming out as the maps. I think Port's a great one for Swamp Gaming. It's one of the better maps. We've seen them look pretty good on it in this season a couple of times earlier on, but the Compound, I'd have to say that's LCK's all day long.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up. I mean, LCK banning Mexico shouldn't be a surprise at all, and yeah, overall, pretty, yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, Compound, I don't see Swamp winning here. Not sure which server they play on, but I think it might not even matter though.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think a 2-0 in this one's kind of the expectation. Anything less would be a bit of a slip up, I think, for LCK, because they're just a strong team all day long. So Raffin, huge triple kill, opens it up 20 seconds into the round, and it's already done and dusted here. And this is the LCK I was kind of expecting on this one. They're not here to mess around, even on the NA servers, it seems. So it is an NA server, but it doesn't stop LCK from running and gunning.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I love to see the exact thing happening that we kind of predicting. But yeah, now that we know that we are playing on the NA servers, it is also kind of interesting that Raffinish is able to do that, and 5-0. I mean, it's pretty convincing. Brando now left alone in the mix, gets 1. Can you find 2? Nope, not this time around. And yeah, this is slowly but surely falling apart for Swamp Gaming already.
Yeah, not a good sign to start this one off. Hopefully, there's a way for them to change the pace. If I'm LCK, I'm not slowing down until I've got a reason to. So far, Swamp Gaming hasn't given them that reason. Flex, of course, as usual, that player who loves to play aggressive in the middle of this map, finds the opening kill on the Kais, who's been completely silenced so far in this map. And if you're Swamp Gaming right now, you've got to find a way to change this pace. LCK, they're just getting full control wherever they want to go. And you can see Famous and Josh trying to creep their way over towards the A-bomb site. Bit of overextension from LCK. Might come back to bite them here, actually. Brando able to find one. Josh finds another. And it's the start of something good here now for Swamp Gaming. It's 3-on-2 thanks to Brando and Josh regaining control over this midsection of the map. But Raffin and Spoxy are both on the lurk here, trying to find these kills. Famous, though, gets the headshot. And that's why this is one of the veterans of the team here. He can always hit those nice crispy one-taps when needed.
Yeah, absolutely. A good response from Swamp Gaming. Finally, I mean, we just started, right? But yeah, it's nice to see that they're absolutely able to shoot back. And Refin, kind of the star for now, at least 5-1. I don't see him winning this one, but never say never. I mean, LCK very convincing overall, but yeah, already losing like half of his HP doesn't make things more likely for him. And you know what? I think this is actually going to be the first round for Swamp already, so who knows? Maybe they actually have something in store that, might bring them a little bit more into the conversation. And boy, what a shot by Raven onto Famous here, Kyle.
Yeah, Raffin not messing around in this one. 6-2 so far, but still for Swamp Gaming, a first round on the board is a nice one to hold on to. A lot of it actually thanks to Brando here, who has really been stepping up in the last couple of matches I've seen him. You can tell he's putting in some extra time and energy, but unfortunately, they've got to deal with Flex on the other side, and he's the that's everywhere. Not to mention, you've also still got Spoxy on this team to deal with as well, and when you've got Flex and Spoxy double amming, it can just be a really tough experience to figure out where it might be safe to go, because it almost feels like nowhere is safe when you've got these two guys on the server.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we also need to consider that, LCK is on the GR side of things and they're still super aggressive, right? And, I can only imagine what happens once these, turn around and, LCK actually is on the BL side, because I feel like this is going to be a very fast paced game eventually. And look at this weapon. He's so ready to go. He gets one though, but can he find Brando on the way? It seems like Brando is just going to back off slowly, but yeah, I mean, Refn right now, he's been super convincing overall. I mean, he's still going at it. I mean, I think he was spotted by Famous there, but I mean, look at the other two players. No one is really moving. They're just relying on Refn at this one, but maybe this wasn't the right decision. I mean, yeah, Spoxy, he's kind of there, but he's kind of just holding the highway.
Yeah, still a 3-on-3 situation, though. Not too bad for Swamp Gaming if they can sneak their way into the B-bomb site, but they still got to get past Spoxy, and that's where things can become a little bit more challenging. Spoxy pretty good at holding these off angles on the back of the B-bomb side. He's going to spot one, but Brando again hitting the shots. Dezane, though, able to get the reply, trading that quickly, but Josh and Famous, two very strong players on the post plant, going to be trying to hold on to this one and win it out here. You can see Lion Claw and Dezane splitting up, going for the pinch on the retake. They've got some nades and flashes to work with, so it's definitely a possibility they can get their way in. It all comes down to the timing, though, and they're not holding on to too much time to work with. Here comes the flash here for Dezane. Unfortunately, not going to connect fast enough, and it's going to be Swamp Gaming finding themselves an early tie.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe the NA server after all is interesting. I mean, 2-2 right now. It's not what I expected, but I mean, I love to see, Swamp Gaming somewhat fighting back. And again, I think once, LCK is on the BL side of things, this one might get a little bit faster, but yeah, no, Swamp is responding pretty nicely, and they're also taking their sweet time, which is absolutely fine. It's probably a good move against LCK not to over aggress. And for now, I mean, this looks like a more equal fight.
Yeah, not too bad at all. For Swamp Gaming, though, still kind of relying on their key entries to make it happen. Kai's and Minna, both 0-4 so far in this one. But Brando's still doing a good job of kind of leading the charge here for this side. 6-3 for him, 4-2 for Josh. But it is going to be Swamp Gaming who've got to find a way to make their mark. Especially on the NA servers, you'd have to think map number 2 being on the EU LCK. That's almost a guarantee for them to win. So for Swamp Gaming in these situations, it's almost like they have to win on the NA server or they might not win at all. So for Dezane, huge double kill to open up the round with. Spoxy trades out onto Brando. Kai's going to be down to 20 HP, left alone here. 4-on-1 situation. The bomb down as well, and Flex is already looking around to see where he might be coming from. But for Kai's here, There's really no easy way to recover this C4. He almost just has to go in for an aggressive play and hope for the best at this point, but he's just going to get peeked on to by Flex and LCK. They are back in the lead.
Oh yeah, back they are. And not sure what Kais was looking for there, but yeah, obviously in those kind of situations it's quite hard to, get anything done. And look at this, LCK is super aggressive once again. I mean, neither of us, we are not surprised about that at all, but that just, leads, one thing leads to the other. And right now, I feel like Swamp, they have a chance, it's on their server, they have a good response. I mean, they had a good response earlier, and LCK is just taking that away in fashion. And I mean, again, there's so many factors that come, that comes into those kind of plays. And Famous kind of missing the shots there on the Zane, and yeah, this is just falling apart one by one. But gotta give him that. They're trying super hard. They're not just letting LCK push all over the place. And this is something you need to talk about. I mean, this is so hard for them right now. You can tell. They're just trying and trying, but if Spoxy hits shots like that, I don't know, Kyle.
Yeah, it's just so tough. I mean, even the rounds that Swamp are winning are kind of scrappy, but LCK, when they want to get aggressive, they just go in swinging, and even with the server disadvantage, it's still tough to deal with the shots these guys bring to the table, because look at how fast they are. So much working their way. Mina 0-7 in this matchup, hasn't had the best time, to say the least, and this is where LCK can just find so much value as a team here, because they do know how to play really aggressive. When you have the server disadvantage, that's exactly how you want to play. Don't give your opponent time to react. If you do, you're going to face that ping adversity. But if you don't even give them a chance to know where you're coming from, that's the best move you can make when you're on an opposing server.
Oh yeah. All right. Yeah, Mina and Kai's not having the greatest day so far, which might be an indicator why LCK can't just do what they do right now. And well, we are seeing a much more reserved LCK for now. I mean, Flex with the open on Mina was a good thing, but for now they're just chilling, just holding, playing an absolute standard position. And well, it is what it is in the end of the day. And I feel like if Swamp is able to make something more aggressive happening, because again they have the server advantage on their side, I feel like they they could try at least once. Maybe it works out for them, maybe it doesn't. But if they continue to play that super aggressive, super defensive play style, I feel like this is not going to be a good game for them in the long end game. And again, with Mina and Kais not performing at all, I feel like they need to have a change eventually.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. Spoxy able to find another on to Famous. Brando able to get the follow through, but going to be up to Brando and Josh to do a lot of work in this round. Kai's on the wraparound. Gets a nice shot there on the Lion Claw. Narrows things to a 2-on-2, but Kai's okay. Back to back gets it done there. Finally coming to life in this one with 3 kills in the round, and that is exactly what they needed for Swamp Gaming, because if Kai's starts to activate, he's got the shot to get things done.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what I mentioned earlier, right? If one of these guys kind of gets into the game like that, it's more likely for them to get some more rounds on the board. I mean, you can tell LCK instantly they didn't even try to push this time around, and yeah, this is just a little bit more respect from the sides of LCK, and yeah, this is really what they needed at this point. And thinking about LCK right now, I mean, they're just playing more defensive, just waiting, playing it more chill for now. And actually I think when I played like much more aggressively, I feel like this was the better thing for them. But yeah, maybe they just don't want to play that risky style anymore, and more rely on their standard players.
Yeah, for LCK, they're trying to play a little bit more methodical now, but at the same time, I mean, 4-3 on the GR side, leading on the NA server, not a bad spot to be at all. Rapid good for 1. Flex, unfortunately, Not going to get anything done on that angle. Zane, though, able to take down Kai's on the rotation, evening to a 3-on-3 as the bomb goes down. Now it's going to be up to Spoxy, Zane, and Lionclaw on the retake. They've got a lot of utility to work with, but the retakes on this B bomb site extremely difficult on compound. Josh is going to be flashed out of that one. Famous able to hold on for one, but it's not going to be enough. Brando in a 1-on-2 clutch situation, able to spot Spoxy, but not the double kill. And it's LCK securing the 5th.
Super convincingly as well. I mean, you said it there, it's so hard to retake the side, and yeah, for LCK it looks way too easy. I mean, look at this Lionclaw. You know, just drive-buying his way into the bomb side there, getting the, you know, the one tap there, and looked like, you know, it almost looked like Brando had a good chance of winning this one, but yeah, eventually, you know, he kind of, you know, died later on. But yeah, it is a tough game overall for Swamp Gaming. It feels like we're repeating ourselves way too many times, but yeah, I mean, Mina 0 and 8, surely a big reason why Swamp Gaming is having a hard time right now. I mean, not to forget, it's their home server, it's their advantage, and you know, LCK, they don't seem too bothered about it. I mean, you can tell it's a nice, really nice setup right now. We have, you know, we have seen this one actually today already, I think. You know, we have 2 players towards, you know, just holding middle, and you know, the rest just 2 in BC, 1 holding B long in case someone, you know, decides to push off from the side of Swamp Gaming. And yeah, they're just eventually going to release that setup because, you know, you have to eventually. And yeah, this is just exactly what LCK needs to do. A nice anti-push setup coming from them.
Yeah, for LCK, they've got a lot of forward control here on mid, but there is nobody on the A bomb side. So if Swamp Gaming is able to catch on to that, they might be able to sneak in, but if they get caught here in mid, it proves to be a challenge nonetheless. Lionclaw able to find Brando and reset out of there. Now they've got the player advantage to work with. Flex going to push for the full flank. Lionclaw going to fall off onto site, and I've got to believe Flex has got a really good position now. They've got no idea Flex is going to be flanking them on mid. Nobody's watching for it. Flex, you got to hit those, my guy. Unfortunate for him, but the rest of the team is there for LCK to get the job done anyways. Flex not even going to be needed. Everyone survives to close out a 6-3 half.
Yeah, and you know what? I think even though Flex wasn't really hitting his shots there, I think he hit the exact point where Swamp wanted to push, which kind of led to, you know, some of these players to turn around and, you know, not focus on their push anymore. And yeah, it's also a good thing to know that even though maybe your patient player isn't hitting his shots, that you're still very convincingly take the round either way. And yeah, this is now the LCK side of things. I mean, BL is going to be much more interesting this time around, I feel like, because again, LCK has been super aggressive on the GR side already, and I don't think they're going to change that plan for the BL side though.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one out here for Swamp Gaming. Mina 0-9 in the first half, really needs to step up here. Kai's as well. He only had 1 round where he actually got kills. It was that 3K on the A bomb side, so pretty quiet from Kai's as well in this matchup. So we've got 2 players that are basically non-existent. It opens up a wide opportunity for LCK, who across the board, everybody's getting the kills they need to on that side. So pretty much makes it an impossible task for Swamp Gaming unless they can really come together as a team and hold on here on the GR side. With the server advantage, though, the GR side should feel a lot better for Swamp Gaming on a map like this. So I would say they've got a pretty strong advantage still being a slightly weaker team on this map, on this side of the map, but it's all going to come down to how they deal with the aggression, and this is where players like Raffin and Zane are so tough to deal with on the entry. Raffin able to find himself a quick double kill on both Brando and Kai's. And look at Zane on the back line, able to find a double kill as well. Famous. In a 2v1, not going to happen today. Zane good for 3 and the round.
Yeah, what a way to take the round. I mean, gotta give it to Raffin. He is so sharp with that AK. We are about to see that frag. Yup, there it is. And yeah, Kais didn't even had a chance, and you know what? It feels kind of bad when I say this, but yeah, Mina got his first kill. You know, it's we're getting there, and maybe just maybe Swamp Gaming has a chance now. And yeah, no, but obviously, I mean, even though they're on the GR side now with a much better server. Okay, yeah, famous. There we go. This is what we like to see from him. But yeah, again, because you know, they have the better server, but overall, I think this is, yeah, in the end, it's gonna be an LCK match because, you know, it's just way too difficult for Swamp Gaming to respond to these quick pushes, to these, you know, insane shots from Refn as well. And yeah, even though Famous got a nice 2k here, I don't know about this one, Kyle.
Yeah, it's still tough even with the numbers advantage for Swamp Gaming, but Brando is going to hold on here along with Mina. A nice hold in mid, so a good start to this one. 5-on-1 for Raffin. He's got a nasty shot, but not good enough to take on the 1v5. It is going to be Brando who puts this one to a close. And Brando, honestly, he's been one of the shining stars of the team on this map so far. He's up to 12 kills. Famous starting to come online in the second half. And Mina as well, starting to pick up the pace. It gives them at least a fighting chance here to maybe pull this one back. But it's still going to be a tough road ahead. But as we've seen today, Bundoxin, crazier things can happen on the GR side of Compound.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, of course you have to say that, right? No, you're absolutely right. I mean, we have seen it twice, you know, once on Compound and yeah, once on Ankara. And well, as I speak, Refn trying to get some frags done, but Brando has something else in mind. That this is going back and forth, and I'm not sure who's the favorite here. It seems like Swamp Gaming actually has a better chance this time around. And you know what? If they win this round, this is looking much better for them. It means they only have 2 more rounds to be, you know, closer. And well, you know what? I feel like this might be a very good, you know, point for Swamp Gaming to eventually just turn things around. I mean, yes, it's super unlikely, but never say never again. You hit the nail on you hit the nail, right? It's always possible.
Yeah, Flex, a really good player in the clutch as well. We'll see what he can do. But if not, it will be Swamp Gaming with their 5th round. If not, an 8-4 lead for LCK would be a pretty massive one. And he does have a wide open plant here, which could end up paying off big time. He's going to know very quickly that both remaining players are stacked on the A-bomb side. But it's all about the positioning choice here in the 1-on-2. He's going to get the C4 down uncontested, but he also needs to pick a spot where he can't easily be 2v1, and this is where you've got to choose wisely. It's a little bit of a risk to play the window. I'm personally not a huge fan of this pick in a 1-on-2.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I mean, this window position is a little bit awkward, but you know, like Shirley has his reasons why he, you know, chose this position, and there you have it. It's yeah, it's an afterplan for him. It's an interesting position. If Famous isn't able to, you know, stop him, but oh, Josh with his head into the wall, actually kinda interesting. Josh just diffusing the bomb like that, and you know what, Flex had a really good, you know, setup there. It was really likely to, you know, go his way, but all of a sudden Swamp Gaming turns around this round, and Kyle, we're getting closer.
It's all right. On EU, he hits those, right? It's fine. We're all good here, Flex. No worries. 7-5. They still have the lead, but Swamp Gaming, it's nice to see at least a little bit of a change of pace from them, starting to pick up a couple of rounds in a row now. Their first string of rounds, but just as I say that, you've got to look out for the Spoxy effect. He's always there right when you least expect him, and Famous ultimately going to pay the price here. And it is all on the rest of Swamp Gaming now to try and do the heavy lifting. But for Brando, he's been able to do it significantly throughout this map so far, 13-10. Unfortunately, though, you've got a couple other players, Mina and Kais, who've been pretty quiet in this one, who really need to find a way to show their strength in a round without Famous.
Yeah, you gotta give it to Brando, really keeping this team alive right now, and this Boxy effect starts to continue. I mean, yeah, this is just a classic Boxy after all. I mean, even on the NA server, it seems to not really affect him at all, and Flex taking over, slowly but surely taking over the B side here, as Mena and Brando are going to have a hard time towards A here. I mean, look at Raffin not hitting his shots, though, is a little bit crucial, but Brando is still there. Brando is still fighting. I mean, apparently LCK just decides to back off because they know B side is clear, and maybe just a little bit of a fake coming through as Brando actually moves away, and oh boy, not ideal for him, but maybe, just maybe, he's able to turn around this 1v3 in his favor. But Flex already aiming towards a main, getting Brando here, and yeah, the numbers are kinda, advancing again.
Yeah, really good round for LCK there. Ultimately, just coming down to finding those early entries in the hands of Spoxy to open up these rounds, and now they're just 2 away from winning it on the NA servers. And for Swamp Gaming, it's a really tough position to be in. You've got a lot of pressure from LCK. Spoxy, that quick follow-up as well. The second shot takes down Famous, and already its backs against the wall in the round for the remaining players on Swamp Gaming. It is going to be one of them tucked away in the corner here. Josh just playing nice and patient there. But again, LCK, they just are able to read their opponents so well. They're not even going to push into that spot Josh is holding. Instead, it's a full mid execution. Brando able to find one, but it's not going to be enough. Zane gets the double kill, and now Josh is left alone.
Yeah, Brando sitting on 15 kills is going to be a tough pill to swallow later on, but look at Flex. I mean, at this point, really, I mean, come on, don't do that. I feel bad for Swamp right now. I mean, they're really trying their very best. I mean, look at this. What can you do against someone like Spoxy? If you hit that shot, I don't know. To be fair, it is just tough. And yeah, 1 round away from victory. LCK taking it with fashion almost here, and yeah, what can Brando do if the rest of his team isn't really there to support him? I mean, again, Minna kind of having a hard time, but it's also Kais, the sniper that needs to be on point. It's so important for him to hit those shots, but yeah, it is most likely not gonna happen here today. Raffin already cleaning up Josh, but Kais is there to return the favor, and slowly but surely Brando with the opportunity to turn things around once again, but Raffin not letting it happen. And LCK secures the bomb site B, Kyle.
Yeah, 3-on-2 situation. Kais and Famous, they're looking for some sort of hope here, but it does not look too likely unless Famous can find a good opening on this flank. Kais, he's kind of just shut down from the utility. Famous, he does find one on the wrap, and that's a huge one. Flex goes down. Kais can maybe help Famous get into the back of the bomb site now. A nice smoke could do the trick here if he can get that lineup, but unfortunately, not quite what was planned there, and now the time has been a little bit wasted. Raffin goes down. Famous good for 2, but can Famous be good for all 3? Spoxy holds on and seals the deal. 10 rounds on the board for LCK. Unfortunately for Swamp Gaming, the NA servers not going to pan out for them, and that is a bit of a tough loss here. You can kind of see it, especially on Minna. I'm sure a bit disappointed after that performance on the NA, knowing now you not only have to try and redeem yourselves on a map 2, it's a map 2 on the opponent's server as well, and that's kind of the name of the game, unfortunately, for Swamp Gaming. If you can't win it on NA, it becomes that much harder going into the rest of the series.
Yeah, you still gotta give it to them, especially Brando really fighting for his dear life there. In the end, it didn't really work out, which, was kind of predictable, but, the attempt counts, and you gotta give it to LCK. It's still performing so good on the, on the opponent's server, really, and, I mean, they were even kind of toying around at some point, right? So, yeah, gotta give it to them, gotta give it to the entire, roster of LCK, still performing when it counts, right?
Yeah, I mean, for LCK, this is a must-win 2-0 if they want to get themselves to the top of those standings overall. So I'm pretty confident they're going to be able to do that here and put themselves in a really good position to maybe have a chance at that #1 spot later on in the season. But for LCK, I think they just have to keep doing what they're doing. There wasn't any major issues they faced. The aggression was really well executed in many of the rounds where they just went for these forced plays in mid and in the B pillars. And overall, I'm excited to see what LCK can continue to do in this season, and it's nice to see them bounce back as well, since I'm sure they were a little bit rattled after that loss in overtime yesterday to Lazarus, so it's good to see them have a solid performance here and really show up like it didn't faze them.
Well, as we take a look into those highlights, I mean, it's pretty clear who was on point and who wasn't, because, you know, we keep seeing the same names over and over again, but yeah, what an overall performance here. I mean, Brando really stepping up to his plate here, really trying his very best, but in the end, you know, the result counts and it's a 1-0 for LCK for now, but yeah, as you mentioned, going to the AU server for now is going to be a really tough one for Swamp. I mean, the entire weekend has been tough for them, to be fair. It's just a lot of unfortunate things coming their way. I mean, playing against unKnights wasn't really the way, and now, you know, the second map on, yeah, you know, versus LCK isn't really going to be the good way either, it feels like. But yeah, you know, never say never. Again, I feel like, you know, a little bit of hope is left for Swamp, but, you know, taking a look at the overall scores, it speaks for itself.
Yeah, I mean, Spoxy 2.0, everybody else pretty close behind and over at 1.0 mark, but on the other side, only player above a 1.0 KD going to be Brando, who, like you said, he was putting in the work, he was trying to make it happen, but when you've got a really tough start from Swamp Gaming in the first half, there was just no way back into it. You had the first half, Mina not finding a single kill, and Kai's only finding kills one round out of the half as well. So I'm hoping we see a little bit more from these two players going into the second map, because especially when I look at a player like Kai's, there is a lot of potential. I know what he can do when he's playing to his best performance. I just felt like there was a lot left to be desired from what they were able to do in this first map, and it almost feels like Swamp's not really bringing their A game either. Even knowing LCK probably beats their best, I'd still like to see Swamp Gaming bring their best to the table here.
No, absolutely right. And yeah, we're going to have one more game coming our way on port, I believe. And yeah, don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to have a quick break and see you each other soon.
All right, we are back here. One more map left in the weekend, and it's going to be up to Swamp Gaming to see if they can redeem themselves or if LCK will end with a confident 2-0 to close it out. It is going to be a tough one, though, as we go to the EU servers on port for map number 2. Do you think there's any hope here for them, Pandoxin?
No, there's always hope. There's always hope. I mean, Lazarus, you know, it's all about Lazarus right now. So yeah, there's definitely hope, but let's say that hope is pretty small, but never zero. So, hopping into this game, we are on the AU server, so the better server for LCK, the worst one for Swamp and Refin. Huh? What? How's he there? I mean, what happened here? That's not up to the server. That's just up to Kai's at this point. And okay, yeah, okay, we can already tell what kind of game we are about to witness.
Yeah, that's a bit of an oops there from Kai's. I'm not sure if he just wasn't watching that angle for a few moments, but this is how LCK is going to play it here. We saw it already on the NA servers. No surprise to see them just going fully aggressive on the second map as well. So for Swamp Gaming, it's going to be a tough retake. 3-on-4, Josh, Mina, and Famous looking for those openings. Josh was able to find one on the flex, but there's still just so much that they've got to do here. But the bomb still hasn't been planted, surprisingly so. LCK kind of taking their time on that one, trying to take some fights first. But now that the bomb is planted, they've got to try and run through Raffin and Lionclaw, and that's just not going to work out. Lionclaw gets the double kill on the trade. It's going to be all onto Josh here. 1 versus 3. The flashes come down. The utility just going to block him out of position here. You can see him trying to poke around on the top, but it's not going to matter. Dezane is prepared to shut it down.
Well. A little bit of an oopsie, yeah, it's an interesting way to put it, but yeah, surely that shouldn't be allowed to happen. I mean, you know, AU server or not, but yeah, this is just not happening. This can't happen, you know. Flex cannot just run around killing people like that. Yeah, okay. So what else is going on today? I mean, this is a little bit scary for me, to be honest. I mean, I want Swamp to, you know, have a respawn eventually, having a respawn eventually, but it is going to be so tough. And LCK, they know it. They have so much to, you know, play around with, and yeah, you can really feel, you know, the level of confidence on, you know, LCK's side, and yeah, a little bit of an you know, handbrake movement happening right there. But overall, I think LCK is going to have a fun time right now.
Yeah, I mean, LCK, there's really no way this should be a loss for them. At this point, they're in full advantage, and even then taking their time here in this third round, but that's okay here. I think for them, it's just continuing to play comfortably. Whatever that looks like for them is probably going to work out pretty well for LCK. It looks like they're going to test their luck over towards the A-bomb side, and it's Flex already finding that kill on the Kai's, adding that extra little bit of pressure. And you can see as well, Flex finding a second kill on to Brando. The rotations towards A still going to be punished. Flex, he really wants this third kill as well. It's going to be a good distraction because the rest of LCK is just steamrolling their way towards the B-bomb side. Josh going to be spotted out here. He's going to play the forward corner, but you can't do that against Lionclaw. He's got the shots to make it happen. And now Mina and Famous are left alone on the retake.
Oh no. I mean, oh no, please. Oh nine. Oh no. Oh no. Flex. You cannot do that to the goats. Come on. This is so oh, I am. Okay, Kyle. So yeah, that one is I am yeah, I'm sorry. I have no words for this one. Oh, that hurts. I mean, Flex. Yeah, you have to flex that one, but surely there's going to be a tons of clips now. I'm left with words, Kyle. Please take over.
Yeah, that's just an unfortunate one if you're Famous. I mean, nothing he really did wrong there. It's just Flex things, a little bit of an ego move, but you know what? It's deserved, it's earned, because LCK is doing exactly what they need to, and that's just bringing their A game to a team that's honestly just not ready to deal with it here today. So for Swamp Gaming, as much as it might be unfortunate for LCK, every round they put on the board, they know it's another tick in their favor overall in the standings, and they're going to keep putting that extra pressure onto Swamp Gaming, and that's what happens when you have a season where round differential matters. LCK, they're not going to take their foot off the gas. They're not going to go easy on any team, even if they feel like they're the stronger team. It's not going to stop them from playing the game they want to play, and right now, Swamp Gaming, they're just not able to meet them at that same level. We got Brando here trying to find that opening frag. He is able to take down Flex, so a nice way to at least get the round started. The rest of LCK already has full control over the bomb side, and there's nobody really there to put a stop to it. Dizane and Lineclaw finding the entries. It's a 3-on-3 as the bomb gets planted, and now Swamp Gaming going to go ahead and try and quickly move in for the retake, but it's Raffin, good for 2, and Spoxy right there for number 3.
Well, it was a nice attempt by Swamp. I love to see, the response coming their way, but yeah, it is continues to be a one-sided game so far, and I mean, look at this. LCK is not stopping at all. I mean, they're not wasting any time. They want this match to be over, but Josh responding nicely against Flex here, and I mean, look at the KDs on the LCK side here, and I think, I think what Swamp could kind of try at least would be, just 5-man push, just push any side you think it's going to be, the favor here, and maybe, just maybe you have a little bit more luck when it comes to that, but look at this. The peak advantage on the server is just insane. Famous hasn't even, he had no chance to even respond to that.
Yeah, it's feeling like this one is pretty much over at this point. There's not a whole lot Swamp Gaming's really been able to do on this server, and yeah, it's just it's a tough one here, especially with everybody on LCK just kind of popping off as well. And Herman and Josh, we're going to try and see what they can do here, but so far it's been a tough road ahead, to say the least. But Swamp Gaming, they still have a little bit of hope left to see what they can do. Meta going to spot Spoxy there, but Spoxy able to get out just in time. Double arm setup going to be hanging out towards the B tunnels. C4 just chilling, over in the spawn. They don't really need to commit anywhere just yet. LCK just kind of hungry to get those opening kills, I'm sure. And at least this time, Swamp Gaming, I do like the setup here.
Yeah, I was about to say that as well. I mean, this time around they have a different approach. I mean, it's still very defensive from, Swamp Gaming, but it's still a little bit different than usual. And, at least they're not getting, pushed instantly by LCK, which is also a good, indicator that something is maybe working out for them. But yeah, again, I feel like, maybe Swamp Gaming should just, play something completely out of the picture here. I mean, this is a good start. Mina and Josh both finding frags, but Dizane is there to, return the favor with a good triple kill all by himself, just like that. Doesn't really matter to him, but yeah, Kais and Brando, Kais still having a really, really tough day so far. I mean, 0 and 5. Yeah, it is a tough one for him, but maybe he is able to, get something done. I mean, Lionclaw already finding Brando here isn't a good start for him, and Kyle, I feel like Kais won't be really able to, get this retake done here, and the triple P comes through the smoke, leaving Kyle in dust. Not Kyle, leaving Kais in dust.
It's okay. LCK is leaving me in the dust too at this point. I mean, 6-0. They're just running past us all. And at this point, I don't think anyone can stop LCK on this tear. I mean, everybody on this team's firing off the way they need to, and Swamp Gaming, it sucks to say, but it's kind of clear they're just not prepared for an opponent like this yet. They may be able to go toe-to-toe with some of the lower-tier teams in those 6 through 8 spots, but you put them against a top 2 team, it's just a different level of competition that this team is just not up to snuff with, and it's really going to be up to Swamp Gaming to try and, prove that sentiment wrong throughout the season, because so far they're sitting at the bottom of the leaderboards. They've only had 2 ties, they've had 3 losses, and they're looking at a 4th loss pretty soon here as well. So I'm hoping they can turn it around. I mean, I'm an NA hopeful. I was glad to see NA return to the West League, but within that return, there's definitely a lot of growing pains. When you haven't been in 3 seasons, you've got a lot to get up to if you want to play at this level.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you bring that up. I mean, it's first time for some once again in this kind of league, and obviously they can't be one of the top 4 teams, but I feel like they could have been a little bit better overall. But with all these, let's say, disadvantages coming their way, it is a really tough one. It's not just any team coming against them. I mean, LCK is one of, if not the best teams against them right now, and yeah, I mean, a little bit of a response coming through from Famous and Brando, and they actually got around. I mean, this is a start, this is a slow, but, eventually a start. And even though NA has a very, very tough time here, I feel like you at least have to give them that. They're still trying, they're not giving up, and this is something a lot of people would probably fail on.
Yeah, still able to piece some rounds together here. Hopefully they can find a few more before it's all said and done, because, when you're that team on the bottom of the leaderboards, you don't have anything to lose. It's all about learning how to play at this level and improving the best they can as a team, and I'm hoping they're at least getting some valuable information out of this matchup. Minna, nice little shot there, takes down Flex on the trade. Famous as well. It's a nice one on the Lion Claw. Unfortunately, that'll be it for the round. LCK find themselves yet another one on the board, 7-1, 3 rounds away from an LCK victory, but it comes down to the firepower difference. I see Raffen in the server, I feel like 20 hours a day, and it shows. It really shows.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and this is not ending here. I mean, LCK, just the meat grinder is there, and Brando kind of left alone there, kind of needs to back out, but where's the rest of his team? I mean, yeah, the push comes through. Minna finally some response on his side, but Raffen quickly trades him out, and Josh and Brando, I mean, looking at the HP of the LCK members, I see a possibility, I see a hope, I see a little bit of faith as well, and we will have to see what comes their way. I mean, the grenade already takes out Brando, and Josh now left alone in this situation here doesn't make it any more easier. And yeah, another round for LCK, nothing we should be surprised about. And for at least now you can say NA got 1 round, which is better than nothing, right?
Hey, it's more rounds than NA got in the West League last season, okay? We'll take it. But no, for real, I feel like for Swamp Gaming, it's just a growing pain situation, I think, this season. When you put a team in where most of the players haven't played in 2 or 3 seasons, it's kind of the territory you walk into. This is where TBI was a couple seasons ago. They came in their first season. They couldn't really beat anyone either, and they had to learn how to adapt to playing in this environment. And then eventually they got to the point where now they're a lot more competitive than they were in the last couple of seasons, but they're still going against teams that have been in the top 4 for years after years, and that can be tough to deal with here. But for Swamp Gaming, it's a good start to this round, I have to say. It's a solid execution with rotation. It's going to be a little bit faster than what they were ready for, and Famous trying to hold on to it with Kai's, but the flank from Raffen is just too well timed here. 2-on-1 now for Kai's.
Oh yeah, I mean, Kai's overall having a very, very difficult day, but eventually gets there. But this clutch situation, it's gonna be a very tough one for him, and to be honest, I don't even see him winning this one, because Raffen and even the Zane are still alive, and those players are so sharp right now. I mean, they're not wasting any time on this. You can kind of tell they're just running and gunning at this point, getting this, last round they kind of needed, and now it's a 9-1 situation, Kyle.
Yeah, it's pretty much over here unless we see a miracle run coming out from Swamp Gaming, but it doesn't feel like any miracles are in the cards for them today. I think Lazarus ate up all that good luck earlier on in their golden rounds, and now for LCK, it's all about just pushing this one to the finish line. Flex able to find one, Zane finds another. Famous tucked away in the corner, able to find one on to Raffen. It's not going to be enough though. Josh and Brando, the last hope for Swamp Gaming, make it only Josh at this point, and there's already 4 players right around him. Lionclaw going to put this one to a close, 10-1 LCK with a very strong-handed 2-0 to close out the weekend. But when you're a team gunning for that number one spot, that's what you've got to do against NA.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there wasn't really much to do, right? But yeah, obviously, great performance overall from LCK, right? So yeah, what is there left to say? Swamp Gaming just didn't have it today, and yeah, especially with Kai's not performing at all, you know, it's gonna be even more tough for them. And yeah, this is really, you know, not surprising to us, and I think to no other person in the world. So yeah, it is what it is. In the end of the day, it's a 2-0 for LCK coming into this weekend. And Kyle, what do you feel like now?
I feel like LCK, they haven't got a good test out of this one, but it was nice to see them still bounce back after a bit of a shaky performance in yesterday's match and really close the weekend strong. I'm sure they needed a match like this to show them that they are that good of a team once again, because when you have a shaky loss where they go 1-1 in the series yesterday, it can start to create a little bit of doubt. But when you've got a match like this, it kind of reinvigorates your team, gets everybody feeling good again, and going into some of the other opponents this team's going to have, it feels good to have a win this confidently go your way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, the little highlight movie here shows it perfectly. I mean, LCK, so convincingly, so sharp and so good. I mean, no one really had a chance against them. And I mean, it is always nice to see some, you know, frags coming their way. But you know, we also got some, you know, Swamp Gaming highlights coming our way. I mean, you know, we saw one kill from Kaister. Maybe you get maybe another one. No. Well, maybe not, but yeah, overall, again, you know, not to bash too much on the NA guys. I feel like, you know, they really tried their best, but in the end, it just didn't work out, and you can kind of tell on the, you know, overall score here. Yeah, I mean, Zane 4.3, and yeah, this is the entire story here, right?
Yeah, a bit of a one-sided one, but for LCK, it just shows why they are a top contender this time around again. And for LCK, it's a good chance for them to propel themselves in the standings with 3BL only going 1-1. It's going to give LCK a nice 3-point day for themselves and get a little bit closer to potentially overtaking that number one spot. Dezane going to be your MVP in this one, 2.42 KD over 2 maps. Not easy to do, but this guy makes it look so easy in the server, hitting headshot after headshot, and that's why LCK is such a strong team. Shot for shot, they're one of the best, and look at that. The big round differential is in fact enough to put LCK in the number one spot after all.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? I mean, you wouldn't expect that, but yeah, these two maps really put LCK on a way better spot. I mean, it doesn't look like it, but it is actually insanely good for them. And yeah, what is there left to say, Kyle? I feel like this was a very interesting weekend so far. I mean, yeah, nothing that we didn't really expect, unless I think, yeah, the Lazarus GV match was kind of, you know, off the script. It almost feels like, but yeah, Kyle, we are here and it is about to end. Any last words from you?
Honestly, just a fantastic way to close out the weekend. Lazarus really impressing me, holding on to that 3rd spot overall now. Big shout out to them for having a crazy double golden round finish. Haven't seen a match like that in a while, but yeah, that's going to be where we leave things for the weekend. Appreciate everybody tuning in. It was a pleasure to be on the desk with you, Pandoxin, and we look forward to seeing everybody here next weekend. See you there.
One, there's another right on top of you there, Stoxy. When HPG is just doing what he's doing. Has to get at least one. Good for one, good for 2. Green's good for 3. But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HPG.